Hey folks, so in this particular speedrun, what I'm going to try to do is simulate the first character leveling in Legion Remix. So obviously, I have done a lot of Legion Remix speedruns already. I've gotten to 400% increased experience, I've tested countless boosting methods, I've tested a solo run. I recently posted on this channel a solo run in 1 hour 12 minutes, which, mind you, could be improved. I'm not going to really bother, just because there's so many efficient, easy boost strats that are just significantly faster. But the entire point of that video was to show that even with zero external help, you can level up pretty quickly once you get the 400% bonus. However, it's a lot harder to do a solo leveling run when you're just starting out. For reference, my first ever run in Legion Remix on my main account was 8.5 hours, ballpark. I forget the exact amount of minutes, but it was like 8 hours, 36 minutes, something like that. And the problem with that is there's a lot of early unlock stuff that you need to get through. You need to do achievements, you need to get infinite knowledge, you need to farm different tokens to increase your XP bonus. Obviously, yes, when you get to 400% increased experience, just about anything is fast. But when you're at 0% increased experience, nothing feels very fast, and you just need to level through traditional means. However, there are definitely some strategies that are better than others, and in this video, I'm going to try and showcase a lot of those as I level up a brand new character. So, this is a separate account. This is actually my European account. I have not leveled any remix characters on this account. This is the first one. I'll be starting from scratch. I will have 0% XP. I will have to do the entire intro quest line from scratch. All that stuff. So it's going to be very accurate for what a brand new player will go through. And although in my first run, the 8.5 hour one, I spent a decent amount of time testing different methods and, hunting achievements, because I knew I'd need to do that in the long run, what I'm going to try and do here is showcase the fastest but most efficient method of leveling that gets you a good mix of unlocks while still trying to level the character fast. And in order to explain this a little bit further, I'm actually going to briefly switch over to my main account and walk you through some in-game examples, because I figure that's a better way to do it than creating a character, entering a world here, and showing it that way, and then having to delete the character, remake it, etc. You get the idea. It's just much easier for me to switch over to the existing characters I have and showcase that. Alright, so here we have my existing Demon Hunter on North America. So this is the character with 400% increased experience gain, all that fun stuff. Now, when you're starting out in Legion Remix, the main things that you need to focus on is increasing your experience gain, assuming your goal is to level a lot of characters, which if you're watching this, I'd imagine that is your goal. If you just want to fuck around and play Legion Remix and earn cosmetics, I mean, bronze grows on trees. I've unlocked every single available thing currently. And on this character, I have 1.3 million bronze, and if I go to the transfer thing, you can see I have even more bronze across various alts that I've leveled. So it is not hard to farm this currency to get all the cosmetic stuff. That is really not a limiting factor. The main reason to worry about any of this unlock stuff, especially the XP modifier, is if you plan on getting a lot of alts. Now, most people, I think, are trying to use events like this to level up a lot of characters. Obviously, in my case, although I've already leveled a ton of characters on my main account, I haven't leveled that many characters on Europe. And I'd like to, over the course of this event, start building up my roster of characters on Europe. So that is something that is a practical thing that I need to work towards throughout the speedrun that you're going to watch. I will also just really quickly note here, if you don't want to listen to me yap any longer and you just want to watch the start of the run, skip to the timestamp. Just figure I'd throw that in there. Probably should have said it earlier, but, I'm always going to get the comments like, oh, why do you talk so much before you start? Whatever. The other main important thing is infinite knowledge. Now, infinite knowledge is a bit of an interesting case, because the early points of infinite knowledge matter way more than the later ones. Later points of infinite knowledge will only give you a very marginal increase to infinite power gains. The early points give you colossal modifiers. You get diminishing returns as it goes on, and the cap is 36. Now, it should go without saying, you're not going to hit the cap even remotely by the time that you level your first character. I can't remember how many infinite knowledge I had by the time I finished leveling my first character. It was less than 10. It was not that many. A lot of these require you to do endgame things, like do every single dungeon, do all of the different raids and all of these different activities, complete all of the storylines in a zone. It's very impractical. I'll give you some examples. That's one of the reasons I went on here. So if we go to Legion Remix, quests are a big one. You can see the different campaigns: Insurrection, Breaching the Tomb, Lore Runner achievements give you +1 infinite knowledge. Notably, this requires the full campaign and the Sojourner achievements. This is a little bit of a weird case, because if we look at the other achievements, so in this case, Sojourner and Campaign Azuna, the campaign achievement gives you a perfected epic memento. This is plus 10% increased experience to your account permanently. It increases this bonus. It is a one-time reward. You cannot do the campaign on every single character you level and keep getting 10% increases. You can do this once on your account, you get that bonus, and it just furthers your entire account's progress. If you want to do it on future characters, you can, but you won't get this additional bonus. So this is a one-time thing that you could either choose to do early on in your leveling process, or you can get to max level, farm all of this at level 80, and then have that bonus as you continue leveling up alts. But as I've discussed in a lot of videos, beyond these one-time achievements, the main way to increase your XP modifier is to do infinite research quests. Now, obviously, I can't show examples because this character I've already done on my daily ones, but you pick these up at Eternus. Each one that you complete will give you, I also don't have any in my bags, a 1% XP token. Alright, so, here's an example. Apology, we're gonna have to do some rough editing. All of the cuts that you're seeing are actually me just manually pausing and unpausing the recording. I'm not gonna drop this into Adobe Premiere. I'm not gonna try and, cut the footage at all. So, you're gonna have to work with me a little bit here. This is me doing what I need to do to get this out in a timely manner. But these are all the different tokens. Obviously, you can see I'm setting on a mountain of them. You get one for every infinite research quest, and each one gives you 1% XP. The perfected ones from those achievements give you 10%, and there's a few other quests that also give you a 10% token. So it stands to reason, then, that prioritizing these campaign achievements would be the main thing that you should do early on in order to keep leveling faster, because if you have to do a variety of different activities to level up anyways, you're not going to be able to efficiently boost yourself on your first character, then you should at least prioritize doing things that give you additional experience so that the first character levels up slightly faster and all future characters level up slightly faster. Now, that is the logic that I went with on my very first character on this account when I leveled this Demon Hunter. I prioritized doing campaign stuff, and that's pretty much all I did the entire leveling process. I didn't do any dungeons, I didn't do any raids, I just completed campaign quests, and in some cases, the Sojourner quests to get the overall zone achievement. But what I quickly realized is that a lot of these just take an immense amount of time, especially like Suramar, Stormheim, even Azuna. Those campaigns can take a lot of work to fully complete. And a lot of those quests are just not really that efficient for leveling. And the reality is that anything that I touch on my Demon Hunter right now, I just instantly kill. So, just for demonstration purposes, I probably don't need to show you this, but I can just literally walk around on this character with how much power I have and just kind of mash buttons, and every single mob that I touch just instantly dies. It's just trivial. And as you may imagine, doing basically any sort of quest content in any zone, including Suramar, on Heroic World Tier, is just a complete joke. This is a stupidly fast way to get all of this stuff completed, and that is actually what I did when completing the other achievements, Insurrection and Breaching the Tomb. I just kept farming additional infinite power on this character, and then I blitzed through the entire campaign once I was already super overpowered. Now, mind you, this character, of course, has relatively high verse, I'm max item level, this is very high investment, but even on a much lower investment, if you don't have Heroic World Tier on, which you don't need to have Heroic World Tier on if all you're trying to do is complete these zone achievements for the Perfected Epic Memento, you can blitz through it very shortly after hitting max level, and you will start one-shotting everything. It's not that hard to get your character's power to a level where you're already just insta-killing any mob you touch. The mobs that I just showed you are with Heroic World Tier enabled, and they're basically some of the hardest open-world mobs you'll actually encounter as part of a questing process. Everything else is significantly easier. So my point here is that I believe now that if I were to, I guess, start over in Legion Remix, I wouldn't really waste most of my time trying to hunt down all of these campaign achievements. I especially wouldn't waste my time doing a lot of the Sojourner ones, because with a few exceptions, a lot of the Sojourner questlines are just really, really slow. And you don't actually get anything from it per se. All you get is credit towards Lore Runner, which gives you +1 infinite knowledge. And as I said, infinite knowledge is a weird case where, yes, getting a lot of it early on can help you in terms of increasing your character's power, but at that same level, you're going to get so little infinite power while leveling your first character anyways, that I think it wasn't until, like, level 50, level 60 that I even unlocked my very first power-up, like these big upgrades on my first ever character. And all of this stuff at the start of the tree is basically worthless. You get like a little bit of speed, a little bit of stamina, whoop-de-doo. It doesn't actually make you level that much faster. The main time save for leveling in this tree comes from getting this big power upgrade, which is ludicrously expensive. And I'm not even sure that I got to these damage proc effects when I was leveling my first character. I think I may have barely gotten here, but I didn't get much further than that. And that was already like by the end of the leveling process. And one thing that I did not do when leveling my first character that you will see me do as part of this run is I am going to be doing raids. Raids are by far the best way to level up your characters if you don't have access to boosting. So, of course I'm going to do them as part of this run. The other nice thing about raids is you do get infinite knowledge by completing them. So, Tomb of Sargeras, +1 infinite knowledge for full clearing the raid. Same with every single other one, Emerald, Nightmare, Tomb, or Trial of Valor, etc. It is worth going out of your raid to complete those raids. They give you a ton of experience, and they just give you an entire point of infinite knowledge. It's very fast. You can very reliably get random people to join in and help you out. So it's just kind of a no-brainer to include that in your leveling journey. And because you're mostly just getting carried by random people no matter what you do in raids, it makes sense to do them towards the end of the leveling process when you are at your least powerful. Because obviously early on, mobs aren't going to be scaling that aggressively. Even with low infinite knowledge, you won't really struggle that much to kill mobs. As you get higher and higher, you're going to reach a point where your infinite knowledge on your very first character is not keeping up with the relative strength of mobs, and scaling will generally not favor you. There's like a scaling brick wall at level 70, which if you have high XP modifiers, you can kind of get around it. I showcased that in one of my recent speedruns, the 1 hour, 12-minute solo run. I managed to kind of find a workaround for that, but it only really works if you're leveling insanely quickly. When you're leveling slowly, those first few levels are going to be a slog regardless, so it stands to reason that you're just going to bypass them. You're just going to wait until the very end of the run to do all the raids. At that point, nothing matters. You basically just get carried to the end. Easy peasy. You got to do the raids anyway to get these achievements, so it's just 2 birds, 1 stone. But then, because of that, also, right around the time when you would theoretically be unlocking all of these big power spikes, where the artifact on your first character actually matters, your character's individual power won't matter at all, because you're going to be getting carried by random people in raids. So what I'm trying to say is that early on, doing the Sojourner questlines is just pointless. There's no reason to do this on your first character. It was a little bit more important when I leveled my first character, because I did it at the very launch, when the only raid we had access to was Emerald, Nightmare, and Trial of Valor. But at the time of recording, we have Emerald, Nightmare, Trial of Valor, Nighthold, and Tomb of Sargeras. And there's also, obviously, the LFR versions of all of those raids, so there's like double the amount of raids available. And a week from the time of recording, we'll have Antorus on top of that. So you will have so many choices for raids. You'll be able to basically replace the entire second half of my first run with raids. That's what I'll be doing here. So there's just absolutely no reason to spend all this time working on the Sojourner achievements when you can just go back and do them later. Just level through the raids, get that early infinite knowledge, reach level 80, start getting carried through heroic and mythic raids, because at this point in the event, there's so many extremely overgeared people like me who will just carry anybody. Every single day when I do raids in this character, do you think I care the level of power of people who are in my raid groups? No. I throw a group up there, I invite the first, 20 people that apply, and I solo the raid, and everybody just falls behind me and collects free loot. There are so many groups that do that. A lot of people on Reddit are like, oh, everybody's asking for money for carries. That's like the minority. Most people, like me, will just carry random people for free. It doesn't matter at all. So getting a semi-powerful level 80 to finish all of these achievements is just way better in terms of time efficiency if your goal is to build up your account and level up a ton of characters, especially if you're getting into this later in the event and every little bit of time counts. Maybe you only have a few weeks left if you're watching this, and you're just trying to like make every moment count, get as much progress as you can. That is going to be your goal. Level up one character reasonably quickly, get that one character super powerful at max level, do all of the miscellaneous achievements that you're still missing, and then once you've gotten a lot of XP percent, which I should also note that beyond the context, or beyond the confines of this run, there is technically a way that you can really quickly increase your XP percent modifier. I have a separate video talking about that. It involves creating starter edition accounts. I don't necessarily think it would be worth including that in your very first run. I think that would just waste a lot of time for you. But what I believe is that after you do this very first run, whenever you spent all that time unlocking infinite knowledge, doing all that stuff, and you're ready to start leveling up your second, your third, your fourth character, etc., at that point, I do highly recommend watching that video that I made. I'll include a link to it in the description. Creating those starter edition characters, leveling them in tandem with your brand new character that you're creating after farming all this infinite knowledge, and then using those characters to collect a bunch of free 1% XP modifier tokens, because anything that you get on your starter edition accounts will funnel this bonus on your main account. I explain all the details for that in that video. A lot of you have probably seen it already, but I do think it bears repeating because it is a frequent question that I still get asked. A lot of people, I think, don't truly understand how broken of a strategy that is. It's very easy to set up, and it is significantly faster than doing anything else to increase this bonus. And then once you get this to 400%, you can do whatever the hell you want. As I said, you can level it consistently, solo, in 1 hour. It's not hard. So, little bit rambly, but all of that together, what is my goal for this run? So, I do still feel that early on, some of the campaign achievements are worth completing. Primarily, Val'sharah. Val'sharah is just an extremely efficient questing zone. It's just very fast, even once you have 400% XP. It is probably one of the only questing zones in Legion that is comparable with like dungeon spam, or maybe not like open world boosting on Heroic World tier, but it is still very, very fast. I actually included that in my 1 hour, 12 minute solo run. And in that run, I only did a small snippet of it because I just out-leveled a lot of the relevant quests very quickly. But here, I won't have any XP modifiers. I'll basically be able to do the entirety of the Val'sharah campaign, which is very good, and it will still remain efficient. So if I'm already going to be doing that, I may as well just complete all of the remaining quests. Like, basically, Bradensbrook and Blacker Cold, these quests in particular, they're not the best. I think generally the first, like, 2/3 of Val'sharah is really, really, really good. The end stuff with the Emerald Nightmare is not very fast because there's a lot of roleplay stuff like the "Help me, Tyrande, I need you," the Malfurion stuff. That's really slow, wastes a lot of time. There's like the RP fighting Ysera stuff, also very slow, wastes a lot of time. And although Bradensbrook and Black Cold are not the most efficient quests ever, they are like on par with the rest of the stuff available in Legion. So if you're already getting all of the really good stuff in Val'sharah done, you may as well just finish it from that point and get a perfected epic memento. So I will be doing that. I just think that makes sense. And although there are a handful of Sojourner questlines here that are pretty good, I still just do not think that it is worth completing all of this stuff just to get +1 infinite knowledge. It's just really not going to matter. Like I already said, it won't make a meaningful difference in terms of your early leveling speed. So once you've done Val'sharah, it's really up to you whether you want to do High Mountain, which is what I did the second time around in my, it was the second zone I picked in my first leveling run, or you could do Azuna. Azuna's a little bit weird because the early questlines, I think, are pretty good, but there's a lot of really inefficient quests at the end that I think slow down the overall speed of the campaign. Whereas High Mountain doesn't really have any amazing standout quests, but overall the campaign is a good bit shorter. There isn't any section that I would consider to be particularly bad. So personally, I think for the purposes of completing the entirety of the campaign achievement, High Mountain is probably better. And it's hard for me to say at this exact moment in time, speculating on what the run will look like, whether or not it will be worth it to complete the entire campaign. Because keep in mind, I can only attempt this once. The moment I start doing this leveling run on my European account, I will have already completed the intro stuff. It will have already ruined the possibility to reattempt the run with a fresh start. So the reason I have taken so long to actually start this is because I've spent an extensive amount of time testing different methods on my main account here and theory crafting the perfect starter route. So that way, when I finally sit down to test this, I have a very concrete plan laid out so I don't accidentally mess it up and, screw myself over. Like, I can't redo it, right? I get one shot at this. And it doesn't have to be perfect. I don't expect it will be perfect. But I want to try and create the best possible example of a first account run, and so I need to consider the possibility of stuff like this. Whether or not I choose to do High Mountain will probably depend on what level I am after finishing Val'sharah. With a 0% XP bonus, I expect that I will probably be somewhere in like the level 25 to 30 range, give or take, at that point in time. And that is still early enough that I think bare minimum doing the entirety of another zone campaign would be pretty good, because that would put me probably like, what, level 40, level 45? I think that's reasonable. And after finishing High Mountain, let's be really conservative and say that I'm level 40. I think I'll probably be beyond that, but let's say I'm still level 40. Well, on top of all of that stuff, I will probably get a variety of different infinite research quests as I level up. Well, I mean, I definitely will. Infinite research is the main thing that you should be doing as you go along. And a lot of the infinite research quests that I'm going to receive will probably be kind of crappy, but I'm going to prioritize some really efficient ones that I'm not going to get into the weeds here. Obviously, this is going to be a long video. There's going to be a lot of explanation within the run, but I'm trying to give you at least a brief summary of my plans here. The exact infinite research quests I'm going to prioritize, we'll talk about when I see them. But some of them will probably involve doing various activities on like Heroic World Tier, or doing an LFR raid or something like that. So as I complete those zone campaigns, I'll mix in a few of those. And with all of that stuff combined, maybe with like a single dungeon run at some point, and in between all of this, you'll also want to be progressing your Order Hall campaign, because that is relatively efficient up until a certain point. I suspect I should be able to get to like 50 or 60 with all of that combined. And then, like I said, at the very end of the run, once you've gotten like your 10% bonus from High Mountain, you've done all that stuff, try to stack up a bunch of different raid completion infinite knowledge quests, and then start Emerald Nightmare, start Nighthold, all that stuff. Generally, the raid infinite knowledge quests are really good. They are not necessarily the best, but they are very high. They are like among the highest XP quests. But it's not easy to get all of the ones that you want, so I'm going to try to make sure I get like a handful of Emerald Nightmare ones, then we'll do Emerald Nightmare. And then hopefully when I finish that, we can do some rerolls, we can get some Trial of Valor or Nighthold ones. Maybe if I get a lot of Nighthold ones, we do Nighthold first, and then Trial of Valor after. Hard to say. That kind of stuff we'll just have to play by ear, and I'll talk through my logic as we get into the run. But that is my working theory. That we are going to do Val'sharah, High Mountain, and then we are going to just ignore everything else that I did in my original run, and we're just going to come back to that later, or hypothetically, if you wanted to, you would want to come back to that later at max level and do all of that stuff. And dungeon spamming at this point in time is just not even remotely efficient. When Legion Remix first came out, and I was doing my questing and the open world stuff, so many people in my chat were saying, oh, tons of people are saying dungeon spam is so fast, it's so fast. And like, yes, dungeon spam is faster than a lot of the really inefficient campaign quests that I was doing in order to unlock these achievements. But it's not actually fast in the grand scheme of things. It is incredibly slow, and at this point in time, most people have realized that, so it's going to be even worse, because the amount of people who are running them and boosting them is super low, so queue times are sky high, and the average group is going to be really low in quality, so you're not going to have a good time in dungeons. I might do 1 or 2 just to knock out a few infinite knowledge quests, but it is not going to be a high priority for me. But anyways, I think that covers everything important. That is the gist of what I plan to do for this run. I wanted to get that all explained, and I think the main thing is I want to explain the process, the difference in leveling when you're going through it on your first time in the campaign, and when you're leveling alts with like boosting strategies and whatnot. So if you're watching this, you fully understand what I am working with in the run, and if you are in a similar position, you understand why you may not be able to easily replicate a lot of the strategies you're seeing in different YouTube videos, maybe even including the ones you see in mine. So I wanted to make sure that was clearly stated at the beginning here, but I think I've gotten all that out of the way, so we can finally get into the run. Alright, I am back on my European account. Why not AFK for a few minutes to refill my coffee, so I'm going to need it. I expect this is going to be a decently long run, and I mean, I'm not that tired, actually, all things considered. But yeah, without any further ado, let's hop in. When we enter world, I will get the timer started. I should also just note, as we go through the speedrun, I'm obviously going to try and be fast about this. Start the timer. So I'm going to try and go as fast as I reasonably can. But I'm not going to be trying to, like, I don't know, kill myself going extremely quickly. And I also kind of want to turn down the volume a little bit. Let's just, yeah, lower that a little bit. It's normal, a little bit louder than I normally have it. Okay, yeah, we just gotta kill a few mobs here. Haven't done these quests too many times, so I'm a little bit iffy on exactly the order. Do I have auto loot, all that stuff? I don't. Let me get this fixed really quickly. And I know people are going to say, oh, theoretically I could have created the character ahead of time, but obviously in this particular case, I didn't want to risk that creating the character in advance and logging into it like for a first time before starting the run would mess anything up. So this actually was a very intentional case of I'm going to just deal with all of these things initially. Actually, now my audio is a little bit too low. Let's turn this and then just turn the rest down. Just a tad. I think that's better. But yeah, basically, what I was saying is I'm going to try and be reasonably fast about, like, some of my movement throughout the run. I'm not going to go out of my way to be slow or waste time, but this is, you know, we're not trying for a world record here. There is no category or really anybody trying to compete for good times for this particular thing. This entire run is primarily for demonstration purposes, and it's to give people who are leveling their very first character like a good framework to follow. So, you know, I a lot of times when I'm in these really fast speedruns, I tend to like stress myself out a little bit because I'm trying to like go as fast as possible and whatnot. And here I'm gonna take my time. We're gonna play it a little bit easy, and hopefully that's just going to make it, you know, a more enjoyable experience for me, and we'll still be able to level quickly. But I guess what I'm trying to say is there's going to be a clear lack of like a real sense of urgency. That, you know, my dad loves that phrase, sense of urgency. I won't have like a super, you know, massive sense of urgency throughout this run. Is basically the way that I'm trying to describe all of this yapping. But I will try to... I think, yeah, you can't fly in the starting zone, if I recall. I don't really want to fight more demons than I need to, because at this point, my time to kill for mobs is on the low end. Okay, sure. Oh, shit. This is the alliance thing. Really? That's a stupidly long animation. Okay, how close can I get? Yeah, this should be close enough. Sure, we'll have to use Fell Rush's damaging ability at levels this low. There we go.
When you entered this timeline, you took the place of another you, a hero of vast
Fell Rush gains an additional charge. Yep, definitely want that. So I'm just gonna... There we go. Okay. This is... yeah. I collect a bunch of stuff. The different motes, and then after this, I think you go into the blacksmith, you craft the weapon, and then you're out of the intro stuff here. This, like, all things considered, the intro quests here aren't incredibly long, but obviously it's not worth doing these on future characters. It could be a lot worse. One of the other interesting things that I guess I kind of didn't really talk about extensively in my long intro segments, so I'll touch upon that now, because it will be relevant throughout the run, is whether or not you enable Heroic World Tier, or just leave it turned off. Now, in my very first run, I talked extensively about how I did not feel Heroic World Tier would be worth enabling, and then also in my recent 1 hour, 12-minute run, I was in Heroic World Tier pretty much from start to finish, I think. I can't remember if I, like, waited... I think I waited, like, 10 levels before turning it on, just as I got a few pieces of gear, like, when I did the first few unlock things. And definitely, until level 20, ballpark, you should never turn on Heroic World Tier. It's just never going to be worth it, because you're considered, like, half-naked at this point. The game doesn't start you off with a full set of gear. So, trying to do Heroic World Tier now, when you're missing the vast majority of your abilities and most of your armor, it's basically suicide. There's, like, no spec in the game that can efficiently do any leveling in Heroic World Tier this early. You could maybe survive it as, like, a Blood Decay or something, I don't know. But it just would not be worth it. It would be extremely slow. So, the only reason to even bother with Heroic World Tier is if you have a decent enough set of gear, good trinkets, you know, proper armor in every single slot, and you're at a high enough level where your talents give you all of, like, the basic necessities that you need. For most specs, that will be, like, anywhere in the 20 to 30 range. The strongest specs can get online, like, around level 17, like Guardian Druid, Windwalker Monk are online super duper early. But some specs, like Fury Warrior is a good example. Fury Warrior, Marksmanship Hunter, Balance Druid, a lot of those specs don't, like, really feel complete until, like, level 30, 35. I think Balance maybe is a little bit better at lower levels compared to the other examples, but Fury especially, like, until you get Meat Cleaver, they're extremely weak. Marksmanship Hunter has, like, so many core abilities locked behind higher levels. You also, like, you probably shouldn't be leveling as those specs, period, at lower levels, so it's, like, kind of a moot point, but a lot of people will still want to do that, and you're gonna have a bad time. Armor scraps isn't, like... Okay, I see. I was gonna say, I think I get an item in my inventory that I need to scrap, but I guess I get it after this quest is the one I'm thinking of. And this is the one where I kill portals. What is this? Hunter's Feast. It's interactable, but it doesn't actually do anything. Also, yeah, at this point in time, I should crack open these boxes, because they do not save their power level. You open them later. So you do want to be cracking them open whenever you can. Yeah, that seems good. And as we go on, I'll talk a little bit more about gear power level and how you should prioritize upgrades. But for now, you can basically just equip whatever you get. It doesn't really matter too much. I would like to create a macro for Sigil of Flame. So we'll do hashtag show tooltip, target player, sigil of flame. Oh, slash, I'm stupid. Slash cast at player, sigil of flame. That should work correctly. Yep. All right, perfect. That is what I'm looking for. Okay, there's a portal in here. Trying to round up some of these mobs and then hit them with a Fell Rush to save a little bit of time. And at these levels, I mean, Havoc is not a very good spec at extremely low levels. The reason why I'm playing Havoc for this run, just for clarity, by the way, because I guess I didn't explicitly say that, but I have mentioned that my very first run on my North American account was also as a Havoc Demon Hunter. So I feel that it would be a much better demonstration of, like, what a completely unguided, like, blind fresh run would look like versus an optimized, you know, prioritizing the right things fresh run if I do the run on the same spec both times. Hopefully that will make sense to you. We can do this. I do believe I have an add-on that should automatically spend my artifact power as I level up. I believe that it works on my European account the same way that it works on my North American account. But I think it might take, like, a little bit of time for it to fully kick in. We'll see. Going to... Let's pick the Healing of Shattered Souls, because that's actually a pretty good sustain at lower levels. And we'll go in here. Oh, one nice thing about Havoc, though, is although Havoc is not, like, the fastest, very low-level spec, the moment you hit, like, level 20 onwards, Havoc becomes a powerhouse. It's kind of interesting that when I first created my leveling tier list back in Dragonflight, I hadn't really had many opportunities to level a Havoc Demon Hunter from scratch in, like, similar speedrun conditions, just because they start at a weird level. At this point in time, I've done many different Havoc Demon Hunter runs because of events like Remix, like Moth, Legion, etc. I think I put Havoc, like, in the top 5 specs. It was maybe the number 5 ranked spec in my Dragonflight, like, what are the best specs for leveling tier list. And at the time, I remember saying, like, this is partially speculation, just because I've played a lot of Havoc at max level, and I know generally how it flows while leveling, so I'm expecting that it would be around here, and I actually think that was pretty spot on. It's definitely, like, not one of the absolute best leveling specs. Like, it's not Windwalker Monk, it's not Guardian Druid, and there are a few other specs that will probably feel a little bit more coherent at very low levels compared to Havoc, but the power that it gains at the later levels, which is really when leveling becomes difficult, especially for, like, speed leveling, right? Where a lot of the early levels you could skip with, you know, even if it was regular World of Warcraft, like, not Remix. There are so many different things that you can do to bypass the early levels, like Darkwind Fair, XP things. There's, trying to think of, like, what else. A lot of times there's, like, one-time quests that you can complete. Sometimes very low-level dungeons, everything will just die to one-shots anyways. The scaling for Remix tends to be a little bit less favorable. Another thing is, like, you start off considerably more naked in Remix than in, like, a traditional World of Warcraft speed leveling format. So even though Havoc is not, like, the most coherent spec at low levels, because you're just mashing one button, if you're doing low-level, like, let's say, TBC Chromie Time dungeons, as a Havoc Demon Hunter at, like, level 15, yeah, your spec might not be, in a vacuum, like, as strong as something like Guardian Druid, but with a full set of heirlooms, you could basically just walk around slamming Demon's Bite and one-shotting any mob you touch, so everything kind of feels broken at levels that low. So then, like, by the time when your character's power needs to stand on its own, Havoc is able to do that. So I do feel it is among the better speed leveling specs. But in Legion Remix, of course, we do need to consider the fact that at low levels like this, I won't be extremely powerful. There's also something interesting here where I think I ran Demon Blades from the get-go in my previous run, because obviously Demon Blades is eventually very good, but I've done a few more tests since then, and I found that at very low levels, you're just so starved for Fury that playing into just Demon's Bite, like the Builder Spender playstyle, is far more effective. And then as we level up, when I eventually unlock Fellblade, which is like, I believe at level 25, then after I get Fellblade, I switch to Demon Blades, because Fellblade basically completely solves all of your Fury generation problems, and then putting Demon Blades on top of that just makes Havoc feel very strong. I think that is, in my opinion, where Havoc turns the corner, so to speak, and becomes a very effective leveling spec. Yeah, I can skip the skywriting tutorial. That, you don't need to do anything special for. And now we're doing our class order hall quests. Demon Hunters have a special one. I'll grab this quest just for later. And yeah, now we get the Demon Hunter intro stuff. So I'm going to take the Eldrachi Warblades, just because I've played around with both the, what's it called, the Havoc and the Vengeance intros, and honestly, I think they're like comparable times to complete both of them. Neither one feels particularly faster than the other, and by doing the Vengeance unlock quest, we'll eventually be able to get that as an artifact weapon, so if I need to play Vengeance for tanking a random dungeon or tanking an LFR raid or something like that, I will have that as an option. And I don't actually need to play as Vengeance for these unlock quests, I can just switch back to Havoc. Oh crap, I forgot you got one of these super early. Okay, so I lost a little bit of experience from, like, the last 3 quests. I think when I finished the intro, yeah, it's this. The remixing time, and then this gives you infinite knowledge, and then the quest that gives this achievement, if I recall, gives you that perfected epic memento. So we're up to 10% XP now. That's like, I mean, technically I lost out on, like, maybe, let's call it a single bar of experience, if that, across all of those quests. Not a big deal. We're going to open all this stuff up. And now let's figure out what we want to equip here. I'm not going to replace... Actually, yeah, this one has speed, so I will replace it. Do that. Do that. Trying to make sure that I don't lose time here while also doing this. I'm going to explain my logic behind all of the gear that I'm equipping in just one moment. That is 8% crit. It's the same amount of stats, yeah. Do that, and then for belts, let's keep that for now. I got shoulders. My shoulders are blue. Alright, so... Then there's like a little bit of roleplay that we have to wait through. Pants, I believe. That, and then obviously you want to scrap all of your gear. This is not just inventory management. You actually do get infinite power by scrapping your gear, and a lot of times you get Artifaction Sand, which is the thing that increases your artifact's item level. And that is going to be very important as time goes on. Right, I believe this... Yeah, so that starts the scenario. Now, before I do that, what I want to check is, do I have access to infinite knowledge? I believe at this point I do. I just need to complete this quest. Yes, I do. Perfect. Yeah, it even says it's recommended for levels 21 and above, but I can pick that up. Now, I'm not going to actually turn on Heroic World Tier just yet. I'm going to turn it on real quick, just so that I can get the quest progress out of the way. But then I'm going to immediately disable it. I just want to get that out of the way, and now we're going to pick this stuff up. Okay, so we want to pick up the quests one, because we're going to finish that passively. And... Interesting. Oh, yeah. I forgot. So, on your very first time doing this, you only have access to a very small number of infinite research quests at the same time. Later on, you're able to get... let's see. I prefer raid assignments, and I want harder research assignments. Okay. So that's something a lot of people don't realize. You can change your preferences. This doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're going to get exactly what you want, but it will make some amount of difference. Yeah, the quests one is... actually, you know what? Screw it. This one I don't think will matter that much. I had residual motes as an option. I believe that is the exact same amount of experience. The reason why this is important is because we're going to reach level 20... Screw it. Screw it. We'll take the quest one. I was going to say we'll reach level 20 soon, but then I'm so used to having such a massive XP modifier. With the current XP modifier, I think I will actually have completed at least 6 quests by the time that we reach level 20. Upon reaching level 20, you'll get a bonus research assignment that requires you to collect residual time motes and kill, like, random demons up in the sky. At that point in time, I will want to get an infinite research quest to do time motes, and in theory, that one should still be there, because I'm not going to be resetting my available research quests between now and then. So I should be able to complete the quest one, then pick up the time motes, and that should be fine. My options are definitely a little bit limited on my first character, but it's okay. It's just gotta deal with that. Yeah, that's fine for now. Mastery. So eventually Mastery will be a pretty useful stat when we get the Havoc passive that makes it so Mastery increases our movement speed, but we don't have that just yet. So it's not really that big of a deal at the current moment. I can use I-Beam here, Blade Dance to take care of these imps, and then we'll do this portal. Can I loot anything? No. Do I have to kill Doomguard? Doesn't look like I need to. So it's gonna keep chasing me, but I can just keep running and continue along the scenario. I'm also going to go turn on class colors before I forget. So even though I have a decent amount of gear at this point, if I were to try and do, like, this scenario, for instance, in Heroic World Tier, I'd be getting my butt kicked. Another big difference is there is, I believe, a required quest to complete at level 20. It's either 20 or 30, and that is when you unlock jewelry for the first time on a brand new account. And on future leveling runs, you're able to pick up jewelry from the get-go, and that is a huge source of your power, mind you. So not having that, like, on the first account run makes you feel so weak early on. It's actually crazy how many, like, one-time unlocks you need to go through. This is kind of why I said, like, it's just so much, like, I don't even know necessarily what the fastest time efficiency method would be overall for, like, leveling a bunch of different characters. I believe that the methods I'll show you in this video will be among the most time efficient. But when I said that it's in your best interest to, like, get one max level character and then, like, do all of the different unlock stuff before starting a second character, while that might be generally efficient, a much more important thing is that it's going to feel way better. Because I remember distinctly being annoyed at how many random unlock things I had to go through the first time I leveled in Legion Remix. And I got, like, a lot of different comments in that first leveling run saying, like, oh my god, if it took Harldan this long, it's going to take me ages to level a character. It just feels really, really, really slow. So I didn't even start leveling my second Remix character until, like, 3 days after the launch of the event. I hit level 80 on my first Demon Hunter, and then I just spent days just grinding endgame content and unlocking as many things as I could. And that second character took, like, less than half the time. I think my second run, which I still did solo, just to get a feel for it, was like, what, 4 hours or something like that? And I was still messing around. I finished up a lot of my campaign achievements while leveling my second character, because my logic at the time was like, oh, well, you know, if I'm gonna have to level a character anyway, may as well do that. In hindsight, as I've already gone over, I think that I should have just done that on my main Demon Hunter, which I ended up doing anyway. I 100%ed all of the quests later on my main account Demon Hunter, or main level 80 DH, regardless, because they're actually a really good way to get gear upgrades. So it's just kind of pointless to heavily prioritize that stuff early on.
I have no doubt it would be, of course.
Let's
Demon souls will power
do this.
Your souls are forfeit.
Ready when you are, dear.
And then, oh yeah, I have to interact with this. Then I turn in the quest.
There we are.
And then we go
Lovely
in.
work as always.
Illidari, the gateway is open. To the
It's been far too long. Far too long.
Welcome to our new home. I've been waiting for this day.
So I'm gonna try and keep an eye on this
We must address the
4 out of 6 completed thing. Because I want to make sure that the moment I complete this infinite research quest, I go back and I pick up a new one. Because infinite research is, like, very heavily limited when you're just starting off. I forgot about that. So I want to be really efficient with the progress I'm making on that. Oh yeah, I didn't really talk extensively about my gear choices. So when it comes to gear in Legion Remix, the most obvious thing is that item level is usually good. The more item levels something has, the more stats it has. But especially at lower levels, there are some breakpoints where something can be slightly higher item level and actually give no additional stats. Now, one thing I'm never really considering, especially at low levels, is the secondaries on this item. So, I eventually will want to generally prioritize Mastery and Crit at, like, higher levels on a Havoc Demon Hunter, but honestly, for a run like this, by that point in time, we'll probably just be going through raids anyway. It doesn't really matter, no matter what happens. The main thing that you want to prioritize is jewelry, and I'll talk about that in a bit more detail once we are able to start unlocking it. But really, your stats tend to average out. Something that I didn't realize on my very first run is there's a lot of different... and yeah, what I'm going to do now, like I said, is now I'm just going to Hearth. It's going to take me back to Dalaran, and this is ever so slightly faster than having to, like, go back through the portal. And what I should have done, actually, is, because this is going to take me to Crassus's Landing. Yeah, I should have set my Hearthstone to Nostwin before I forget. I'm going to do that now. That'll save me a little bit of time later on. So give me a new Hearthstone, don't need that. I'll put this on my bars over there. Okay, crap. It did actually reset my available options. Kill demons is how many again? Is it an excessive amount? Yes, 75. That's not worth it at all. Unfortunately, when you only have a single research objective available, I've noticed that sometimes the free reroll option doesn't appear. I think it's a bug. I have no idea. It's really annoying, though. For now, I'm going to take normal dungeons, and I am actually going to queue for a random time running dungeon, because I have my my Vengeance artifact now. I don't expect that this will be very efficient, unfortunately, but, well, I think it is efficient enough to be worth doing in the confines of this run, right? But in the grand scheme of things, dungeons kind of suck. It's probably not going to be very fast with the average random people that we get, but considering how limited our early options are, I think it will at least be worth including that. Sure, we'll use that, and then, again, want to make sure I'm scrapping my gear, because that will give me weapon item level increases, or at least a chance to get that. Alright. Now we go back to our order hall, and we finish up those quests. Bear with me. I'll finish my explanation over gearing choices in a moment, because we're about to hit, like, a very long series of cutscenes where nothing will be happening. So I may as well get that started and then talk. So, the way that gearing works in Legion Remix, obviously you have the random combination of secondaries. Like I said, that averages out, because a lot of times your different gear pieces have a guaranteed amount of stats of, like, one particular secondary. I don't know exactly the distribution, but it all evens out. Like, there's an equal amount of pieces that will always have... Okay, wow, that was fast. I'm going to wait until this little cutscene happens. But there's an equal amount of pieces that always have haste, some pieces that always have mastery, and some pieces that always have crit. So no matter what you do, gearing-wise, you're going to tend to have an equal amount of the 3 stats. You can balance them out a little bit, but it's never going to be by any significant amount. Yeah, this auto-swaps me into Vengeance, I think. So we're going to switch my artifact. Does it actually really do that? It's so annoying. Okay, but honestly, here's the nice thing. Look, is this guy a level... Okay, he's not a level 20 twink, but he's a level 80 geared character. And I'm basically along for the ride here. This is the main reason why I said this might be worth doing. If I had gotten a really bad, like, group of brand new players, this would have been probably inefficient, but there's always a chance. I said earlier that the chance of this stuff happening is not high, but you never know. You're sometimes going to get a group with somebody who's just going to one-shot everything, where your presence is irrelevant, and we lucked out. We got that here. Some troopers against us. The hammer. Destroy High Mountain, not conquer it. Either way, I'll enjoy every second. I think that's all of the necessary... Yeah. That's all the stuff that really matters. This guy's gonna kill everything anyway. Like, literally, my presence here doesn't matter. So, honestly, I'll keep yapping. Keep talking through my, my logic here. So, basically, if you have a green piece of gear, like, you know, my boots, my gloves here, it doesn't really matter what's on it. For green items, item level is the only thing that is even remotely relevant. However, if you get a blue item, blue items will have a tertiary stat on it. So, leech, avoidance, or speed. When it comes to blue items, I am prioritizing speed. Speed increases, obviously, are kind of nice. They speed up leveling a little bit. I'm not going to lose a ton of item level to take an item that has speed on it, but if I'm gaining, like, 1 primary stat, 1% secondary stat, to get from, like, a blue item to a green item, and I'm losing, like, all of my tertiaries completely, I'm going to keep the blue item that has speed. And purple items are exactly the same as blue items, except they function as if they are ever so slightly higher item level. So, basically, a purple item is not really that special. You can just imagine that it is a blue item that, you know, is a few item levels higher than it's supposed to be at that given level. So, generally speaking, if you have a purple one, you're happy about it. But if you get a higher item level blue piece that has speed on it, you're just going to replace the purple item with the blue item. So, what I'm really hoping for as we get upgrades here is to have purple or blue pieces that have speed, and at lower levels, when secondary stat scaling is really bad, and like I said, some levels you don't even get a single secondary stat or primary stat upgrade, there could be a 3-item level jump and the item is functionally identical. In those cases, that's the only thing that matters. Somewhere in, like, the level 40 range, the stat scaling starts to ramp up really quickly. At that point in time, you're just going to start putting on whatever item gives you the most stats, even if it's green. Because another thing at that point in time is when I'm, like, level 40, I'll have the Demon Hunter passive that makes Mastery give me movement speed. So, once I have that unlocked, I will already be moving fast enough to where any speed increases are kind of irrelevant. Like, with any sort of speed increase in World of Warcraft, it's like, you get diminishing returns past a certain point. Not even necessarily, like, in-game built-in diminishing returns, like, you're unable to move faster. It's just, if you're able to, with a combination of, like, Fell Rush or, like, Infernal Strike or something like that, if you can get from point A to point B in a handful of seconds, then, like, shaving off half a second is just completely irrelevant. It's not going to meaningfully increase your leveling speed, I guess is a good way to describe that. You will level at roughly the same pace as you have been. So, in that perspective, at least, it's better in those cases to just run whatever gives you the most damage, because that is something that you can continue scaling. You won't be able to one-shot mobs pretty much at any point while leveling. So, and actually, I should note, if you ever find yourself in a position where you are one-shotting mobs, that is when it is time to turn on Heroic World Tier. And then you will not be one-shotting mobs. So, it's like kind of a moot point, right? You're never going to reach a point, especially while leveling your first character, where your damage will not be able to be scaled further than it already is. And at these levels, like, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Movement speed is much more of a premium, but eventually it will no longer make any difference whatsoever. Right, we get all these quests. That's like a nice big chunk of XP, because that's like skipping all of the mission stories. And now we're going to do the Loremus roleplay. How close am I? Yeah, okay, I just barely hit level 17. Alright, sure. Technically, I could have turned in my infinite research thing, but that would give me 1% additional experience from all of that. Is that worth it? No, it's not. It's really not that big of a deal. So I'm not going to worry about that too much. Okay, here. Technically, I lose a little bit of speed, but that's fine. That's a decent item level increase. That's replacing a green item with a blue item. We're going to crack open all these boxes and see what I get. Blue gloves, that's nice. Blue boots, that's nice. Like I said, we don't want to replace a blue item with a green item. So here, this is an item level 46 cloak. 3 agi and then 4 of each secondary. This is an item level 40 cloak, so slightly lower. I would be gaining 1 agility, but is 1 agility going to meaningfully increase my damage? No, it is not. It will not make a difference. So at these levels, there's almost no situation where you replace a blue or higher item with a green. We're going to replace that. Epic belts, very nice. And then we're going to open this. That is an epic helmet, and it has speed. Love to see it. Also, you got these buff scrolls. They give you increased power. So yeah, Mark of the Wild and Fort here. I'm not going to use them just yet, because obviously if I use them right now, like, what would I be buffing? Like, mostly roleplay quests. But when we get into the meat of the questing, that's when I'll use these, and I want to make sure they're on my bars, whenever that happens. Okay. So that is the entirety of the Demon Hunter campaign that you're going to do while leveling. This Fellblood quest takes way too long to complete. There technically are spots where you can dedicate it, farm it out, and theoretically have it done before you reach max level. But it's just not efficient. It's just one of those things that we've done all the really good stuff as part of the Class Order Hall campaign. We stop there. There's no reason to continue it onwards. Now we're just going to do regular quests. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. That. When do I have... I should have Throwglaive already, right? I do, yeah. So we're going to turn this in. Now what do I have? Kill demons, normal dungeon. Do I get my reroll yet? Yes, okay. This time it did not bug out. I can get a full reroll. Perfect. The only problem is, so general training, I just want to quickly show it. These give the most XP by far. You can see here I'm getting 11,000 experience from completing this one. If I go back, if I pick normal, what's it called? I hate this stupid bug where it just doesn't pick up the quest. This is 7,000 experience, so a lot less. It does give a bit more bonus experience, so the difference is actually a little bit smaller than you may expect. But then for comparison, let's look at another, like, just random dungeon, Neltharian's Lair. How much would this give me? 5,000. And then this is, like, the Neltharian's Lair one is, like, the baseline amount that you can expect. General training ones are by far the best infinite research quest to do alongside raids. So we're going to prioritize this. Now, as much as I would want to do the Heroic World Tier one, I know for a fact that right now I am not strong enough to kill the vast majority of mobs in Heroic World Tier. I'm not going to worry about that just yet. What I believe will happen is that world quest will still be sitting there, or infinite research quest will still be sitting there for later. So I can go about my business. I can do all of this stuff to complete that infinite research in normal World Tier, and then I can come back and grab the Heroic one later on. So I'm not, like, in any real rush to do that immediately and potentially waste time. Alright, Flight to Val'sharah taken. Sure.
How may I help?
You can technically skip this, and I would say that it saves, like, a minute or two if you skip it by, like, flying there manually. But I have a lot of yapping to do. I have a lot of inventory management to do. I actually, yeah, I need to turn in, or I need to enable this real quick. I'll vendor that, sure. Can't do that right now. We're gonna organize my bags real fast. Just so I know what to do now. And I'll add the scroll to my bars, even though I won't be using it as well. I'm going to add the meteorite to my bars. I also don't think I'll need to use that. I have a Drake treat now, so I can use that if I need to fly. But yeah, this is technically not as big of a time loss as you may think, primarily because it gives you a tiny bit of additional experience, but it also gives you another box, and every bit of gear upgrade that you can get at this level will make a difference. If you don't take the Flightmaster flight, you can still fly directly to Val'sharah, abandon this quest, and start the questline manually there, but you don't get to complete this additional quest. So it's technically faster in the grand scheme of things, but it also just doesn't really matter that much, so we're just going to do this, and it lets me take a sip of coffee. Another thing that I can do is I can spend points here. So I want to get the fall damage reduction. That one's really nice. And we'll get speed rating. I'll get stamina while we're at it now. Alright, sure.
I must protect the wild.
We hop on Malfurion's back. Can I open boxes? I cannot open boxes while riding Malfurion, unfortunately. I need to remember to do this ASAP. I'm actually... Yeah, oh, that's a good idea. I should put this on my bars somewhere. That way, if I ever have one, I remember to consume it. It's like, really not a big deal. 1% increased experience. It will not add up to much, but I should remember to use it sooner rather than later.
Make ready, hero. We shall soon stand in the presence of the Lord of the...
And then as we get to this objective, Malfurion will dismount, and yeah, now we're going to have a moment anyways.
Follow me.
Malfurion, thank the loon you've come.
It is good to see you again.
We get an increase.
Something's happened. He was in the dream,
Down.
but now he won't wake. We cannot
Yeah, as long as it's a blue item, I'm probably going to replace it.
we don't know.
What is this? Shoulders. Yes. Scroll there, add the scroll to my bars.
How might nature serve?
And nice. Epic Bracers. I already had Epic Bracers, but we'll always take a slight item level increase. And then we return to Lord Lethal. I'm going to wait a little bit to scrap all of this stuff, partially because I'm sure there's going to be some roleplay questline later on where I'll have a good moment to stop and scrap everything. I also, it just occurred to me, the Legion Assault is active right now. I don't actually think the Legion Assault is worth doing while leveling. It gives okay experience, but it doesn't really meaningfully progress anything that you can't just do at max level. And especially, like, the end scenario takes so long to get into that, I don't know, the amount of experience that it gives is just trivial, in my opinion. I've been meaning to go and do a test on, like, 400% increased experience to figure out exactly how much it rewards compared to other activities. But in the limited testing that I have done, I've just found it to be not good. So I'm not going to be prioritizing it as part of this run, at the very least. And if you want to do it, it's up to you. But another thing is, to actually enable the invasions, I need to go complete the Uniting the Isles quest in Dalaran. And I deliberately did not do that now, because there's a quest later on where I'm going to have to do that anyways, so I'm just not going to waste my time. I'll eventually complete it, but there's no reason to do that right now. That's... Whoa! That's pretty nice. Just a random purple. Take that. Actually, I want the speed in that case. And yeah, we don't place any of that. I'm gonna prioritize doing the quests. Have I killed enough harpies? Yeah, I think I've killed enough. Yeah, a decent amount of harpies. Interesting. I do not remember. Oh, you know what? This might be part of the invasion? Because I'm doing, like, no damage to it. I think that's what it is, actually. I'm gonna say, I don't remember there ever being a rare mob here. So I guess I'll tag it. I'll get, like, kill credit or something. These other people seem to be killing it. And then, as I wait for them to kill that, you can run over here, break these eggs. Now, I should note that in my solo speedrun, one thing I did is bonus objectives like this, I tried to get them to like 99% and then save them until level 70 to make the scaling easier. Obviously, in this particular run, I'm just going to be doing raids at the later levels, as I said before. So there's just no reason to do that kind of saving stuff. You're just going to do the stuff as you get to it. There's no reason not to. Okay, it doesn't look like I got anything special from that. Oh well. Not really that important. I shouldn't be interacting with these nests, come to think of it. Because if I want to complete the bonus objective, it's just better to kill mobs or run over the eggs, because they're faster. What level do I get Bellblade? It is... yeah, it's still a good bit off. It's fine. I mean, like, early Havoc,'s not that bad. Let's kill these two mobs just because I have I-beam up. May as well. And then, is this enough to complete it? Hang over these eggs? Yes. Alright, perfect. That is level 18. Let's take Charred Warblades, just a little bit of self-healing. I'm gonna turn this stuff in. Yeah, I'll turn this stuff in. There's, like, theoretically a case to be made for saving the turn-in until later so that I can get, like, better gear upgrades from it. But, honestly, I don't really feel it would matter that much. My gear is fine, and I'm not going to be leveling up fast enough for my gear to be replaced at, like, a, you know, significant speed. Is that... yeah, these items are basically exactly the same, so yeah, I'm just not going to worry about it. We'll keep the epic one.
What brings you here?
Alright. What item level is my weapon? Yeah, so one thing that I honestly don't know for sure, just because it's kind of a hard thing to get accurate testing for, is how exactly scrapping an artifaction sand works. What I think happens is that if you scrap an item and your weapon item level is at like a lower point relative to where it should be, then it has like a higher and higher chance to give you additional artifaction sand. I think that includes any items that you've been sitting on in your bags for a while, but I don't know. It's, like I said, it's very hard to say for sure. Interesting. I was curious what that was, but I guess I can't use it. But I think what I'm going to do is... yeah, I can think of a very particular quest that I will get in, like, 2 minutes or so, where I'm going to have to wait for, like, 5 seconds on roleplay regardless. So I'll scrap at least a handful of items during that. I think, like, the whole, like, min-maxing thing that I'm describing, it doesn't really mean or make that much of a difference. So if it doesn't matter that much at all, then it's probably best to just prioritize scrapping items during roleplay like that. Because that, I can at the very least guarantee, is going to save me time. Also, shout out to the person in my 1 hour, 12-minute run who pointed out that I could get a bonus quest item by killing that mob. I still think that it probably was worth it in that particular case to skip it, because I was playing a druid, so I could just interact with the totem and skip the need to kill that guy entirely. But they were correct, so it was a good call on their part. Gotta be careful with Fel Rush here. So I would like to not pull these guys, but I also want to use my Fel Rush. This is the thing I was talking about. There's a little bit of roleplay here. Gonna use that. And then we're just gonna scrap. Okay, so some of my add-ons are working on Europe. The one that auto-scraps low item level stuff is working correctly. So I'll just go through all of this stuff quickly. And then the rest of it we'll take care of later.
Give me a moment to catch my breath, hero. Long years of vigil have taken their toll.
This is 5. Yeah, I'd rather have the one with speed. And all the rest of the stuff is the same. I'm gonna chuck these gloves over there. That way I can keep track of which items are old ones that I want to scrap eventually. And which ones are new that could potentially be an upgrade. Here. Also, how I want to handle this. So at level 20, I definitely want to go back to Dalaran. I don't believe I've gotten a Nostwin's voucher yet. Yeah, I haven't. It feels kind of unlucky. I feel like I should have received one. So, if I don't have a Nostwin's voucher, that's going to make it really awkward to go back to Dalaran, because then I won't have the instant teleport back. And it's like, obviously I could set my Hearthstone here, and then like Dalaran Hearthstone, which does work, and then Hearthstone back to Val'sharah, but that is really awkward, because later on in the run, I may want to like alternate between a regular Hearthstone and an Nostwin's voucher to turn in infinite research quests. I do that a lot while leveling my actual characters, like on my main account. Don't necessarily know if that will be necessary, but I also don't want to limit my options, especially when it should be easy enough to get a freaking Nostwin's voucher, man. So yeah, also come to think of it, I didn't get... Okay, I barely got the tag. Thanks. I didn't get any artifacts from sand from all of the items that I scrapped earlier, come to think of it. Shit. I was able to turn that in. And let's just quickly take care of this guy so I'll be able to mount up. And... grab Chaos Nova, physical damage done, and then we'll go over this way. Okay, so I am level 20, yeah, but I still don't have a Nostwin's voucher. On the off chance, by the way, that you're, like, you know, brand new to Legion Remix and you don't know what I'm talking about, Nostwin's voucher is in... I think I normally have meta on Q. My memory's fuzzy. Nostwin's voucher will let you teleport to that Infinite Bazaar area where you turn in all of your infinite research things, and then it gives you an extra action button to teleport back to the location you used it. So it makes it really easy to just, like, go back, turn in your stuff, and then return to your questing. Not having one really limits my, like, routing options. I've gotten a decent amount of random consumable items, but not having any of those really sucks. It's a very common item. So the fact I haven't seen one yet is very unlucky, considering I've gotten, like, you know, drums, scrolls, all that stuff. I think it's 50% when Theon jumps in. Yeah, okay, it's like, yeah, roughly. Okay, we got our first trinket, but it's actually so completely garbage, I don't even want to equip it. It is the only trait that I will never, ever, ever equip. Because it actively actively fucks me over. It's really trash. For now, I'm gonna hold on to purple items, just because, based on, like, low-level scaling, it's unlikely to actually be an increase. But I'll at least give it a glance, just to be sure. Rare mobs are generally not worth doing. There are some cases where if you get a quest that tells you to kill X amount of rare mobs, it could be worth killing one of them. So, okay. Another thing to consider. So I mentioned before that the infinite research quest for self-improvement is the best one. One of the awkward things about it is it does require you to kill a boss. A singular boss. Now, that can be a dungeon boss or it can be a raid boss. Although I wanted to pick up more infinite research quests before I did anything else, I actually think it would be worth it to queue for Rift of Elm at this point. That's just the Xavius LFR. Because Xavius LFR is really, really, really fast. It's just one guaranteed boss kill within, like, 1 minute. Technically speaking, like, the Nithendra wing could be faster. The problem with the Nithendra wing is a lot of times you'll actually get into in-progress versions of that wing after Nithendra is dead. And then it's like multiple minutes to reach the next boss, which I believe is Ursoc. So that can really suck. Or I think the next boss is Elareth Renfrew. I forget the exact order that it works, but I've run into that issue a lot. So generally speaking, the only raid where I would consider to be like really efficient is Rift of Elm. And the other problem is if you're trying to complete those objectives, and you, like, kill Nithendra and then instantly leave, then you'll also receive the 30-minute instance lock. Now, if you don't plan on doing any other instances, then the 30-minute instance lock isn't that big of a deal. So there's maybe a case to be made for, like, I'm doing Xavius right now. I might, like, later on receive another self-improvement quest, and I'll need to kill one boss, and in that case, it might be worth it for me to actually like, go into the Nithendra wing, kill one boss, get the XP from that, and leave. And then if I know for a fact that I don't plan on doing anything else, then maybe that's worth it. Maybe that saves me time. But, I don't know. Again, that's the kind of stuff that we'll just need to play by ear. And I'll just have to decide if that situation occurs, whether it's worth doing LFR, but generally speaking, at, like, low XP values, doing Rift of Elm at some point during your leveling process is probably going to be worth it. So, we may as well queue for it now while we still can. We'll do this to quickly finish the bonus objective. Yeah, that's just my campaign objective. I'll chip away at that over time. And this is where we want to go. Okay.
How may I aid?
This is a cutscene. Yep, and then we just instantly skip that. And then we just... Okay, no, this is not the one where you ride on Ysera. We have to go to the temple first, do stuff here, and then... Yeah. Okay, so... let me really quick... Do I have Expedition Yak on this account? I don't, actually. Okay, that's kind of awkward. I can't vendor anything. At least not easily. It's fine. This one... Yeah, it's an upgrade. Fine, that's an upgrade. That's at least a usable piece of jewelry. Interesting. Okay, so when you equip your first jewelry piece, you get a quest. Ah, okay, actually, that's very good. Glimmering Soul Bloom. I like that. That is basically the same. Alright, I'm gonna scrap some stuff here. And... Okay, yeah, now I'm starting to get Artifaction Sands by scrapping everything. then because I don't have Grand Expedition Yak, I'm just gonna delete that stuff to clear space on my bags. Still no Nostwin's voucher, so it's not worth it for me to go back just yet. Because I don't have the infinite research completed, you might be like, oh, well, why do I want to go back? But then you get a bonus research assignment at level 20, and then every 10 levels afterwards. So basically what I'm hoping is if I complete that bonus objective, because it takes like all of 1 to 2 minutes to complete that one. You just fly around, kill mobs in the air. If I complete that, I might be able to get some better options that I can complete as I do quests. But it's not that big of a deal, and it's like, especially because I don't have my existing infinite research quest done, I don't think it's worth it. So the way that I'm currently looking at it is, if I finish, like if Rift of Allen pops, and I finish that, at that point, I should go back no matter what, and I should turn that in and get the new research assignment. Or if I get an Ostman's voucher, I can go and do it early. But until one of those conditions, or both, is met, we just continue questing. Doesn't matter that much. Right, we got credit for Tears of Balloon. And now we just want to keep killing mobs to finish this bonus objective. And this thing has a ton of health relative to those random satyrs. I'll just prioritize killing the satyrs then. Okay, we need... Do we need still root samples? No. Okay, it's just the bonus objective now. So I'm gonna just kill a bunch of satyrs to finish that, and then they also give me demon blood for the demon hunter quest, so that's nice. And okay, we finished that, perfect. Swing by and grab this. That is the breadcrumb to the Bradensbrook section of the questline. Separate part of the campaign, so I don't need to worry about that right now, but while I'm in the area, I'll go ahead and get that. Now we get to ride Ysera, finally. Don't hit a tree. I hit a tree. It's fine. Cutscene. Ride Ysera. Alright. Talents. At this level, probably deflecting dance, then parry chance. At 2 more levels, or no, I guess it would be 3 more levels. Yeah, so level 25 I get Footblade. We're close. Can't do those. Yeah, unfortunately, the stupid LFR bug has never been fixed. It's crazy that, by the way, this has been happening since day 1 of Legion Remix, this LFR Q bug. Has not been fixed. Just, they give such little shit about fixing any really annoying bugs in this game mode. It's kind of frustrating. That is a very good necklace. Okay. Yeah, so this is probably a good point to mention, that as far as jewelry is concerned, the literal only thing that matters is the trait that the jewelry has and the quality of it. So all that stuff I mentioned earlier for, like, how to, like, what you should prioritize for gear, none of that applies to jewelry. Item level means absolutely nothing. The only thing that item level on jewelry does is gives you additional stamina. And stamina really doesn't matter at all while leveling. If you're gonna die, you're basically either invincible or you're just gonna get 100 ode. A tiny bit of additional stamina will not make any significant difference in your survivability while leveling. So that is just not even remotely something that you should consider at all. Then, as for what you should prioritize, higher quality is generally good. The way that it works is, you can see here, you get 1 additional rank of whatever the given trait is at green. At blue, you get 2 additional ranks. At purple, you get 3 additional ranks. So, regardless of item level, any item level purple item is 3 times as powerful as any item level green item. That is just how it works, because each rank basically gives, a stacking value of whatever that trait is. There's obviously different breakpoints right? But that is generally speaking how you can think about it. Alright, now we can go inside this cave. So basically, getting Glimmering Soul Bloom, which is one of the good traits, on purple this early is really, really good. That is like a massive boost for me. And this is also one of the good necklaces, so that is also very good. It's not purple, but blue is still... I mean, it's twice as good as the... what's it called? It's twice as good as if I were to get a green version. So we will take what we can get there. I'm going to just remix time here to get my cooldowns back a little bit faster. Cool. And then I'm going to run out of the cave, talk to you, Sarah. Whenever there's another bit of roleplay, which there should be plenty, as we approach, like, the Taranda quests, I will open up the artifact and talk through what all of the best traits are while leveling. Now, obviously, if you're watching this for fun, and you've already played a lot of Legion Remix, you probably already know that. And it's not going to come as much of a surprise to you, but obviously I'm sure that many people who just like watching my speedruns will be watching this for fun, right? All of my explanations throughout this run are going to be under the assumption that the person watching this is completely brand new to Legion Remix, they haven't played it at all, and they're trying to watch this to get an idea of how they should save time during their first leveling run. So I'll give you a walkthrough of like what all the good traits are. And I'll also take a moment to talk about which traits are always really good while leveling and at max level, and which ones are like more so just like, hey, this is good while leveling, but at max level it falls off. Because there are some examples of differences there. Yeah, so you'll notice, by the way, that there's a bunch of side quests we can pick up there. And there are some quests to kill harpies in this general area. Technically speaking, you could do them, but it's in my opinion, like, not really worth it. Because it doesn't directly overlap. It's not like, oh, you're just passively going to do those side quests while doing this Taranda roleplay thing. Jesus Christ, I hate this stupid bug. The worst part is that it makes that noise every time. So it's just such a fucking pain in the ass. I'm actually, you know, this is so annoying. I'm just gonna mute my audio until this finishes doing its stupid bullshit. Just because if I'm already annoyed listening to this nonstop, I can only imagine how annoying it is as a viewer. Right, where I'm used to it. I'm numb to it, basically. But it's such a pain. Okay, I'm gonna wait to turn this in just because I don't want to, like, risk the roleplay breaking. If Taranda's roleplay finishes or whatever. So, we're just gonna make sure that I get all this properly. Alright, and then we're gonna take the quest. Perfect. And I'm just gonna quickly start the roleplay here. Come on, fucking work. I don't know why that didn't... Normally, if you tag them with any amount of damage, it auto-starts the roleplay, but for some reason it didn't. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. Also get a health stone. Cool. I think this should persist after I leave the instance, so this is just a nice little survivability benefit for the rest of the run. This is remotely worthwhile. And you can see here that, like, my damage is completely insignificant. There's going to be somebody here, I'm sure, who will just one-shot everything. Yeah, there we go. I'm actually doing more damage than I would have expected. But, like, look at this. My damage breakdown. It's, like, entirely volatile magics, this trait. The getting good traits is really, 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 really impactful for efficient leveling. But honestly, a lot of the people here are probably, like, half AFK, because that's what I do on a lot of my characters. Like, the Xavius trash is... There's not really many ways to speed it up, so I'll half AFK, I might press, like, one AoE button, and then when the boss appears, I just, like, one-tap it. Yeah, you can see here. Now we have players who are using their abilities and everything's just instantly dying, so... It's a shame that I still don't have a Nosman's voucher, but I'll make do if I absolutely need to. Trying to think if there's, like, a way that I can bypass it. I really don't want to have to set my Hearthstone, but What I could do. I just had an idea of something that actually would work quite well. Should be fine. Yeah, can do that.
The nightmare has corrupted
I'm assuming somebody's just gonna kill Xavius in like 2 seconds, probably. Any second now. Okay, this is definitely not an instant Xavius kill like I'm used to, but you can see, he's still dying. It's not a big deal. That's kind of why, like, LFR... Oh, and there we go! Yeah, Touch of Death. Is that guy? You level 20 Twig! Let's go! I just noticed. Wow, he has a lot of health. My level 20 monk has more, but... Alright, somebody who's following in my footsteps. Let's go. Love to see it. Sometimes that happens. So, it's, every now and then you'll get a fast clear. Alright. Let's reorganize this real quick. Smart artifact from sands. Still nothing good there. It's annoying. I definitely want to turn in this stuff now. My infinite research quest. There is an innkeeper here, yeah. So I said I didn't want to do this, but whatever, is what it is. It's just gonna save me time. So we'll head back to Dalaran. Lob our starting Hearthstone. Take this portal. And yeah, before I do anything, I'm gonna go over here and we're gonna pick this up, and then we're gonna turn this in. And then also, I want to remember to use my Resonant Memento. Okay, nice. So we have another normal and heroic quest here. Interesting. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up the normal one for now. Yeah, I'm going to pick up the normal one now. And I'm going to do this. We're going to grab a jewelry. Please be a good one. It is dog shit. Unlucky. It's fine. That's the other really bad jewelry piece. It's whatever. It's whatever. And I'm going to scrap all my stuff now. Get some artifact from sand going. Alright. I got one upgrade. It's good enough. I'm not going to turn in that quest just yet. We'll do it in a second, but we're going to be back here very shortly. So there's no real rush to turn in any of that stuff. And now we're just going to do some dragon riding. As I float down there, we're going to spend talent points. So, okay, actually, it's level 26 when I get Fellblade, because at level 25, I'm actually going to take Accelerated Blade. And then at level 26, I'm going to take Fellblade, and then I'm going to respec into Demon's Bite. So, one of the best areas to get the flying demons and to get, like, the floating time motes is this section of Siramar. There's just so many demons flying around. So this is why earlier I was saying I was hoping to line this up with one of the regular infinite research quests to just kill or collect time motes. That didn't happen, but honestly, it's not a big deal. And considering the options that we have available to us are the... are 2 different self-improvement quests. That is very good RNG, so I'm not going to complain. I'd much rather have 2 different self-improvement quests available than have, like, 1 additional time mode quest that I can line up with this stuff. There's normally another pack of flying demons there. I'm guessing somebody else took it out. The flying demon spawns are shared across multiple players. They have a relatively fast respawn, but it's not instant. So if somebody else just finished a loop, might take you a little bit. Drive by there. Now, normally, I would keep flying over there. There's a lot of demons in that area. But we don't have a Noswin's voucher, so we can't very easily get back. So I'm just going to do a full loop. All the way back to Dalaran. Just full circuit. And there's always a lot of little bats over Felsoul Hold. Not those bats, although they are a thing. Somebody cleared out all of them. Fuck. Yeah, you can even see the motherfucker down there. Cleared out all the bats. That's not good. Wow. I've never seen an entire area just completely wiped out of the flying mobs. That fucks me, kind of. Wow, every single area is completely devoid of flying enemies. This is unprecedented. It's a good thing that this isn't a super serious speedrun. This area around Narthlos Academy also is normally pretty good. Okay, there's some over here, but it's actually also been partially cleared out. Holy fuck. That's, that sucks. It's fine, though. We can get this. Alright, what we got there in the end? Now we can take a nice loop back over to Dalaran. Take Accelerated Blade. And this should get me to 26, and then I can just very easily respec into all my Fellblade stuff. Go. Is there a portal? Okay, there's a portal at the other bank. Take that. And turn in this quest. Alright. Well, that fucking sucks. It re-rolled my options, so I didn't get the, Yeah, so now I don't get the Heroic World Tier version of that quest. It's fine. Like I said, the difference is negligible, and we do have normal Emerald Nightmare here, which is, like, basically the next best option. So, fine. We're fine. Now I'm going to turn in this quest. I was going to save this because, you know, my logic was we're about to get the thing that says complete quest in Heroic World Tier, and then we could do all that stuff. Now I'm going to get a bunch of gear upgrades, so I want to sort through this. Okay, yeah, we don't want that. Shattering Soul Mark, that's decent. Lots of pants. Alright. At least one of them's solid enough. And we scrap these. Artifact Trim Sand from that. How am I looking in terms of upgrades here? Yeah, because my... Like, normally it auto... spends upgrades. I have an add-on that's supposed to do that. It does not seem to be working here. But now, at the very least, we need a lot of infinite power to unlock this ability. Like I said, that's probably not going to happen until later. But that's okay. Now, I am in a little bit of a weird position here. What do I do? I did not expect to get the Emerald Nightmare quest this early. And because of the whole Rift of Alm shenanigans... Honestly? Honestly, I think there's a case you made for because of my current situation, right? It actually makes sense to just do Emerald Nightmare right now. I'm going to try and wait until later to do the other raids. I'm definitely going to wait until, like, much, much later to do... why can I... Do I have to, like, escort to Rhonda or something? Probably something like that. Follow Malfurion's trail. Yeah, it's probably some dumb shit where, like, I need to pick up the quest and then follow along with Tyrande, and then because I left, it, like, broke the quest line. Whatever. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Okay. So normally, yeah, like I said, I was going to save the quest till later. I'm going to form my own group. So, Norm, Ian,
The path splits. Wait, what is that?
and then we're just going to invite whatever. Rate difficulty normal. You good, Saranda?
Blood. It is still wet. There may still be
It shouldn't take too long to form. I guess it's worth noting, right? Like, it's currently 5:45 a.m. my time. I am on European servers, though. So, like, in theory, it's not, like, a terrible time for them. There should be enough people around. I could try applying to groups, by the way, but, like,
What is that?
in my experience, once you get a handful of people in your group, it fills up very quickly. And I can still do quests and get quest credit while we're in a party. So until we get 5 people, I can just continue questing like normal, and then when somebody applies, I just invite them. And then the moment we hit 5 people and I convert to raid, then I'll just sit at the entrance and just, like, spam invite until we're good to go. But for now, like, it, you know, it doesn't make any difference. See, we'll see how long it takes to fill. Like, admittedly, normally I don't go, like, an entire minute with 0 applicants. Usually a bunch of low-level people apply. So if I'm in a situation where, like, I'm sitting here and I've got literally 0 apps in, like, 5 minutes or something, then I'll be like, okay, maybe do I just apply to a group or something like that? But I will... We'll see. I can also change my role to tank. I don't know, that might, like, you know, mind games people into applying, even though it makes literally 0 difference whatsoever. I have no idea if that is what caused it, but that's funny that the moment I do that, somebody applies. It works, it works. Why did it set me back to fucking DPS? It's really annoying that it did that. Game's being dumb. Yeah, I got all the corrupted petals I need. Hopefully this person sticks around, because it would suck if it keeps going like, I invite one person and then they leave, I invite another person and they leave, but they typed something in chat. I guess, I don't know if that shows. I think my chat's covered. And of course, because this game is made of fucking, you know, duct tape and string, somehow turning in a quest list to the raid, it just blows my mind how fucking shoddy and dog shit this game is half the time. The amount of times I get randomly delisted in LFG is just it. You would think, you know, it's been over a month now. Maybe some of these Legion Remix bugs could get fixed. Maybe, just maybe. They have, like, extremely long maintenance every single fucking week, every time they release a new phase. Do they spend any of that fixing critical bugs? Nope. I guess critical, technically, is it a critical bug? No. Is it a really annoying bug? Yes. I wish they'd fix it. Man. Anybody? Hello. Are there groups listed? I mean, it looks like there's no other groups up right now for normal EN. Man, is this like a Europe thing? Maybe it's like... I guess it is probably like early morning in Europe right now. So none of them run normal raids this early in the morning. I've never had this much trouble in North America. And I've done this on like brand new leveling characters, so that isn't the problem, but it's definitely really slow right now. Progress. Okay. We now have 5 people. I need to finish this quest before inviting another person, because I don't want to be, like, in the middle of this thing. I will stop getting kill credit for these mobs if we convert to a raid. Almost there. It's just, this is, like, one of the worst quests ever made. So... This is what I meant when I said earlier, like, Val Shira, all of the stuff we've done so far, really efficient questing, really great stuff. It's always worth doing. But then you get quests like this, where it's a fucking buggy mess. Oh my god, it's so awful. There we go. Oh, thank fucking god. Just in time, and then we get 2 people applying. Alright. Woo! That worked out. But yeah, roleplay quests like that are awful. Now we can just... We'll wait to do that later, like I said. And I'll enter the raid. Unfortunately, I don't have any summoning scrolls on this character, so I'm going to have to hope that other people get here and bring summoning scrolls to expedite this process. Fellblade, and then we'll switch to Demon's Bite. Nice, we got at least one 740 player. Okay, that's good. Got enough infinite power to get that achievement. +1 infinite knowledge will help a little bit. How am I on this? Yeah, we're still good ways away from getting that unlocked. I don't know why it keeps switching me back to DPS. Spaghetti code. I have limits, right? That guy literally just, I don't know, got himself boosted to 20 and then was trying to walk in with, like, no items equipped. Would be nice if one of these guys can drop a summoning closet so that we can start getting people here. Just double checking. Yeah, I don't have any summoning scrolls yet, so I can't help with that. I believe that after doing this raid, I should be able to turn on Heroic World Tier. And I think I will remain in Heroic World Tier for the rest of the questing process, because with Fellblade and all this stuff, Havoc is already pretty good. But every single Havoc talent point from, like, here on out is just very, very powerful. You have a lot of really good survivability stuff. You get Soul Rending into Demonic later on. We're very close to getting the Mastery increases movement speed. You're going to get Chaotic Transformation, Blind Fury, Initiative. This stuff is, like, only good later on. But, like, these talents are really good. Looks Can Kill is okay. This is good for Havoc. And then when you get to, like, the Havoc capstones, these, like, all of this stuff down here in both the class and Spectre is just nutty. It is so, so, so good. I don't know why we got delisted. Stupid game. So Havoc just gets better and better and better. One of the also nice things is this will allow me to get 1 infinite knowledge from clearing Emerald Nightmare pretty early on. So that should make the leveling process a little bit easier, since I'm likely to get a good chunk of infinite knowledge that should put me closer towards getting the main power-up, which would be Tempest's Wrath. While leveling, I don't know if I explicitly said that, you're always going to go down the Storm Tree. There was, like, some debate early on about which tree was best for leveling. The Fell Tree is not good for leveling. Fell Tree is really good at endgame, primarily because of Fell Spike and the way that Touch of Malice scales. Really, 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 really good at max level. While leveling, it's just not good. Touch of Malice doesn't give you nearly enough damage to make it worth it, and you don't get Fell Spike until, like, really high levels. For the record, even with max infinite knowledge on, like, my super fast speedrun, I only got to Fell Spike and, like, at level 73 or something like that. With low infinite knowledge, I am not going to reach the end of the tree at all before hitting max level in this run. So the only stuff that matters for the purposes of like early on leveling, solo leveling like we're doing here, is the initial artifact ability and this trait right here. And by far the best passive trait is Terror from Below. Volatile Magics is okay. Light's Vengeance and Souls of the Ka are both very mediocre. It's nice to have as a one of, because with any sort of damage proc like this, the way it tends to work is that you're going to get an internal cooldown when stuff like that procs. So if you have like 5 different mediocre damage procs, it's better than having like one really, really, really powerful damage proc, because it may take like 10 seconds for that damage proc to go off. But if you like touch a mob and you have 5 different mediocre damage procs, on average, like 1 or 2 of them are going to instantly fire off. And if that's enough to instantly kill a mob, you're good to go. You move on to the next mob. So at max level, it averages out, and you basically stack only the 3 best ones. You stack Terror from Below, Volatile Magics, and Touch of Malice. But while we're leveling up, we want to have a good spread. We want to have every single one of these things available. I'm probably going to die here, but it doesn't matter. As long as I'm alive for the boss kill, that is the only thing that really matters. If you're dead for the boss, you don't get the bonus experience. That's really bad. But I could just have instantly released, and we would have been good to go. I'm pretty sure everybody's here. I'm going to be honest, they've had plenty of time to get here, though, so, like... if they're not here, like, that's kind of on them. It's also like, I mean, if you're applying for a group, you should be close by. Every now and then, I expect somebody to be, like, in Dalaran, and they could use a summon, sure. But, okay, everybody's here. Cool. I want to be careful that I don't get, like, autoed and instantly, like, clapped. There's even a case for me to, like, swap to Vengeance. It might be easier to avoid dying. Like, yeah, actually, this is a relatively low-power group. My Fendra took a little bit of time to die. Not a big deal, but it's fine. Another good thing about doing this raid early is I'm going to get a lot of very powerful gear. So that should help. You always get epics from raid bosses. You're not always guaranteed to get a piece of gear, but if it does give you a gear drop, which I'd say happens like 50% of the time, it is always a guaranteed epic. And obviously, you know, the difference between epic and blue, not too big of a deal, but this is going to at least give us stuff that will last a good bit beyond the current item level. So, yeah, it's just nice to have. We finally got an Ostwin's voucher. There we go. Awesome. So, as people just kind of mindlessly clear trash, this is probably a good time to go over the rest of the traits, right? So I said which ones are really good. Like I said, you want to get a good spread of the traits. The early abilities that are really strong, the Dreadlord takes too much time to do its damage. Tempest's Wrath with the buffs is now very, very strong. And also it helps that Terror from Below is by far the best single point AoE damage proc. And single target damage proc. Terror from Below is just very overtuned at the moment. It's very, 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 very good. So getting more points into this is really nice. It scales much better than a lot of the other ones, and Tempest's Wrath just does a ton of damage on a 1-minute cooldown. So low cooldown, you can basically round up whatever you want, obliterate a pack of mobs. Very nice. And the next best one, I would say, is the shield, like the Everdisk. I guess it's not really a shield, right? I think of it as like Holy Shield from what's it called? Plunderstorm, but it's technically like not. You know what I mean? You throw out a disc, it does a lot of damage. It's okay. Prior to the buffs that the Everdisk got, I would say that it was comparable to Tempest's Wrath. But nowadays, honestly, I just think the Everdisk is weaker. I don't think it's worth using. The biggest issue is that, although you can get a lot of value out of it, it's so hard to really control it. And if you're trying to, like, bounce it multiple times to rack up a lot of damage, at that point you may as well switch to the Dreadlord, because the Dreadlord will do more damage over 30 seconds. The problem is, in most cases, everything's just dead by then. By the time that you've bounced the disc multiple times or used the Dreadlord, Tempest's Wrath has already killed everything. And your Terror from Below procs have already done significantly more damage. So it's just not worth it, I find. So we're going to be running Tempest's Wrath the entire way through. The only time when we might switch is if we have no good infinite research options. But one of our infinite research options is something like, I might die here. This is really bad, because unfortunately... okay, thank God. This is a really, really, really dog shit group, by the way. Normally, when I'm running raids, like, when I'm on my main, and I'm helping people with raids, I kill all the trash, because again, if you die, you don't get experience. So these guys are just kind of blitzing through it, killing the bosses, and it's like really, really, really disrespectful to all the people who are trying to level, because you can see there, I almost got killed. If I wasn't already pretty geared for this level, I probably would have died. So that fucking sucks. But at the very least, Ursoc is the only truly dangerous boss. All of the other bosses, the trash, either the trash needs to be killed to access the boss, or the trash doesn't really have a chance of killing a random person. So Ursoc trash drops a lot of, like, raid-wide AoE pulse stuff that can very easily kill you. So it's very scary. We're going to take Scars of Suffering, just for the additional verse. But yeah, so another thing to consider with the jewelry is that certain jewelry traits can only be available in different slots. You can always get 2 of each bonus trait from different jewelry pieces. So, like I said, Terror from Below is the best trait. There's only 2 jewelry slots that can have Terror from Below. There is a ring that can have it. It's called Seal of the Nazjatar Empire. And there is a trinket that can roll Terror from Below, called Lure of the Unknown Depths. So, ideally, by the end of this leveling process, if I were really lucky, I would have a purple Seal of Nazjatar Empire and Lure of the Unknown Depths in these slots. And then I would have, like, a flexible option for all the other ones. For the other trinkets, for the other effects, I guess, I'm a little bit more flexible. Like I said, I would like to have at least 1 of each. So you can have a ring or a necklace for volatile magics, either this necklace or there is a Band of Callous Dominance can roll it. Then for what's it called? Touch of Malice, you can get it on Trinket, Erratically Ticking Talisman, or no, that's a different thing. Some Chaos Talisman as the trinket for this one, and then the necklace is... I forget what the name of the necklace is, but basically it's a necklace and trinket for Touch of Malice. So we'll want 1 of those. The light trait is either this one, Glimmering Soul Bloom, or a necklace, which is... that one is Erratically Ticking Talisman. And... did somebody just jump off? I don't know what that guy's doing. I don't know why he jumped. There was no reason to jump. Whatever. Yeah, unfortunately, because these people are rushing through the raid, most people haven't gotten here, so we are... I think the boss is going to reset, because it looks like, yep, the boss reset. Again, this is the problem when you have a group of dogshit players who are just trying to race through the fucking raid. Stuff like that happens, and then it's like, congratulations, you've just wasted time, because it targeted somebody at the entrance of the room. Admittedly, this particular reset doesn't happen often. But it's just like, why? Why not just wait an extra few seconds for everybody to actually enter the instance? Oh, frustrates me so much. It's just such an unnecessary thing to do. Especially, like, look, if you're gonna walk in here, like, on my main Demon Hunter, I can kill these bosses in literally 5 seconds or less. I walk up, again, happened again. Alright, I mean, at this point in time, this is where I need to start saying to these people, get into the fucking room, or I will... Oh, she's targeting people out of the boss room. Stop pulling till everyone is here. It's not fucking rocket surgery, man. People just AFKing? No, dude! Like, what do you mean people AFKing? You've been spam pulling the boss! The portals don't work if we're stuck in boss combat. Jesus Christ. Ugh, people are so dumb. Are the... Okay, that guy hit no, but he actually is here. This person actually is AFK, so I will boot them. Everybody else appears to be here. Alright. Should be fine now.
This time I'm ready for your treachery.
Ah, this is the messiest Emerald Nightmare normal I have ever seen. Crazy shit. I will say, it is insanely unlucky that that her leap in the air picked a person out of the raid group 2 times in a row. I've never seen that happen. Because it just selects a random person. So it has an equal chance of picking somebody who's standing right next to her and somebody who's outside. So that is very unlucky, I will admit. But also, just fucking wait. Ay, ay, ay. With some of the stuff. Some nice upgrades.
What horror is this? A tumor of nightmare infecting a world tree, here in the reflection of the Titan's own playground. If this seed takes hold, the roots of its infestation will wind their way into the heart of Azeroth. The nightmare would devour our world, claiming everything, everyone. This must not come to pass.
Yeah, you guys can't see chat, but like everybody's like bickering, saying kick XYZ person. Which, by the way, one of the nice reasons to be your own group leader is if people are being, you know, stupid, annoying pieces of shit, you can just kick them. I can just remove anybody who's being a piece of shit. So if they keep sitting here and bickering amongst themselves, I'll just kick both of them. I don't give a fuck. I'm so fucking tired of this shit, man. I just want to fucking clear the raid. Ugh. It's just such a fucking pain. Who is actually not here? It looks like everybody actually made it on time. So at this point, now after the whole fucking Elrith Renfrill incident, everybody's like accusing each other of being AFK. Hold on. Okay, I was gonna ping the druid and. Ay ay ay. Man, I'm sitting here like, yeah, chill normal raid run. I guess I could sit here and yap about fucking traits, and it turns into this fucking disastrophe. Oh, silver lining, right? It's not a serious speedrun, and at least you guys all get to sit here and laugh at the bullshit that I have to deal with. Although, to be fair, it's not like this would ever happen off the recording anyway, because these days, whenever I do normal Emerald Nightmare, I solo it. Because I always just drag along my level 20s on my alt account, and I just don't want to have to deal with other people. So, yeah, it's never even a concern. Hello, dude. It's just, guy's fucking asleep at the wheel. He's just... the fucking boomkin brain, man. Look at, he's targeting the eye. He's just fucking going to town. He's gonna kill the eyeball. Mechanics don't matter to him. Oh my fucking god. Oh. Is he like? He doesn't even have high burst. He's not even doing any damage to it. He's just fucking blasting. No thoughts, head empty, target the eyeball, slam wrath. Jesus Christ. Oh. We're getting some good upgrades. I don't think we've received a duplicate piece of gear so far. I've gotten a few different slots already, and actually, it's been 4 pieces of gear across 5 bosses, so that's pretty good. That is actually quite good.
Pray that purging the nightmare's corruption buys us enough time to defeat the Legion and catch our breath.
What was I saying? Was I yapping about? Right. Yeah, so
The depths.
basically,
Behold, the
we want, like, as far as what jewelry I'm going to use as I continue leveling up, we want a good spread of traits. The exact traits are kind of irrelevant because it's like I said earlier, we kind of just need to use whatever I get. In a perfect world, I very early on get like a full set of really good purple traits, and we use that until level 80. In practice, that's probably not going to happen. So, while yes, Terror from Below is really good, if I get like a green Terror from Below ring, and later on I get like a purple Volatile Magics ring, I will use the purple Volatile Magics ring over the Terror from Below one. But we'll have to see what we get. So, like, for instance, Glimmering Soul Bloom. I said before, this is really, really, really good. In theory, in my trinket slot, I am able to get Terror from Below, and I'm able to get, what's it called? Touch of Malice. And both of those are very, very, very good. I would ideally want to use both of them. At max level, those are the two things that I use. I use Terror from Below and... why is this guy being a dick?
Would that I could fight at your side.
You know what? I am kind of fucking tired of this guy. Get out of here.
My bond with the Emerald Green gives me
Like, multiple people have been telling me to kick this guy because he's AFK, but now he's actually just being a belligerent piece of shit in raid chat. Like, get out of here. I don't think he is actually AFK, but that's not why I'm kicking him. Somebody messaged me, did you kick him for that? If so, thank you, heart. Okay, hey, we got another Glimmering Soul Bloom. I mean, not really that impactful,
we must put
but,
an end
whatever.
say the word, and I will take us into the heart of that twisted place.
Let's take it. It's an upgrade. Whatever. Would have liked a different trait. That's fine. But yeah, so because the only thing that I could get that would be better than Glimmering Soul Bloom is if I get 2 purple traits, specifically of, if I get a purple Touch of Malice and a purple Terror from Below, then I would replace Glimmering Soul Bloom. You can also get Souls of the Ka, but like, it's really not that good. This is the weakest one by far. If you're gonna drop one of the traits, you drop Souls of the Ka. It does very little damage, so it used to be that Souls of the Ka did more damage than Glimmering Soul Bloom, but they standardized the damage between a lot of these traits. For some reason, I don't really know why. And now, Glimmering Soul Bloom just does the same damage, but, like, it also heals. And, like, the tooltip is just for the base version of the trait, by the way, if you're confused. So, yeah, I don't know. It's... People are still arguing in raid chat. I think right now, everybody's just pissed off at, like, the other guy for what he said. But he's already out of the raid, so, like, obviously, I think they're just arguing with him, not realizing that I already kicked him. Whatever. For the record, it doesn't really matter, because he could always just, like, go back in here and kill Xavius on his own. Which, like, you know what? If you're gonna... I just... Like, what is the type of mentality of a person who just, like, joins a random pug raid in Legion Remix and just decides to be a fucking asshole in chat? Like, why? Why be like that? I don't know. It's just... such a strange mindset that some people have.
Xavier succeeded. His corruption would have overwhelmed Azeroth, giving rise to a living nightmare.
Well, that's Emerald Nightmare done, at least. That's one raid out of the way. One of the nice things about doing this stuff early is... I was kind of worried about, like, what level I should stop and do raids towards the end. Because obviously I want to get all of the raids done, but I wanted to save them for when, like, the XP values were really shitty. But the more raids we get done early on, the better the odds that we don't overcap on XP. We're actually able to fit everything in. The person who messaged me earlier is thanking me for kicking that guy who's being a dick. Thank you for restoring my faith in good/kind people. Which, like, I mean, I don't know about that. All I did is kick some asshole out of a fucking normal Emerald Nightmare pug, which they deserved. But, like, you know, I don't know if that makes me a good/kind person. I feel like that's just what everybody would do. I'll fucking take the compliment, though. Let's scrap all this stuff. Stuff. Yeah, so now I can almost certainly turn on Heroic World here. Still missing one jewelry piece, but is that enough to... Yeah, by the way, full normal raid clear, still not enough infinite power to afford this. Now, what I can do, if I'm close to being able to afford it, I can spec out of some of these, like, unimportant traits. In fact, let's see. Is that enough? It actually might be. I want the primary stat there. Yeah, it is enough, actually, so we're going to do that. Perfect. So now we get Tempest Wrath. Now... Okay, yeah, I can do this. So I'm going to go use my Noswin's voucher. We're going to turn that stuff in. I'm also going to reset my Hearthstone back to Noswin over here, so that later on in the run we can do that. This also works out quite well because I am now level 30, so I'm going to be able to pick up another one of the quests from that guy over there.
So much knowledge waiting to be gleaned.
You got extracurriculars, that's good. Unfortunately, we're almost at our limit for infinite research. Now, I can't remember if this is the case, but I believe that we'll get an achievement to increase our cap soon. I think that's how this works. Give me a new set of research assignments. Okay, hey, that's good. We got another... Yeah, we do get the promotion. Okay. So... How does this work? Does that increase my cap? I thought that's supposed to increase my cap. I guess not. Hold on, let me look at this. Increased infinite research capacity. It says it is. Maybe this, like, display just doesn't update immediately. I don't know. We'll figure it out in a second. Okay, so we're gonna take this. Yeah, it shows us capped out. Now, I hate this stupid... There's so many random UI bugs like this. It just immediately cancels itself. We're gonna turn this in. Okay, so my cap hasn't been increased. I wonder... Okay, so it's... I gain 2 new tasks every day. So now I can pick up 2 new ones. That's what the cap means. But I don't actually get to hold more right now. Now that's fine. Because I will, as I level up, I will get more quests. Like, you get this one, rare mobs. So now... I want to be hunting down rare mobs in the open world. I should go out of my way to kill them. Okay, that's good. Sure. Some slight upgrades there. We are getting a little bit unlucky with jewelry at this point in time. Like, I'm still missing an entire ring, so that kind of sucks, but it's fine. I'm trying to think about how I want to handle this. I think there's not much to be done right now. It's just, you know, it is what it is. let's see. I need to kill a boss in Heroic World Tier or higher.
Let's get to work. Any disturbance
We're doing this to turn in Uniting the Isles.
give it a poke or something. Be mindful of your
Just because that actually gives decent experience. And then we can do the Suramar intro.
Of the Shaldarai, the Nightborn. First
Uh,
witnessed in the court of Suramar, my people have made a dire pact. One that spells.
I'm trying to think about how I want to do this.
Time is short. If you have found this message, you are capable of finding me as well. Make haste for Suramar. You may be our last hope. Ithnala Kanesh.
I need a moment to think. This is kind of the problem with runs like this. I basically need to recalculate the route in my head as we go. But the time that it takes me to think about this will be worth it. Okay. Alright,
I'm glad you're here.
I think I know what to do.
Be careful, champion. The land of Suramar.
The problem is, it's
10,000
so hard to remember exactly how all of the different, like, restrictions work, so the lack of different good infinite research quests really hurts. Infinite research is really good, and we want to have as many as possible. Which means I want to finish the rare mob quest. Getting that done is going to be really impactful. Which means I need to prioritize killing rare mobs. But getting a lot of rare mobs easily is... It's not a thing. You can't very easily kill lots of rare mobs. But there are certain rares that are easier to kill than others, but they are not necessarily super easy or efficient to kill on Heroic World Tier. So I set back to normal World Tier. I take a small detour to kill a bunch of rares here. And then, after taking this small detour, I can use my Hearthstone to return to Dalaran to turn back on Heroic World Tier, and then use my Noswin's Voucher to get back to Val'Sharah to pick up where we left off. And overall, I believe that is going to be worth the time that I spend doing this stuff. I believe that would be worth it in the long run. Yeah! Oh my god! Holy shit! Alright, I take back all of the complaints I just said about not getting good jewelry pieces. We not only got a blue jewelry piece, it's the exact one that I was looking for, that I was talking about earlier. Holy! Holy! Woo! Alright. Woo! Man, like, remember when I said earlier that, like, I'm not gonna have, like, a sense of urgency? This is kind of the thing. Whenever I do speedruns like this, like, I'm not even necessarily trying to go fast, but it's just, it's so fun trying to, like, figure out and, like, optimize something like this, because this isn't, like, a type of speedrun that I've been able to do. It's actually, you know, it's such a shame. This is one of the things that bums me out a little bit about Legion Remix. This is actually kind of fun. I actually kind of enjoy this aspect of speed leveling. If this is what Legion Remix speed leveling was like, I'd probably be doing, like, a shitload of random speedruns. But the problem is, this is just so much slower than any of the boosting methods when you get to 400% that it's just... Whenever I do something like this, it needs to have a practical reason. I get so bored trying to optimize something that I feel adds no practical value. But this has practical value, right? This is like actually contributing a meaningful blueprint that people can use to efficiently level their very first character. So I feel like it is worth my time to try and optimize this process. But, like, I don't know, there's only so much that you can really optimize this within reason. So I'm not gonna, like, go crazy trying to do it, but... I don't know, it's just a shame. Like, in Mock Remix, it actually felt more worthwhile for me to try and optimize this, because, like, there was only a limited amount of, like, starting experience values that you could get. So it tended to be better for solo leveling than Legion Remix is, whereas the fact that there's, like, no real incentive to go out of your way to do any of this stuff while leveling in Legion Remix, and all that matters is, like, getting the 400% bonus, and then once you have it, like, okay, now just go do the most efficient stuff, or get boosted. And that's the best way to level. There's just no real reason to do any of the stuff that I'm doing in this run from your second character onwards. There's some rare mobs here. I want to kill this really quickly. And now we need to go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. They should be respawning right now. Yes, they're back up. I need to kill them before any of them die. I got here just in time. Just in time before the scripted roleplay kills these mobs. Alright. And that's most of them dead. Now, I got a good amount of rare mobs killed there. We're up to 13 out of 15. Because, like, each one of the mobs in this pack counts as a rare. But we're still going to leave the quest for now. I'm not going to complete it, because it doesn't necessarily matter if I do it at this exact moment. I just want to make most of the progress towards that done. Because, like I said before, going out of your way to kill random rare mobs is not really that worthwhile. It's not actually that fast. So I don't want to spend, like, the next however much time during my leveling process going out of my way to kill individual rares. But if I only need to kill 2 more to finish this quest, and I can just do generally efficient questing in Heroic World Tier from now on, and then once I kill those 2 rares, I go back in there and I turn in all the stuff later on, that's much better, I think. Oh, wow. Oh my god, I got Band of Callous Dominance. Okay. It's only green, but that's still better than Jeweled Signet. Okay, we are doing really good gear-wise now. I complained earlier, but now we are off to the races. This is fantastic. Okay, scrap all this. Rid of that. Nice, we got a sand off that. So where were we? And yeah, now one nice thing is because we have world quests, sometimes they will just naturally overlap with whatever it is we're doing. That rare mob died. Unfortunate. Yeah, you can see here, Heroic World Tier, still very difficult. In fact, maybe I enabled it a little bit too early. It also could just be that this Desecrated Ancient is kicking my ass. I'm gonna do my remix time here. I should be, yeah, far enough away so I don't get stunned. Yeah, this is kind of one of the problems. Like, killing rare mobs in Heroic World Tier is really, really, really difficult. This guy, how much do I get in terms of progress? If this gives me a decent amount of progress, that could be good. There's an achievement to kill 50 enemies that gives you infinite knowledge, but we're not going to go out of our way to do that. I will get these totems. Yeah, so keep in mind, damage and health increased by 40%. Okay, yeah, that's kind of yucky. If this person, I couldn't tell if they were actually going to kill that rare mob or not. So the random empowerments can be really nasty. If it's like this one, right, explodes on death, that's doable. Okay, this person is going to kill this rare. They're probably going to kill it really quickly, so I want to join them. Get free credit for it. But if it's like one of those, the like massive health bonus, that would make it really hard for me to solo it. So I want to be very careful with that. You also noticed that bonus quest earlier for killing empowered enemies in Heroic World Tier. We should be able to finish that pretty quickly now. So whenever I next head to the Infinite Bazaar, we'll be able to do that. Alright, nice. That's one rare mob down. We need one more. as part of the Infinite Research quests. New talents. Demonic. Demonic is big. That is really nice. Lyrath Moonfeather. Oh my god, look at these modifiers here. Actually, wait, I'm gonna get my ass kicked. I think? Maybe? We need to do remix time. Okay, wait, I'm actually doing damage. Those swirlies. Oh, never, never mind. There's a level 80. Okay. I was like so surprised. I'm like, wow, I'm killing this guy really quickly. I cast the ability Summon Level 80 Frost Death Knight, and it was super effective. We'll take it. All right, that's all the rare mobs I need, right? Yes. All right, perfect. So the next time that I go back to Infinite Bazaar, we can turn that in. I don't exactly know how that's going to work with the Infinite Research cap. It probably won't give me a new one. I think that's how that's going to work. But that's fine, honestly. It still counts as a separate Infinite Research objective, so I will get credit for that. And all things considered, the vast majority of our Infinite Research quests that we completed were the self-improvement ones, which, like I said, are the best. So we made good use of our limited Infinite Research assignments. What am I doing here? Follow Tyrande into Shalnir. Okay, so this campaign quest I actually do need to abandon, pick up again.
Shalnir is just ahead. You should be ready for whatever foulness awaits us.
So let's put that there. Have I gotten... Here, I'll use some of my scrolls now. I'm going to save the Battle Shout one. But now that we're finally in Heroic World here, it's good time as any to use those buff items.
I have no time for thieves.
No. This... Most of these quest objectives, I think, are you just, like, hit a certain area. And then it... this fucking quest. Yeah, you just have to go to the specific area. I need 2 more Shalnir Druids. This is for the World Quest, which... he said the line! I love that. Where are you, Tyrande? I need you! This guy's fucking beefy. Good. One more Shalnir Druid. There should be one somewhere around this area. Yeah, here we go. Okay, get that. That's the World Quest, since it's mostly overlapping me as well. And then this other stuff, like I said, we just run around, hit the little checkpoint area, and we get quest credit. Here we go. Blind Fury. I wonder what I should put my next point into. It's so weird because there's a lot of really good talents here once you get a lot of the capstone stuff. Because, like, there's so many really powerful Throw Glaive buffs. But Throw Glaive doesn't actually become powerful until you get things like Soul Scar, like... Oh! Hit a... Like, yeah, what is it? So, when you get Soul Scar, Screaming Brutality, this stuff, then, like, retroactively, all of these Throw Glaive modifiers become extremely strong. But until you get that stuff, Throw Glaive is just like, eh, it's an okay pulling tool. but it's not actually something that you want to be pressing. So for now, I think like going down here, probably my next one is, I think Looks Can Kill would be pretty good. Then probably Initiative, then Furious Gaze. Then we probably just take like Trail of Ruin, and then we start filling out this section. So what, like Trail of Ruin, Growing Inferno, Serrated Glaive, because then at least that gives me damage from Chaos Strike. Burning Wounds, we could also take at that point, then we go back, take Furious Throws before going here. And then I'd probably beeline... I'd take Soul Scar first, then I'd beeline Screaming Brutality or something. We'll see. Honestly, only problem for this type of run, by that point we get to all that stuff, we likely will already be in the final raids, Nighthold, etc. So... what's the talent that causes Vengeful Retreat to reset Fellblade? I think that's actually an Eldrazi Reaver talent. I think that, so yeah, I won't get that until much later. Fellblade resets a decent amount on its own, though. Take this, and then we'll get the quest for the Tears of Balloon, Darkheart Thicket. I'm not going to bother doing a heroic dungeon. I would very much like to get a quest done so that I can finish that infinite research. But here's the thing, though. Nice, that's actually a pretty good upgrade. Ooh, this is interesting. Ooh, do I want one rank of Touch of Malice over Ball of Magic's? Not really, honestly. I'll take this just because it's a stamina upgrade. I honestly, yeah, like Touch of Malice is good, and I definitely want to get one of it later on, but not at green and not replacing my necklace currently, which is pretty good. Especially because Volatile Magic's is pretty strong. Ideally, I want to replace this Chattering Soulmark with a Touch of Malice trinket, but obviously there's no guarantee that we find that. So now we do this stuff. This is part of the campaign achievement. So if we go into Legion Remix quests, campaign Val'sharah. So we've done everything except Brayden's Brook, and then the follow-up. This leads into the Black Rockhold section.
What can I do?
And we'll do that. But I want to get a boss kill because I want to get this done. Self-improvement advanced. Now, in theory, I could just hold on to this for quite a while. In fact, yeah, actually, it's not that big of a deal right now. Because if I think about it, like, if I were able to get additional infinite research quests, then obviously I would want to get that completed ASAP and turn it in. But I'm pretty sure that I'm still capped on how many infinite researches I can pick up. I might be able to get more later on, I'm not sure. And I will definitely get more of, like, the automated, like, every 10 levels you get a new quest. So, yeah, it's honestly not that important right now. If holding on to this doesn't really, like, make a difference, because I'm not going to be able to get new ones anyway, then, like, yeah, who cares? So I won't worry about it that much. I was thinking, basically, I'll walk you through my thought process. I was considering queuing for LFR Trial of Valor, which on its own isn't very good, but my logic was like, oh, I could just kill Odin, get credit for killing one boss in Heroic World Tier, and then leave. But like I said, if I'm not actually getting any real benefit out of it, then it's not like LFR Trial of Valor is an efficient thing that you should be doing. The reason I wasn't too concerned about doing Rift of Allen earlier is, like I said, Rift of Allen is generally just a pretty good LFR wing to do. It's very fast. In one boss, out, you're good to go. So I figured it was a worthwhile inclusion at some point in the run. And I'm like, yeah, you know, if it's efficient now, may as well. But I do not do LFR Trial of Valor. In fact, I'm not even sure if we're going to do Trial of Valor, period. There's a good argument to be made for just not even including normal Trial of Valor. We'll play that by ear. I think what I'll probably do is I will skip Trial of Valor when I go to do all the raids. I'll start with Nightholds. And I'll do Nighthold, I'll do Tomb of Sargeras, and then if after both of those I am still not level 80, then I will go back and I will do Trial of Valor. Because it's a raid. It's fine. But it's nowhere near as efficient. You don't get experience from killing Odin, and Helya, even on normal, takes like multiple minutes, because there's a lot of unskippable roleplay in the middle of the fight. So no matter how much damage you do, it will still take a good amount of time. Also, we got a second Battle Scout. Battle Shout Scroll. So I will go ahead and pop that. Bracer. Speed crit. How much is that? That's 8 agility, 7 agility. Yeah, it's an upgrade. Especially because it has speed. I need to kill 2 more Falcons. Do I get XP from that dying? I don't. Okay. Would be interesting to see, because it counts as a Blackrook enemy. So, if I tag it, and then I get in combat with it, I don't think that gave XP, but it did count as an enemy killed. So if I do that, then I could just kill these 2 and be done with the quest. Alright, yeah, that works. Sure. Yeah, I have to go in the basement here. Talk to this NPC. Safe now. Yeah, I-beam's barely on a cooldown. And... oh! Okay, that's awkward. We're just gonna use my Tempest Wrath ability. I have Remix time up, so I can just get the CDR. Let's get all that back. And bonus treasure chest down here. That's one of the nice things about Tempest Wrath. Like, obviously I'm trying to save it a little bit for big pulls, but you can kind of just fire it off almost whenever. And 1 minute cooldown is back up. It does enough damage to kill basically anything you're in combat with. Very, very nice ability. Very underrated by, I think, a lot of people while leveling, because they're just so used to Felspike being insane at max level. But, I mean, you're not going to get Felspike.
Penelope! Thank goodness you're all right. I was so worried.
Talents. Let's take that, so that we can eventually get Mastery Move Speed. And yeah, that'll be our next point. Then we'll take Infernal Armor, which is pretty good survivability. There's a bunch of other good nodes in the class tree here. Can't do that. Okay. So that, I think that was Bradensbrook. Now this is the Blackrook Hold quests. So when we finish this, we'll get the Perfected Epic Memento. That'll be 10% XP. And I guess, you know, come to think of it, it's better to hold on to this stuff until later, because we'll be able to turn this in while we have the 10% XP. In theory, there's actually a case to be made of, like, I should have waited until a little bit later in the speedrun to do a lot of the infinite researches. Obviously, I didn't realize that we'd be time-gated that quickly. But also, it doesn't matter that much, right? Because it is only, like, a 10 or 20% increased experience bonus, and, like, the time difference would be, like, maybe a few minutes. It's extremely marginal. And it could be argued that the simplicity of just, like, front-loading all of this stuff, while it's easy to do, will end up saving more time in the long run. Who knows? That is also entirely possible. Or that could just be code. Who knows? But that That is going to be the logic that I'm using. If the archer is going to come over here anyway, then we may as well. So, is that... Yeah, I just need to actually kill them. And... What's this? Prison cage is checked. So there are some objectives I need to do here. These quests I do not do very often. Do this, then we'll remix time. Put my stuff back. Good kick. This wrath. And finish off with the blade dance. It's actually, without all the modifiers, I wonder if blade dance is even worth using. Probably still is. Because I think we don't have like any massive chaos strike modifiers anyway.
Despite our attempts to extract information, the warden remains stubbornly resistant.
Let's scrap all this stuff. Or forget. Yeah, and it's always worth doing because, like, the further you get into the run, the further behind your artifact's gonna fall. Honestly, this is kind of one of the downsides of solo leveling being such an afterthought for this type of event. The rate at which your weapon levels up is actually just laughably bad. Unless you're really on top of, like, scrapping all of your stuff. You can see here, like, what is the most recent piece of gear I got. It's, I actually think I am actually doing a pretty good job of keeping it up this time around. But in a lot of previous runs I've done, my weapon has fallen really far behind because, like, you know, it's not very clear to you that a lot of your weapon upgrades are going to come from, like, regularly scrapping your gear. And I also did do Emerald Nightmare, so, like, that helped out a lot. But the further we go, and then especially, like, if you have any sort of plus XP gain, it's going to be a nightmare trying to keep your weapon up. And that's one of the big contributing factors to your character feeling so weak towards the end of the run. Also, what is this? I have... Oh, there's a world quest and a bonus objective that overlap. Interesting. I guess I may as well kill this rare mob while I'm at it. This gives me credit for all this stuff. I'm going to use Tempest Wrath. And then we're going to do this and remix time. Shit. Yeah, this is bad. It got a full cast of Brimming Blaze off on me. I think at this level, the scaling on that ability isn't that bad, but this thing will shred you at higher levels. And if you get 5 stacks, you're just dead. Okay, so I'm still low in percent, but I think there's more quests here, so I will have an opportunity to finish that up. Yeah, because we have to... Oh, it's really unfortunate timing. It's fine. While I wait, I'll go around, do this stuff. This is... Yeah, that counts as part of the bonus objective. Oh my goodness. What did I say? What did I fucking say? I just said earlier that I really wanted to see a Touch of Malice trinket. It's only green, but that is still really, really, really nice. We have... Honestly, we already have a very, very, very potent jewelry setup. If I had to keep the exact jewelry currently equipped until the end of the run, honestly, that would be totally fine. I would not have any problem with that whatsoever. Okay, also the helmet is a big upgrade, because we haven't replaced our helmet in quite a while. I'm going to do this. Okay, we have a Doom Guard, so I need to be careful so that doesn't get a Brimming Blaze off. It's not too. Okay, it's just damage over time. Okay. Did kind of hurt though. I get by those frontals. Cool. Stupid Doom Guards just won't die. There we go. Alright, all I need now is more terror from below. I should also... let's take Looks Can Kill at this point. I think that's pretty good. How about this now? Nice! We have enough to at least purchase our first rank of terror from below from the actual artifact tree. It's pretty good. So pretty much at this point, the only stuff that I would actually replace my jewelry with is if I got like a purple version of either this necklace or honestly, I would take a purple Souls of the Ka necklace if it was offered. It would have to be purple though, nothing else. Just because generally speaking, you know, the value of that would be good. Are you kidding me, dude? This guy is just one step ahead of me, killing all the quest mobs I need. Just moments before I can access it.
The Wardens are watching. You have brought my honor. Where is my brother?
Quest.
Stay sharp. What is your report?
Why the
Little brother
quest accept was lagging?
came for me.
Let's take Mastery Move Speed.
Never mind that.
I can also take Felfire Haste afterwards, and then we'll take the Survivability Talents. I think that would be good.
Can't get any grayer.
Is there anything down this hallway? No.
Dan alone. Thank Elune you're still alive.
Well said, brother. We have
I'll just wait here. I'll kill this mob.
Let's go. Star
What's to be
has
done there?
much to answer for.
Yes. Weapon upgrade.
Knows the way. It burns. The fell energy. I can't control it.
That's a really good timing on my meta activation. Calculated. And... I don't want to use Tempest Wrath here, just because I know we're gonna fight another mob, like, very shortly. So I want to have Tempest Wrath up for that, and then I'm going to Remix Time. So, is that... this? And then, yeah, this guy just fucking killed it. Oh my goodness. There's no worse feeling in the entire world than being directly behind somebody else who is on the same quest as you. Just barely behind them, to where they kill the mob, like, right before you do. It is... oh, it sucks. What can I do with this time? We take a moment to think about how the route's gonna go. So we're almost done with Val'sharah. When I finish Val'sharah, we're gonna get a Perfected Epic Memento that's gonna give us plus 10% XP. Then, after that, I'm going to start the High Mountain quests until I have reached level 40. Then we're going to go back to Dalaran to pick up the new quest at level 40, which I believe is Sampling the World, if I recall correctly. And I'll probably do that. It's one of those where, like, in regular speedruns, I don't bother because it does take a few minutes to do, but for the amount of XP that it gives, it's not a slow quest for 0% XP. It's just that usually there's more efficient things that you can do. But I will probably get that completed. And I probably won't turn it in until later, because, again, I'm pretty sure we won't get any new Infinite Knowledge things. It's interesting that, technically speaking, if I had started this run shortly before the daily reset, it would have been significantly faster, because I would have gotten bonus Infinite Knowledge.
I refuse to believe it.
I mean, I don't know. If anything, I think this is probably a more accurate measurement of what you can expect, because most people aren't going to schedule their time like that precisely. Alright. So now we're up to, what, 25% XP gain? Alright, cool. Yeah, and, I don't know, it's weird. In hindsight, I don't know, would it have been worth to do Emerald Nightmare? There's a case to be made that, like, because you're limited on infinite research anyways, it could have just been better to just wait until later anyways, and just, like, yeah, you're not actively completing infinite research quests. I don't know. Like I said, it's tough to say because I couldn't remember exactly how limited you are. In theory, it probably would have been better to delay it just a little bit. But I expect all of that to be, like, a very marginal difference. The only thing that I think would be a significant time loss is if I were to do all of my raids early, and I had to do entirely questing from 70 to 80. The only thing that I think would really impact it is having to quest for those 10 levels. Everything after that, that's whatever. You know, a little bit of, like, doing Emerald Nightmare with 10% less XP modifier. Like, yeah, it's slightly slow. But, like, does it actually matter? I don't actually believe it does. Where does High Mountain start? Oh, I guess High Mountain starts here? That's fucking weird. I think normally the way it works is you pick up the quest in Dalaran and you fly there. There's always a place in the zone where you can manually start the quest line. It's just interesting that it happens to be right there. Why? No.
Greetings, come, champion.
Alright, sure.
Journey with me.
I've never actually started High Mountain like this. I'm pretty sure the way that I did it in my... When I leveled for the very first time, I didn't do the entirety of my Order Hall campaign, so I went back afterwards to hand in to pick up the new breadcrumb from finishing Velshran, starting High Mountain, and then, like, while I was at it, I'm like, oh, I'll do more of the Order Hall campaign, and then I realized, like, oh, wait, you can just skip past 90% of it, and you just hit a wall at the quest that, you know, I'm currently on right now. Which is why I went through and did all that stuff at the start this time around, because that's just a better way to do it.
Daughter of the late High Chieftain Ulan, and I...
This platform will take you into the sacred Hall of Chieftains, where Mela High Mountain awaits you.
Yeah, so, like, here's a good example, right? Technically speaking, I could use this. This is blue, but this is a bad trait. It doesn't do much damage, so even though it is a higher quality, because the trait itself is bad, I'm not going to actually bother with it. Let's go around, get stuff. I think I can just pop Tempest Wrap here. We have enough mobs, and we'll be able to potentially carry this over into the next pull. Or this larva has, like, tons of health. Maybe not. You know what, because that, took so long to die, I'm just gonna roll all my CDs here. That way, after killing this mob, I can hit it with a remix time and get all my stuff back really quickly. They're gonna do this, and now I'm gonna remix time because nothing's back up. So, the next mob, I will have Tempest Wrath. I think I'm the one who did most of the damage there. It doesn't look like this Feral Druid is doing all that much. And I did just press all my cooldowns, so that would stand to reason. But I did most of the work there. One more Poison Idol. And this thing here. I think I can do this without getting into combat. And then I have to kill one more mob. Don't have any cooldowns up, though. Oh, somebody's already killing it. Alright. I'm gonna summon a Doomguard. These things give good XP if you're actually able to click on it. And I get an achievement. Nice. This rogue is terrified. The moment I summon the Doomguard, he's just like, peacing out. No, I don't want any of that. They do hit decently hard, but it's not that big of a deal. That's a really bad starting one. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. I would like to kill my Doomguard, but I am out of cooldowns. It still has health. Any second now. Oh no, the really nasty dot. Am I dead? I might die to the dot. It's fine though. At least we killed the Doomguard. Does it? Okay, it still goes off, but it's fine. It's not a long run back. You get a little bonus achievement. There you go. Yeah, see, honestly, that's kind of one of the reasons why I just don't really like Heroic World Tier and the way it's designed. Like, I understand how to some people, they're like, oh, it makes questing feel way more impactful. And like, yeah, I need to put more thought into questing. I get it. But I think the problem is the way that a lot of people look at questing is like different than the way that I look at questing. Because to a lot of people, it's like, if questing is just really easy, they're just like, oh, brain off, you know, just level mindlessly. But obviously, for somebody like me who cares about leveling efficiency, even if questing is fast, it's not like it is completely mindless. I'm still spending a lot of time thinking about my routing, thinking about general efficiency. How can I pull more mobs to increase my leveling speed? So it's not like questing ever becomes truly brain off. There's always something that you can be doing to increase your speed. So it's not like Heroic World Tier magically changes the way that I view leveling. If anything, it just leads to situations like that, where depending on your class and spec, some ability might just do unavoidable lethal damage to you. There's nothing you can do. And in a situation like that, was it a big deal? No, not really. All of the mobs were already dead, I got all the kills I needed, and then I died, and it was like an extremely minimal run back. So that's fine, but I have had situations in Heroic World Tier where it does feel really bullshit and unfair, and I die like in the middle of just a random pack of mobs, and to like run off like back a long way, and it just feels really frustrating, because I'm just like, there's no reason why that should have killed me, and that's just not a good feeling in my opinion. So, I don't know. Like, to each their own. I understand the logic of people who enjoy Heroic World Tier, but I feel like the random nature of it and the fact that it's not tuned properly is the problem. Like, I have no problem with well-designed difficult challenges. The issue is that most of the time, like right now, you can see I have no infinite knowledge. This is a fresh character, and by and large, I'm cruising through Heroic World Tier. If you set up your character right and you play a strong spec like Havoc, it's fine. The problem is twofold. One, not all specs are, created equal for open world content. Some are better than others. Havoc happens to be one of the better ones. So if you're playing a spec that isn't good, you're going to have a bad time. That's just kind of World of Warcraft, though. That's whatever. But the fact that random casts will just absolutely fuck you up because it's just a flat modifier applied to everything, and a lot of times stuff slips through the cracks. Delves, in my opinion, have exactly the same problem, where if Blizzard ever wants Delves to be a remotely competitive form of content, and some people hearing that are immediately going to be like, Harldan, shut the fuck up. Delves are not meant to be a competitive form of content. And to that I say, explain the addition of Hall of Fame for Delves. Because if, like, my logic for Delves for a very long time is that Blizzard doesn't care about them being a competitive form of content. And you know what? If that's the design intent, that's totally fine. But when you add a Hall of Fame to, like, delve bosses, and you make it so now there is, like, an actual incentive to optimize this and, like, play the meta for this type of, like, solo content, well, now suddenly you've crossed the threshold. Now, you actually need to be concerned about balance, because if random abilities will just one-shot you, and certain specs are just not able to effectively do this solo content, but you're now actually putting, like, a real ranking system with stakes behind it on this content, you need to put more effort into balancing it. And I think we all know that Blizzard is not going to do that. Just because they're adding a Hall of Fame doesn't necessarily mean they're going to put in way more work to properly balancing this, which, in my opinion, is a problem. If you can't properly balance it, don't try to put a competitive metric on this. And I say this, for the record, as somebody who, by and large, I don't want to necessarily say that I am almost guaranteed to get the Hall of Fame Delve thing next season, because, like, anything can happen, right? You never know. But I have gotten very early clears of every single Delve boss except except Zekvir at the very start, and Zekvir the tuning was fucked. The moment they fixed the tuning, literally that very night, I went in. I may have still been among the first 10,000 people to kill Zekvir. In fact, I would not be surprised if I was. I was definitely not among, like, the first 50. A lot of people did make a concerted effort to kill Zekvir before the tuning was, like, completely fixed. But, like, the night that the patch notes were posted of, like, Zekvir's tuning was fixed, me and a few friends, like, made a challenge amongst each other of, like, who could kill it first. My raid leader at the time was the first one in our friend group to kill it, and then I killed it a few hours after that, and then a few of our friends killed it the next day. It was still not easy, but the thing is, I was playing Guardian Druid, and Guardian Druid had plenty of tools to deal with it, and then I also went ahead and swapped to my Brewmaster Monk and killed it on that, because Brewmaster Monk was stupidly overpowered for that fight. And then Underpin. Underpin was a weird case where actually on a lot of DPS specs, it was easier than playing tank specs. But tank specs were still, like, I would say, there were, like, a handful of DPS specs that were, like, the best, theoretically best options for Underpin. But then tank specs universally were easier just because they let you do the foot bomb mechanic, like, very, very easily. So it basically removed that part of the fight. But then very early on in the season, at low item levels, the damage shield in the Underpin was a massive problem. So it wasn't necessarily like, oh, playing a tank very early on was a free kill. Later on, once you had enough gear, yeah, that was not a concern. You always met the damage check in that, so removing an entire mechanic from the boss meant that tanks tended to be the easiest, but we're talking about, like, early in the season, for, like, Hall of Fame purposes, which would be the best option. And, like, there were a few good options for Underpin. I would actually argue that although Underpin was probably the most janky of the bosses, it was very, very, very buggy, it had a lot of gimmicky mechanics, it was probably the most well-balanced. Despite what some people may think, it was not impossible to do early on with DPS specs. It was just frustrating to have to figure out the janky mechanic. But then, like Kaiveza, although I think Kaiveza is probably most people's favorite Delve boss, and I would say it is also my favorite Delve boss, I think it was the most fun, for sure, Kaiveza was not even remotely balanced. Kaiveza, on many tank specs, was just a free kill. And I'm not even talking about, like, the Prot Warrior Spell Reflect bug that existed. I think technically it wasn't just Prot, but, like, the Warrior Spell Reflect bug that let you one-shot her, not even considering that when I say she was a free kill. I did it in, like, 5 attempts as Brewmaster Monk. Most of my other friends spent, like, 100 or more attempts doing it on their respective DPS class. Like, later on, when survivability isn't a concern, sure, but at lower item levels, Brewmaster just completely trivialized that fight. A lot of tank specs completely trivialized Kaiveza, because if you were able to survive her incoming damage without much effort, and you just, like, kept chipping away at her and you memorized the mechanics, it was just a matter of repeating the same mechanical loop over and over and over, and if you could just brain off, focus on only the mechanics and not worry about anything else and just keep pressing your damage buttons, she just died. And that's what I did as Brewmaster. I was unkillable, even at very low item level. I just kind of mindlessly did my damage rotation and was laser focused on doing the mechanics correctly. 5 attempts, boom, done. So, I mean, that's not even, by the way, not even accounting for the fact that, like, in that particular situation, my Brewmaster was, like, full best in slot Undermine gear, so obviously I was going to have an easier time doing it first day of the season compared to anybody else. So that's another problem of Hall of Fame. At the very least, early on in the expansion, technically speaking, Mythic Raiders won't have, like, a gear advantage, though the other thing is, like, it is very possible to get a lot of really powerful gear early on in the season, and historically speaking, a lot of people will argue that getting, like, early expansion gear, like doing all the world content, farming reputation, farming world quests, people will say, oh, well, it doesn't actually matter because if you just wait, like, a week or so, you can just do Mythic Plus anyway. And, like, or farm Mythic Plus, farm M0s, and you're going to replace all this world quest gear that you're getting. Except, doing that stuff, you can get like 20 item levels on other players, and you can get really optimized gear, trinkets, etc. Whereas other people are going to be in questing greens just waiting for M0s to open up. And at the very start of an expansion, when what's it called? When the Delve Hall of Fame is available, the people who are going to be claiming it are going to be people who spent that time to get better gear early on. And they're going to go in, they're going to clean up, and, you know, anybody who doesn't invest that effort is going to be sitting there shit out of luck because they're going to have a hard time doing that boss in questing greens. Or they'll have to invest more time gearing when everybody else is already putting in attempts on that boss. All this to say, right, solo content, world content has never been well balanced in World of Warcraft. And again, that's totally fine if it's not intended to be competitive. But when Blizzard does things like add a Delve Hall of Fame, and then the original amount was like the first 1,000 players, that was just fucking stupid. That was dumb. They have now increased it to 10,000 players. 10 times the amount of people can now get Hall of Fame. And it's, in my opinion, still way too low. It's also unclear if it's going to work like Raid Hall of Fames, where in Raid Hall of Fames, once the Hall of Fame fills, you have until the end of that weekly reset to get it. And as long as you kill it in that period, you'll be counted in the Hall of Fame. It's so weird for Delves because the problem with something like that is one of two things is going to happen. Either the Delve boss is going to be extremely easy, like, frankly, like Kaiveza, and it's going to fill up extremely quickly. And I know people are going to be like, what do you mean Kaiveza is extremely easy? But again, remember what I said before. I killed Kaiveza in 5 attempts on my Brewmaster Monk. I spent literally 30 minutes and I was done. Now, Kaiveza was brutally hard early season for a lot of specs, but it was a free kill on Brewmasters and like many other tanks. And when a Hall of Fame achievement is on the line, anybody that remotely cares about that is going to have one of those classes ready. And, you know, if it becomes clear that, like, Brewmaster Monk is absurdly broken for that boss, which, historically, Brewmaster Monk has been pretty much the best spec at killing every single Delve boss, maybe not Underpin, but Brewmaster Monk was by far the easiest way to kill Zekfir. Brewmaster Monk was by far the easiest way to kill what I would say among the easiest ways to kill Kaiveza. A lot of specs with gear were roughly equivalent, but it was definitely one of the easiest specs. So if that is the case, right, if one spec is just easier than the others, every single person is now going to switch very quickly to that spec, and it's going to fill up. Like, if it had been 1,000 players, it would have filled up literally day one once the fastest spec is discovered. Now, for 10,000 players, obviously, yeah, that's a lot more, but there's still a lot of people who play this game relatively seriously, and you can bet your ass that there's going to be at least around 10,000 players who are willing to put in the effort to get a second character prepared. Now, will that amount of people be able to do it day one? Maybe not. Will that amount of people be able to do it week one? A little bit more unlikely, but not impossible. But within, like, the first 2 weeks or so, whenever the most overpowered spec becomes discovered, that Hall of Fame at 10,000 players will fill up almost instantly. So, I feel like for it to be fair, I don't think that the Hall of Fame should exist at all. I think that Delves currently are a complete joke in terms of balance. Right now, for the record, there is currently a Delve, Archival Assault, fuck it, I'll say it. Archival Assault is bugged on live right now, currently. And the extra action button one-shots every mob it touches. So you can speedrun that Delve and farm Ruined Crests at a ridiculously fast pace. I'm farming about, a full amount of Ruined Crests to convert into Gilded every 10 minutes. So I'm basically getting 15 Gilded Crests every 10 minutes. That is, like, an insane farming rate for that one particular Delve, Archival Assault. It's just not tuned properly at all. And they just let this stuff slip because Delve or world content is just not taken seriously by Blizzard. But then, you know, sure, that's fine. It's okay to not take world content seriously, but then you need to make sure that you take steps to address that and fix it before you start adding a competitive metric. It's just like basic shit. So I don't know, man. It's weird. I have absolutely no idea how they're going to handle it because it's going to be a shit show. There is zero chance that the Delve Hall of Fame doesn't fill up within the first week or two. And it's like, I know some people will argue, how do I word this properly? So my problem with it, right? And I'm rating now, by the way, at a Hall of Fame level. I've got in Hall of Fame 2 tiers now, and I've just joined a guild, this tier, that is World 107 and US 30. So I am rating at a Hall of Fame level. So, you know, it's not like I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to like Raid Hall of Fames and stuff. The thing with Raid Hall of Fame that people always say is like all of the guilds who deserve Raid Hall of Fame get it. And like, I think that's true. There are definitely guilds who maybe don't fully deserve Hall of Fame who get it because they raid like 7 days a week. Sure. There's guilds that do like massive amounts of overtime. But all of the guilds that you would like consider, like, okay, yeah, that is a Hall of Fame guild. That's a really good guild. Are you kidding me? Am I dead again? Yeah, I'm dead, I think. Let's go over this way. I'll get as close as I can. And yeah. Oh, gee whiz, I guess I should have self-healed. Like, the Doom Lords are busted. They do give really good on-kill XP, so, like, that time, that's worth it. It's worth the time loss that it takes to, get that free Doomguard kill, I say. But yeah, I would say, like, like, the first, like, 100 or so guilds to get Hall of Fame for Raid, like, they earned it. Yeah, they had to put in the work. Even, like, the first 150, you're gonna have some, like, I would say in that range, you're gonna have a few 2-day guilds who their overall ranking may not seem really good, but they really put in the work, and there's, like, some really good players there. They deserve Hall of Fame. But, honestly, by the time you get to, like, guild rank 200 or something like that, a lot of those guilds, like, have some issues that they ran into during the tier, and you can make an argument that they didn't deserve it, and then usually Hall of Fame overflows, and you have, like, guilds, like, from 200 to 300 rank that get free Hall of Fame. And in fairness, by the way, I said I've gotten Hall of Fame twice. Both the times I've actually gotten Hall of Fame were those situations. I was in the overflow. I've now joined a guild to try and get, like, what I consider to be real Hall of Fame. But the actual Hall of Fames I've gotten were quote-unquote fake Hall of Fames, in my opinion. I don't think they were deserved. But it still counts. But the thing with that is anybody I think who really, really, really wants to get Hall of Fame, who really deserves Hall of Fame, can get Hall of Fame. Now, whether or not you want to argue, oh, is it fair because you have to join a guild that requires a specific time thing, there's going to be people who just don't like how raiding works, period. But for people like me who are very invested into raiding and have wanted to do that, like, I've worked my way up. I've gone to a point where, you know, ideally I'm going to get Hall of Fame next raid tier in fucking midnight. So I put myself in a position where that is possible. But the issue with the Delve Hall of Fame is there's going to be people who very easily could kill the boss early on and won't be able to because they will probably be busy doing things like, oh, I don't know, doing Raid Hall of Fame, and their guild will have requirements on, like, you need to be doing XYZ thing during the week, and you're not going to have time to sit there and sink, like, 100 attempts into a Delve boss. So it's going to be really shitty if, like, you are the person who has, like, the capacity to kill the boss early on, like, you're good enough to do that, but because the threshold for getting in is so arbitrarily low, you simply will not have enough time early in the season to sit there and work on the Delve boss. That just sucks. That's going to feel bad. Personally, I have a pretty loose schedule, so I will probably try to find time to make it happen. I've done that every single tier so far, but I also don't know what the release schedule is going to be like next season, so it might be that I just don't have time. I don't know. I can't predict the future. But in every single season so far, I have been very early to killing the Delve boss. So I would feel really bad if I, like, missed out on that achievement because of, arbitrary time gating bullshit. That would feel pretty bad. And, like, again, I have more free time than most. So if I miss out, you can bet your ass there's going to be a lot of other people who just feel like, I'd love to go for this achievement, but, like, I have obligations to my raid team that I can't sacrifice or whatever. And it sucks because, like, for instance, the Hall of Fame for raiding closes so late into the tier, relatively speaking, right? It closes, like, over a month into a tier. You could argue that for a lot of guilds, it's still very difficult to reach, but like I said, any guild that I believe is in serious contention for getting Hall of Fame should have enough time, like, if they run into early issues, they should have enough time to, like, get their shit together and clean up Hall of Fame. And, you know, like I said, there's an overflow week, right? I think we can all agree that it's, for the guilds that deserve it, it's not inaccessible. But, like, I guess also for Mythic Plus, right? What are all of the metrics for Mythic Plus are, like, end of season. There is no Hall of Fame Mythic Plus. So, generally speaking, like, Mythic Plus players who really like doing Mythic Plus, although they may enjoy pushing keys early in the season, they aren't going to feel like they're missing out if they don't get that chance. It's not going to be like, oh, I have this obligation to do raid with my guild, so I can't join my Mythic Plus team. And then they miss out on this really fun thing. No, they'll just be like, hey, I'm going to focus on raid for a few weeks. And, like, the amount of people I know who, like, raid on a dedicated team, and then later in the season, they, like, once you kill the final boss, you get Cutting Edge, you settle down and you, like, work on your Mythic Plus pushing. I have known so many people over the years who do that. Because there's no time, like, sensitive thing to it. It's only by the end of the season. So, as long as you've done all of your obligations for raid to get, you know, Cutting Edge, Hall of Fame, etc., you have all of the time in the world to continue pushing M+. But, I don't know, adding, like, a time-sensitive thing for delves, which for most people is, like, their bottom priority, it sucks. I feel like I've beaten this topic to death, right? It is something that, like, I am very annoyed about, right? So, the reason I'm talking about it so much is because I've been sitting here, like, you know, pissed off for weeks, and I haven't really done many of these, like, speedruns where I get to sit here and yap. So, what you're getting is, like, weeks of pent-up, like, angry yapping, concentrated into a single speedrun. But it's just a bummer. Obviously, I can only truly think about it from my perspective, but as, like, my perspective, right, just to clarify that. I already said that I'm trying to get, you know, Hall of Fame and raids and stuff, but I would actually consider myself to be, a much bigger delve person than the average, like, endgame raider. Whenever I'm, like, in my previous raid team, a lot of my friends would, like, jokingly refer to me as, like, the mole guy, the delve guy, king of the moles and stuff like that, because, like, all of them consider delves to be a waste of time. Except, like, one or two of them who, like I said, would try to get, like, Hiveza early on. And even then, that's, like, all they did. They didn't touch delves nearly as much as I did. I would actually try to do all, like, the delve optimization stuff. I made, like, delve video guides and whatnot. So I've done a lot of delve content. And I've enjoyed trying to progress each of those bosses when they come out early on. I think that's cool. So then it just feels like such a bummer that, like, I, as somebody who I would consider myself a delve person, I would feel bad if I was forced to miss out on that opportunity because, you know, Blizzard designed it poorly. That's, I guess, my final summary thoughts on the situation. Anywho, let's get these quests done. I've been kind of yapping. Honestly, I mean, most of these early high mountain quests are, like, extremely linear. It's impossible to fuck up. This is actually kind of a notable point, though. So, there's branching paths here. We have to do all of these quests at some point to finish the campaign. The order we do it isn't super important. Oh, interesting. Ooh. I got a terror from below. So, I'm going to hold on to this for now, just because I could see myself using this over Volatile Chaos Talisman if I get Touch of Malice in a second slot, because Touch of Malice doesn't stack quite as well as Terror from Below. So I'd rather have more Terror from Below. Oh, and this is interesting. I got Souls of the Ka here. Yeah, you know, because I don't have Souls of the Ka, yeah. Like I said, I'd rather have one of each proc. I'm going to put this here, right? Because let's say I get, like, an Epic Souls of the Ka in another slot. I'd rather have Volatile Magics. It stacks better. But I will use that for now. I think overall, having multiple different procs, as I said before, is more beneficial. So we'll go with that. And let's go with Trail of Ruin and another Infernal Armor. I can take some of that stuff now that we've gone through all the early things.
High mountain stands.
Bottle of air spark. Nice, a rich node. It's always nice. Get a bunch of mementos from these. Got a purple, or a blue one. Colorblind, apparently. Let's spend some points here. Can I can get that. Alright, cool. We got all of our terrors from below. This. And what else do I need? Lucius Tears. Oh yeah, that's the one just at the bottom of the waterfall. Yeah, this waterfall. Cool. Just underneath there. I usually just like to do this questline first, no particular reason. And then when we do the other ones, we're going to go up here, we're going to do all the Skyhorn stuff, and then when it sends us back to High Mountain, then we're going to go over here, do all the Blood Totem stuff, and then we're going to go back to High Mountain for both of them at the same time. But since we're already here, I'm just going to do these.
Home was the strongest of champions and first of our
Let's see real quick. I've gotten a few messages on Discord.
He defied the
I'm just gonna check to make sure none of them are super important. Okay, yeah. Just people asking about questions of the speedrun. Oh, this is probably a good time to mention. I think I'll talk about this again at the end of the video, just because, like, why not? I am currently working on a super duper fast Legion Remix speedrun. The current goal is sub 10 minutes. I think it's very doable. To be clear, sub 10 minutes from 10 to 80. So I'm going to create a character, and then, without, like, actually using, like, a boost. Like, not one of those paid boosts. I don't even think they work for Legion Remix. But just through in-game, I'm going to be getting boosted by other people. But we have some crazy strategies that are, like, even though it will require other people, it's going to be incredibly difficult to pull them off. And I'm going to need a lot of people. My current projections are that I think I will need 33 people to help. Currently, I believe, as of yesterday, I have 12 people who are able to help, and some of, like, when I say 33 people, I mean 33 characters. Some people have multiple accounts. If absolutely necessary, I could have people play multiple accounts. The only issue with that, right, is there's a concern, right, if somebody's trying to manage 2 characters at the same time, they might, like, make a mistake, and they aren't, like, fully focused on one thing. So ideally, I would like to have as many people playing one character as possible, just because that would, there's supposed to be roleplay here, right? Okay, yeah, there we go. I don't know why it took a bit of time to trigger. But yeah, ideally, I'd like as many people focused on a single character as possible. But, like, personally, I know I will be playing... I will not just be playing the actual speedrun character, so I will be the one creating the character and, like, doing all the stuff to level it up and whatnot. But on top of all that, I will be playing my main account, Demon Hunter. I will also be playing my level 20 Brewmaster Monk, and I have yet another level 20 Brewmaster Monk that I am working on just in case. So, if we don't find enough people, I'm gonna fucking multi-box 4 accounts for this speedrun. I'll just fucking do it. It's gonna be rough. The other problem with that, of course, is if I'm playing a lot of accounts, it's going to be especially tricky for me to, like, pilot the actual character, because even though, like, sub 10 minutes, right, that's incredibly fast, there's going to be a lot of, like, menuing and movement and stuff that I'm going to have to do on the leveling character to make sure that, I don't die, that I'm, like, picking up and turning in things at the right time. There is going to be a decent amount that I will have to do. It's not like a free ride. So, it's a very, very, very complicated run. I've written I've already written up a very detailed breakdown on the exact steps for the run so that everybody involved knows what to expect. It ended up taking me way more time to like break down all of the details than I thought. It's like multiple pages of like exact steps for like everything that we would need to make this possible. Really, really, really complicated setup. But the thing is, if we pull it off, man, it has the potential to be so fucking cool. So again, if you are on North America and you are willing to help, I need all the help I can get. The messages I was just responding to are some of the helpers who were asking like clarifying questions. So I was, I want to make sure that I give them all the information they need, because even though we're currently planning to do the run in December, because we need to wait until the final phase of Legion Remix, most likely, to make sure that there's no like catch-up mechanics that we're missing out on. There's still so much work that needs to be done, so much setup and prep to make sure the run goes perfectly. Like, we could technically do a very rough version of it right now with less people, and like, could it theoretically work? Maybe, but I want it to be absolutely flawless. I want everything to go exactly according to plan, and I am very much a perfectionist with stuff like that. So I am currently seeking more help for that. If you want to help, just shoot me a DM on Discord. My Discord tag is Harldan, and I should also note that the two main things that we currently need is we could really use more super geared level 80s, so like really high verse percent would be awesome, and any like decently high stamina level 20 Brewmaster monks. Definitely need more level 80s than monks, but monks are like, we don't need that many monks, but they are harder to find, right? So it's I don't know. There are a few people, though, especially because, like, Starter Edition accounts are completely free to make and easy to set up. A few people have expressed to me that they might do that. Actually, one of the conversations I was just having with somebody earlier, and I responded to them, is they were saying they might make a Starter Edition account and just create a monk in addition to their level 80 to help out. And I was basically like, hey, if you want to do that, by all means, but I don't want to, like, overwork you. I would feel bad asking you to do, like, 2 separate characters. But, like, that is always a possibility, so more geared level 80s is definitely the primary concern. But even if you don't have any characters whatsoever, if you just want to help out, there are multiple jobs for, like, people who just need to, like, handle summoning portals and stuff. And that is, I mean, still very important. We need people to do that. And, obviously, that is one of those things where that's going to be, like, easier to do. We can get anybody theoretically to just handle the summoning, but there is always room for that. The more the merrier. So, open invitation. I should have, like I said, a lot of spots. 33 characters is currently what it looks like. And there might be more. That's just, like, at least with the current plan of the speedrun, that is how many people I believe I will need to make it perfect. Like, you could theoretically do it with less, but that would be, like, the perfect amount. Every single, like, long shot, crazy strategy that I want to try and execute. With 33 people, we can maybe get it done. But, who knows? In some cases, having more would maybe even make it easier. Hard to say. But I still need about, like, 3 times the amount of people I have right now. That being said, I haven't made, like, as we get closer to the run, because it is going to be early December, and, like, at the time of recording, it's, like, early November. As we get very close to the day of the run, I am, of course, going to make, like, a post on my main YouTube channel and say, like, hey, I need all the help I can get. Usually, like, those get a lot of views, and when I did that for the Mop Remix speedrun, that post got, like, multiple people to reach out to me and volunteer to help. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to, like, reach out to people I know who would be willing to do that stuff. Like, friends, guildies, like, regular people who helped with the Mop Remix speedrun before, and make sure we have, like, our core roster figured out. And then once I have, like, 15 to 20 people, then I can make the post and I can be like, hey, we've already gotten, like, over half of the amount that we need, but I still need more. Let me know if you want to help, that kind of thing. And my hope is that that will get, like, the final surge of new recruits that we need to pull the speedrun off. But I'm really excited for it. It's, I mean, the Mop Remix speedrun was really fun. For sure. Like, setting that up, making that all happen was really interesting, but I mean, even that was like, what, sub 30, right? this is going to be sub 10 is the goal. I should have used Tempest Wrath before hitting remix time. Oops. Yeah, like, if we can make that happen, it would just be crazy. It's also, like, I'm already starting to think about, like, how exactly would I even handle, like, the creation of that video? Assuming we managed to pull it off. The Mop Remix speedrun, like, obviously that video did well, but one of the main complaints that I got from people watching it was that it was so hard to follow that I actually had to make a second video, a companion video, to explain everything that was going on. And if you didn't really know what was happening, it was really hard to follow along, because I showed the entire run. I gave, like, a brief introduction, and I did mention, like, hey, I made a second video that will explain what's happening if this is all confusing to you, because I did predict that, for the record. So I had it made in advance. Also, holy shit, in a Heroic World Tier, the health scaling on this is ridiculous. This is definitely one of those things that was not planned out super well with, like, random scaling. There we go. Okay, finally. But yeah, I think for a run like this, which is going to be so blisteringly fast, and, like, one of the other things is inherently with a run with so many helpers, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going on, like, just off camera, right? Where you can't really see it happening from my point of view in the actual speedrun, but, like, people are doing all of this work in the background to, like, make the run go faster. And I want to make sure that, like, all of that work is recognized. So what I think I might even do is the main channel video, I actually think it's going to be, like, a speedrun explained video. And I've never actually done one of those before, because there's just never been a reason. Like, think about it like this. Runs like the one you're watching right now, do you really need an explanation? Not really. A lot of the stuff that's going on, you know, it's just me, I'm doing it solo, I'm sitting here, I'm yapping. Usually I'm explaining everything that's going on as it happens. So there's very rarely a situation where, like, the viewer won't understand what I'm doing, because I try to do my best to, like, explain any tricks or, you know, little speedrun skips and whatnot that I'm pulling off, because I think that makes it better to watch. And when it's just me, and it's, like, a relatively chill format that I've done a million times, it's easy to do that. But especially in the case of speedruns like that, not only is there so much technical stuff going on all at the same time, but, like, it's my job to shot call for runs like that. I have to be, like, calling out different people, like, hey, so-and-so, do this, do that, get ready to do XYZ thing. So I'm way too busy managing all that to, like, give commentary in the moment. I'm not even going to worry about that stuff. So I think that it would almost just be better if I just, like, made that a focus initially, of just, like, I'm going to try and make the main channel video, like, a very detailed, like, highly edited breakdown of, like, showcasing exactly what each participant in the run is doing at any given moment. And then on the second channel, I can just upload the raw footage of the run. So it's like, if literally you just want to see the unedited footage of, like, what it looks like from start to finish, I'll put that on, like, the second channel. But for, like, the main channel video, it's like, here's a step-by-step breakdown of, like, as this is going on, these two other people are going to do this other thing to save time, like, 30 seconds from now or something like that. And I think, like, getting to see all of that stuff would almost give people, like, a better appreciation of all of the work that goes into setting up a run like that. Because I would say that was, like, the other... Oh, I'm dead. Oh, something randomly healed me? I thought I was dead. I don't even know what healed me. I think maybe did a soul land directly on top of me? That's crazy lucky if so. But another, like, I don't want to necessarily say complaint, but, like, maybe something, like, a type of comment that I got that bugged me a little bit is people insinuating that, like, oh, this Mop Remix speedrun, like, I can't believe that you would even post this. This is so easy. All you're doing is getting boosted. And it's like, you do not understand the months of effort that I spent to plan out every little fucking second of this run. And, like, every single thing that the boosters are doing was an assignment thoroughly planned out and practiced by me to make sure that every single person was doing the exact same thing that they could. And it's like, you know, sometimes I do wish that I could just create like a billion clones of myself and do speedruns like this, quote unquote, solo, by just like basically, you know, performing every aspect of the run all on my own. Like at a certain point, I can't do that. I like to try and solo things, but there are certain times when you just can't do that. It's just not possible. It's completely impractical. So it's like the amount of effort that I put in, like I still, every moment in that speedrun was planned out. And it was not just like a mindless boosting thing. And like I said, I've written pages upon pages of explanation for exact steps, and a lot of it hasn't even been determined yet. A lot of it is like, okay, we know generally speaking what we're going to do right now, but I'll probably have to add multiple pages of explanation as we nail down the exact details. And I have to conduct multiple tests later on to still iron out like the specific details. And that's going to require God knows how much time. There's so much. And like right now, I'm not even really worrying about it because like the current focus for me at this exact moment in time is I need to get my leveling guide out. This is like the second to last test that I'm going to do as part of my like leveling guide. The final thing that I figure, yeah, I probably should do is I'm going to do one more boost of just all of the raids, including Tomb of Sargeras. Because like technically speaking, I'm gonna do a boost with no infinite research and then include Tomb of Sargeras to see how fast that is compared to my infinite research and Emerald Nightmare plus Nighthold, because that was already enough to hit level 80. But then I'm thinking like, okay, if that was enough to hit level 80 with like having to go back to the bazaar and micromanage all my infinite research assignments, what if I just didn't do that and I just did Tomb of Sargeras on top of that? And that is like the final test I want to do, but also by its very nature, that is only going to take me like an hour of time to set up. So I'm not really that concerned about that test. That's like, honestly, I'll probably do that like later tonight after my raid. It's going to be pretty easy to put together. But this is the last real test that I want to do, and then I'm gonna have to do all that. But then the moment that my guide is posted, the moment I have spent the last month meticulously testing every fucking leveling method, Legion Remix. The moment I do all that, and I finally make the script and do all the editing on my guide, after all of that, it's like, alright, back to the mines. It's time to continue testing all of these like little details that don't matter for general leveling, but are going to be important for the purposes of pulling off this ridiculous speedrun. And then, once all of that is done, once we have all of the details and we've recruited all 33 players to pull this off, after all of that is done, guess what? Midnight Alpha is out, or Beta, or whatever. Midnight Beta's out. I need to start testing leveling on Midnight Beta. And oh yeah, raid testing is a thing, so I gotta get a character set up to do raid testing, which I guess is nice. I might make raid guides again, because one of the things, like I used to make raid guides, and generally I got good responses to that. The reason I stopped doing it, partially because it was a lot of time to actually edit that and, you know, put the videos together. But another massive concern, and definitely the bigger concern, was having to organize raid testing groups was so much effort. I had to hunt down people to make sure they showed up to raid testing, and like it was just such a massive pain in the ass to wrangle everybody for that. And I was just so fucking done. Like it was so much fucking work, and I could not be fucking bothered. But thankfully, the new guild that I joined is they organize their own raid testing. So my guild leader is just going to put that together, and all I have to do is show up. And the moment I realized that he runs his own raid testing groups, oh my god, it was like, weight just was lifted off my shoulder. Like, holy shit, I can actually, because I like raid testing, it's fun. But I'm like, I can actually raid test, and all I have to do is show up? That's my favorite part. That's the thing that I like about raid testing. The thing I hated about raid testing was having to fucking hunt everybody down and be like, hey, dipshit, you told me that you were going to show up. Where the fuck are you? Oh, I didn't feel like it. I didn't think it was important that I told you. Like, motherfucker. You know, I need people planned ahead of time. That was the worst thing. Like, because it's not, like, actual rating, it's like, oh, it's PTR rating. It's, you know, beta raid testing. Like, it's not serious, right? So people would just, like, ghost me. Friends of mine would ghost me and then say, well, it's not a big deal. It's like, motherfucker, I am trying to get this footage for a fucking video, which is my job. It is a big deal to me, not just because, like, I actually wanted to raid test to make the videos. It's fun, right? I enjoy it, but I need the footage, And when you fucking ghost me without saying a word because, oh, it's just beta testing, it's not a big deal, like, not only is that just super disrespectful, because now I'm completely fucked and you're screwing over all the other people who wanted to do raid testing, and I didn't realize I need a fucking replacement for that role, which, like, because it's on the PTR and beta, it's not as simple as just listing the group in LFG and finding people. People have to manually install the beta to participate in raid testing, so you need people signed up ahead of time. It's not that fucking easy. But it also just is so annoying that people treated it as if it wasn't a big deal. It's like, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. If you don't want to show up, that's fine. But, like, acting like it literally doesn't matter at all and that you could just ghost me without fucking warning, which, like, this might seem like a hyper-specific thing. I wish it was a hyper-specific thing. It's actually just, like, a general mentality that a lot of people seem to have, because it happened to me multiple fucking times by multiple fucking people, which was the most infuriating part. Like, you know, people are assholes, right? Every now and then you have that, are you kidding me? How did that ID not hit? That's fucking bullshit. Like, every now and then you have that one friend who just, like, has a complete disregard for your, like, time or whatever, and it just sucks. And nobody likes having that friend. But the fact that, like, multiple people who either I was in a guild with or I had considered to be, like, more trustworthy, just considered it, like, that my schedule was not important enough for them to, like, give me basic common courtesy, and their excuse was, like, lol, it's just beta. That really pissed me off, because I'm just like, what is it about fucking raid testing that so many people think they can just, like, fucking step all over me and have it not matter at all? And it was genuinely... Like, I forget what, I think it was Rhubarb Palace raid testing was when I stopped. I did, like, the first 2 weeks of raid testing, and it was genuinely causing me so much stress. Like, I was waking up in the middle of the week and, like, to a message of somebody saying, like, oh, yeah, I don't think I'll be able to come, like, with, like, half a day of notice for me to try and find somebody, and I was having, like, panic attacks fucking organizing these things, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, it's not worth it. It's not fucking worth it. I can't keep doing this. It's so fucking difficult to organize that when you're just dealing with people who don't really care. And, you know, it's rough. And, like, you know, to clarify again, right? I'm not necessarily saying, obviously I don't think any of the people who were involved in any of these raid tests are going to be watching this video. I doubt they will. But I do want to at least, you know, vindicate myself a little bit here. It's not like I was strong-arming people in. I was very, very lenient. Like, I would just message people once, be like, hey, would you have any interest in doing raid testing? And if they said no, I would not bother them, right? The problem is, like I said, there were multiple people who would tell me yes, and I would put them on the sign-up sheet, and then, like, the day of, they'd just be like, I don't think it's worth it. And another big problem that you'd run into is a lot of people don't understand how much effort it requires to get a character set up. Oh my god, what just did, like, most of my health? Shit, I have Brimming Blaze being cast on me. That's bad. I had to interrupt my remix time, because if I let that go off, I would have gotten clapped. But yeah, like, another issue is a lot of people would not really fully understand the amount of time it takes to get a character set up. It's, like, honestly, it's not even that much effort. I would stress this to people. I'm like, you do not need to be full best in slot. You do not need to get, like, all of your crafted gear and stuff set up. There's, like, an auto-scaling aura in the raid tests that, like, makes your character good enough to participate. You can literally create your character and enter world. But one of the biggest complaints that people would give is add-ons a lot of times don't work in the beta. The amount of times people would wait until the literal last second to log in onto the beta and try and get their stuff set up, and they'd be like, oh, my add-ons, oh, I don't have my fancy UI, oh no, I can't play the game, I'm blind. It's just, that exact thing happened, like, the amount of times people just straight ghosted me, take that, multiply it by, like, 3, and that's, like, the number of people who had logged in, basically told me confidently, oh yeah, I'll definitely be able to help you out, logged in, realized they didn't have add-ons, and then sent me a message, I'm not dealing with this, and then just gave up. It's like, at least they told me. A lot of times they tell me last second, though. They wait until literally an hour before raid testing, and that is basically the same as ghosting me, because, by the way, after this happened, like, the first few times, I did raid testing for years. First few times this happened, I started telling every single person, I'm like, hey, just checking, have you ever done raid testing before? Do you know how this works? And if they said no, I'd be like, okay, just a heads up. You need to get your add-ons copied over in advance. Like, it's not hard to get it all set up, but if you do rely on add-ons, You do need to go through this process to get it all set up. It's not hard, but it does take a few hours of time. You will need to get that working. I would always let them know in advance. And I'd still have to, like, oh, yeah, and they do it last second, then give up. And, it's so frustrating. I'm getting myself pissed off just thinking about it. So you can imagine how I felt at the time, having to actually deal with all of this bullshit in the moment. Like I said, panic attacks, dealing with friends who were just being fucking idiotic. And, it just made my life a living hell, man. So all that to say, the fact that I literally don't need to deal with any idiots, and the funny thing is, like, I can already see, like, my raid leader is, like, making posts about raid testing, and he's already putting, like, the same disclaimers about, you need to copy your add-ons, like, if you need help, let me know in advance. So I read that, and I chuckle to myself, and I'm just like, yeah, he probably had to deal with the exact same shit as I did, of people just waiting until the last second, then trying to get everything set up in an hour before. Because I can already see he's putting the exact same, like, warnings and, you know, don't wait until the last second shit, in, like, the guild announcements. I'm just like, oh man, I know that feeling. And, you know what, Godspeed. At least it's not my fucking problem. But I get to show up, I get to do raid testing, and I get to get footage, and I don't need to deal with the bullshit. It's a perfect world. Best of both worlds there. So I'm happy about that, on one hand. I am very happy that I get to do all the fun stuff, but it is still a lot of time. I will still need to set aside time during the week to manage all of that, so... And then, on top of all of that, I still need to find time to finish working on my add-on. I've been chipping away at, like, some of the learning for, like, add-ons. I still need to actually sit down and code the damn thing, which is obviously going to take a lot of time, but that's the thing, right? I'm super OCD when it comes to, like, getting stuff done. I don't really like juggling a million different projects at once. When I have to, like right now, I get really stressed out. But especially for something as gargantuan of an undertaking as that, I want to make sure that everything else is off my plate. Everything else that I need to get done, at least really important stuff, is taken care of, and I can just sit down and it's like, alright, let's make a fucking add-on. And just... I will lock myself away for days until, like, I have a prototype ready, and then we can iterate on it from there, but, that's just, like, that's how I have to work to get stuff like that done. And it is important. I will need to make sure that I set aside proper time to work on it, but... What just happened? What? What the hell? Hello? Blizzard? Come on, man. So I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. Is this gonna kill me? That's still bullshit. I assume is let me check the recording. Is everything? Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming you were able to see that in the recording. I press remix time. My entire game freezes, and then as soon as it unfreezes, it starts and immediately cancels remix time. Like, all right, fuck me, I guess. At least I didn't die, so I don't lose my scroll buffs, but. That fucking sucks. That really fucking sucks. I guess. Just do recuperate. Let's see. This probably try to get some artifacts from sand here. I do think that we're on good pace right now, because we're already, what, level... Yeah, basically level 50, so that's really good. I didn't go back at level 40, because the level 40 bonus quest is, I believe that is observing the world or whatever. Hello? Whoa, what is this lag? I guess... I am on Europe, so some amount of random latency is to be expected. But it's been, honestly, kind of fine so far. Now, randomly, I'm getting really, really, really bad lag. Come on. Yikes. This is not good. Is that... Yeah, that's an upgrade. Spent talent points. What do I want? Probably want to take the hunt as quickly as possible, so just beeline that. Okay, we turn this stuff in. Yeah, so we're making good pace to finish High Mountain, though what I think... okay, I just hit level 50. Level 50, I do want to go back, because level 50 is the one where it's like, kill 200 enemies. And if I pick that up now, I will definitely be able to finish it by the time that we end the run. Like, there's more than 200 enemies left to kill, but also if I wait until the last second, then I might not be able to, so. We're gonna just not Swin's Voucher. That rip now. What about this? Oh, shit, when was that? Epic progress. Oh, fuck. You know what? I think that was... I'm not sure if that is at level 40 or level 50. That might have been at level 40. And if that's the case, then... ah, shit. I should have gone and turned that in earlier. I forgot that one-time quest was a thing on your first run. Like, honestly, though, it also could have easily been level 50, and I timed it perfectly. And let me Google this real quick. Epic progress. Wow. It doesn't really say. Yeah, because it just says, like, all of these quests just show as, like, scaling down. Let me double check. I actually am curious. I want to give accurate information here. Okay, crap, it is level 40. There's actually a comment on Wowhead. You visit Moritari at level 40? Okay. One for unlocking your first artifact weapon replica. Oh, shit. Is there... oh, shit. I forgot that was the thing. Well... Alright. Alright. Fuck my life. What are you gonna do? Yeah, so I've effectively been missing out on 10% extra experience this whole time. Look, there is absolutely no way that this was ever going to be a super-duper perfect speedrun. It's so fucking difficult to keep track of all of the various different things that you can get. That one's a bit of a bummer. That is like... I will be completely honest, I completely forgot that this intro quest gave that reward. Just completely forgot. I knew that was a quest. I straight up forgot that the first time I did it. It's so hard to keep track when you're, like, going through it day one. Like, which ones gave you the bonus, which ones didn't. As a result, by the way, we should go do that now. Because I believe I can... yeah, I can do the intro stuff for getting the artifact. So we'll just do that now. I could have done this as early as, like, level 20. And... well, I mean, lesson learned, right? Make sure that you get your duplicate artifact, because that's the one that gives you the bonus. So, really what I should have done is when I got the Vengeance artifact, I should have just picked Havoc instead, because that would have let me do this. Do I just walk in at this point? I think I just walk in. Yeah, I just walk in. Oh, man. Man, oh man, oh man. That, I will say, that is a significant time loss. Out of all of the small little mistakes that I could have done, that is by far the most significant. That is a straight up, I probably could have saved maybe 30 minutes or more by doing that. Probably, maybe that's a stretch. Probably 30 minutes is like a ballpark estimate. Across this entire run, by the end of it,
Follow me. I shall open the cell.
Saving 10%. Yeah, probably about that much. Fuck it, whatever. Whatever.
If you would do the honors, I will stand guard to ensure
It's, yeah, it's whatever.
you would stand before me
most powerful Eridar.
But here's the thing, at the very least,
I'm sure you two will be fast.
the silver lining here is that I have figured it out, right? I've realized my mistake before the end of the run. That way now, you know, if you're watching this, you know to not make the same mistake. And you know all of the one-time sources, which are to get your duplicate artifacts, to head back at level 40, and let me double check that that's it. Let me just make sure I do this first. There's like some roleplay here. So while I do the roleplay, I'll double check.
Dark sorrow and radiance will have leave no wits about you. Veritas will be a cunning and
Yeah, so you obviously get one from the intro quest that is like impossible to avoid. That one I picked up early on. Getting your replica artifact weapon gives it to you, and then you get one for reaching level 40. The others are automatically rewarded when you finish your first character and reach level 80, so like obviously that, you know, that is impossible to miss. You'll get that by the time you level your second character, but there are 3 10% bonuses that you can get while leveling your first character.
push forward quickly.
I've already gotten 2 of them. This is the one that I missed. And I theoretically could have gotten this very early, so it's, yeah, it's a bit of a bummer.
There's no time to land. You must dive headlong into the fray. Go!
What's my bonus at? 35%. Because I've gotten the 3 10% bonuses, 2 of them from the like intro quests, and then I also got the Valshara campaign. And then I've gotten an additional 5% through the tokens from my various infinite research quests.
Finish the portal, damn you! We must protect the war.
Or at least this intro quest I've done a jillion times. We are kind of close. We're like close-ish to the end of the run. I'm pretty sure with this we definitely won't need Trial of Valor, like at all. That will not be necessary. And I'm gonna finish this. I'm gonna get the 10% buff. By the end of this scenario, I should also have received enough Demon Blood to continue the Order Hall quest, and that should be like a big chunk of XP, because I think there's a bunch of insta-complete quests after the Demon Blood one, which, I'll be honest, I didn't expect I'd finish in time, but it looks like I have just happened to kill enough demons. The other nice thing is when you're on Heroic World Tier, which I was not on Heroic World Tier my first run, but you get like a lot of other random demons that get summoned in combat, and that will give you progress towards that quest. So that's good. After that, we're very close to finishing High Mountain. It's like, there's still about, I think, like 30 minutes of questing left in High Mountain, give or take. So we're not, like, completely out of the woods yet. But should be able to finish that without too much work. And then we'll get the 10% bonus from doing that. And then we'll just do Nighthold into Masargyris, and honestly, I think that'll be enough to get me to level 80. With the associated infinite research quests, it's like, it might even be overkill. We probably won't even get all the way through Tomb before we reach max level. At the very least, it will probably end up being like roughly half the time of my first run, like 4 hours or so. Probably 5 hours, I would imagine it's going to be closer. So, I think overall, although it, you know, could it have been faster? Sure. But I think this is a pretty good optimized initial run-through of 10 to 80. So, yeah, it'll still be good enough. Good enough, good enough, good enough, good enough. Um,
The infinite power of the twin blades.
just checking Discord messages. Nothing serious, thank you. Get this cooldown step. This is, yeah, unskippable roleplay, I believe. Oh no, we haven't gotten there yet. Now it's unskippable roleplay. He stunned me just before. I got baited. Second, no. I wonder if I had been standing right there, would I be able to interact with it while stunned? Not sure. Come on. Alright. Skippable cutscene.
Well done. We managed to clear the skies.
And then now we get our 10%. Oh, I'm so mad at myself for forgetting that. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure I did this run, though, because this is really good information for when I make my my leveling guide, because I couldn't remember the exact details, and like I could have scrubbed through my first leveling run like step by step to try and figure that stuff out, but now I have like concrete demonstrative footage to explain all that stuff. So there we go. Now we're up to 45%.
The simulacrum I left in place of the artifact that I retrieved from the timeline.
Yeah, also pretty decent chunk of early infinite power. We're gonna scrap all this stuff.
Would be quite happy if you scrapped it to reclaim our materials.
And interesting. I lost my Nostwin's voucher return TP. Okay, that's fine. Little bit of a bummer, but that is not that big of a deal. I want Inner Demon, Cycle of Hatred, Screaming Brutality, then Soulscar. Okay, so I have this quest, Sampling the Worlds. I am going to... We're going to head to Suramar. Suramar is my favorite spot for getting herbs and ore. And I'll show this trick again. I'm not going to like extensively use this. Technically speaking, you could at this stage, like in my super fast run, I did a lot of mob grinding, but I did a lot of mob grinding on the leveling character using a trick in Suramar that makes it pretty fast. So you can grab a buff in here. This lay ward. This thing. And now I have the buff. Now I can kill mobs really efficiently. Now, I'm not going to extensively use this, but while I'm in Suramar to farm a little bit of herbs, I may as well grab this just because it will actually save me time. Because otherwise, it's not actually worth collecting herbs here. So this, basically what I'm doing is, in exchange for my, my Nostwin's voucher getting overridden, I'm doing this to make my return trip to High Mountain a little bit faster. This way we can benefit a little bit from some mob grinding while we're in the area. But I'm not going to do this extensively, just enough to, you'll see, to make this worthwhile. There were some herbs there, but it's fine. It's not the main spot I want to go to. Vines. We'll grab all these guys, because we still need to get the modes while flying. The other nice things about doing a run like this is, you know, most people won't watch the entire way through, so I get to showcase a lot of, like, my favorite little cool farming strategies scattered throughout the run. And I don't draw, like, too much attention to them, but, like, you know, if you're really paying close attention, you may notice at one point in the run of, like, huh, this thing that Harldan just did is for, like, an unrelated leveling thing that kind of reminds me of, like, some very specific conditions that he mentioned in, like, a completely different video. I wonder if that, like, random spot that he visited as part of this leveling run is actually the super secret farm that he mentioned in a completely separate video. And, you know, if you're a really attentive viewer, you may be able to put the pieces together and figure that stuff out. Just a thought. Alright, let's grab that. Okay, there's some stuff. Yeah, so this is the main reason I like this. Because there's a lot of herbs and ore in this area. There's a lot of mobs surrounding it, but if you have the Lay Infusion buff, you can just very easily kill all the mobs. And then it doesn't matter. So let's keep looking. Starlight Rose. Anything around here? Not seeing many herbs and ore. Let's double check. Man, this area is like fucking barren today. The heck? What's all the herbs and ore? There's one. So yeah, okay, now there's like a bunch of Starlight Roses in this area. We'll get this. This one over here. There's another one. This is what it's normally like. I wonder if somebody somehow cleared out that area. That's Starlight Rose. There's another one. We need one more. There is technically a potion that I can use to track herbs and ore. Didn't really consider grabbing that. Didn't think I'd need it, but oh well. We'll turn that in later, because we're going to have to go back for... there is a quest at level 60. I believe the level 60 quest is killing bosses. So we'll grab that, and then the moment I hit level 60, we should be able to start Nightholds. And I'm not sure if there's enough bosses in TOS and Nighthold to finish that quest. I can't remember if it requires 10 or 20 boss kills. I want to say it's 10. But also my memory's fuzzy. So, I don't know. Alright. Minor little hiccup in the run, but overall... Overall, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I accidentally pulled an extra mob. Okay, yeah, so this is where it sends me back to Thunder Totem. So I do the Blood Totem questline, then there's like all the final stuff, like the big battle area, and I believe that's it for campaign High Mountain. Skyhorn Tribe and Blood Totem. Yeah, so you finish those tribe quest lines. We've technically already finished Skyhorn Tribe. We just need to do the turn in at Thunder Totem quest. And then we just got to do these ones. And then it's just the final quests in Snowblind Mesa, which aren't really that long. And honestly, this stuff is pretty fast as well. Well, what? Alright. It's stuck in a little tree. Let's, actually, I think if I just run, it might be faster than bouncing up. I couldn't remember if there was a follow-up, so I wanted to make sure I did that. I can't remember if Gornoth drops a quest starting item, but I'm going to drag this rare mob on top of him. Those club smash abilities a lot of times are really overtuned. They have terrible hitboxes, so gotta be really careful. That's nice. Random purple, we'll take it. Oh. I'm dead, I think? Yep. Love that. There's like, yeah, those on-death abilities start to scale really aggressively. And it's just, if one goes on you, you're fucked. Nothing you can do. I can just reapply my scrolls. Not a big deal, but it's just annoying. Yeah, you can see for some reason we're already hitting the point where scaling is just starting to randomly kick my ass. It's a little bit awkward because, like, we're very close to turning the corner again. Because once I get all of my really powerful throw glaive stuff, my damage goes through the roof. I just realized I haven't spent any of my artifact talent points in a little while. Not that big of a deal because, like, most of the upgrades we get from here on out are pretty weak, so there's not, like, a ton that I could get. Yeah, so I only get, this thing, so yeah. Not that big of a deal. It's like a very minor damage increase. But I technically should be remembering to put points into that. One more Harpy Egg. I also should be doing the Witchwood bonus objective while I'm here. May as well. These casts from the Harpies, it's always like a spell casting thing, where Blizzard just forgets to tune the numbers properly and it does like ridiculous amounts of damage. There's treasure chest. What do we got? Screaming Brutality, very nice. And then next one is Soulscar, and then Soulscar is like so much damage. Because now we've set up all of our really powerful throw glaive talents, and then Soulscar is like the payoff for that. It does so much damage. Even this, you know, decent damage. But look at the breakdown here. Look at how much damage our random proc effects are contributing. And it's like all of the different random procs as well. Every single one of them will trigger and pitch in. And the thing about that is, at max level, the reason why you want to focus on like one particular effect is some of them just scale better than others, but a lot of the effects that are like not that great, you know, yeah, they don't really scale very well, they don't do a lot of damage. The reason they're valuable for leveling is because there's going to be a lot of inherent downtime when we're running around turning in quests, so you're not going to have as many like extended periods of combat. So the chance for the thing to proc when we very first like get into combat with a bunch of new mobs is much higher. So overall, it's going to look like a bigger portion of our damage, because there's going to be less time for the really good traits to, like, put in a lot of work. I don't know if that explanation makes a ton of sense, but that's the best way that my brain can currently think of it. Definitely need more harpies than just these two. I think that's not enough feathers. Yeah, okay. Just killing like 1 or 2 more should work. We got the hunt now. That's really good. Where those are harpies. I'll probably use this because I won't be in combat with anything for a little bit, so that's fine. This might be enough feathers on its own, or it might be like 1 short. Okay, no, good. I need to destroy 1 more harpy egg, though, for this world quest. There we go. Cool. This actually, yeah, I think will line up perfectly. I'll hit almost exactly level 60, right around the time that I finish High Mountain, I think. And then I'll be level 60 just in time to do all the raids. That'll be perfect.
Where's Torok? The river provides. Meet me in the cave below.
Let's see.
Corpse of the harpy you slew.
Oh, right, yeah, it's... These guys... Then... Alvarog to begin. Right, yeah, back in the cave. And that's when they turn hostile. In the meantime... Okay, upgrade.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Okay, I think that's all of the upgrades we can get for now. Red shirt NPC has died. Do Tempest Wrath, and then we're gonna remix time. I have no idea if the scaling in that Doom Blade is really bad, so I'm gonna play a little bit safe here. I beam out. Oop, that's not good. I hope it doesn't follow up with a Doom Blade. That would be bad. Okay. At least it wasn't aimed at me. Alright, fashionista legs, sure. I think I vaguely remember the quest from this point. I'm also kind of wondering now, there's a case to be made for just switching back to normal world tier to quickly finish up High Mountain. I don't know exactly, like, what the breakpoint's gonna be like. Hard to say. I think because I'm not really having any issues surviving, I'm just going to stay in Heroic World Tier for now. But I guess I will at least mention that if at this point, like, you felt like the scaling was starting to be a problem, your class maybe was struggling a little bit, there really wouldn't be that much of an issue with, like, temporarily swapping just to, like... Or, honestly, even if you were just in normal worlds throughout the entire time, it wouldn't really matter that much. All that really matters is getting the campaign completion for, what's it called? Yeah, for the perfected epic memento. Everything else beyond that is like whatever. It's just bonus. Kill these guys. This because of the guaranteed memento. And then we need to kill 4 more Fel Totem. Yeah, we can just do a big pull here. Hey! All of them did that Burning Slash ability and just fucked me up. Wow! We're fine, though. Thankfully, Leech was enough.
Precious artifact of yours won't do us harm.
Or? No, just that. Unfortunately, my cooldowns are not back up. I think I'm just, to give myself a little bit of time to get my cooldowns back, I'm going to scrap a bunch of stuff real fast. I'm also starting to enter territory where it's going to start being worth it to replace even blue items with green, if it's a high enough item level increase. I think up until now I'm not going to do that, but any item level upgrades I get from here on out, because the scaling is starting to be a little bit problematic, I'm just going to start ripping highest item level takes priority. This bonus objective I'm going to ignore. Oh, thank God. Almost missed out on that. Yeah, there's no quests overlapping this one. It's just to kill this guy. That I'm not going to go out of my way to do. Nice. That is, yeah, that's another infinite knowledge. What are we up to right now for infinite knowledge? Shit. We are at 4. Alright. Let's take that. Going on, know your enemy, probably. Okay, yeah, so everything else here is a side quest. Now we just go back to Thundertip. Okay. Yeah, I'm used to doing all the quests here, because, like, the quests here are okay. They're decent. So I normally do them as, like, efficient side quests, but they don't actually matter. They're also, I believe, part of the Sojourner achievement. So eventually you would want to do it. What's this? What's the difference here? Actually, I can check. Yeah, see, that's like a massive agility increase. This is where the scaling really kicks into high gear. Same here. It's just so much agility. So at that point, just the raw primary stats start scaling out of control. And it's just better to focus on that.
What wind did you run? Good. I am not. I am nervous about entering this place. Best hurry in before they change their mind.
Our thanks are always...
Yeah, I think both of them activate at the same time. Yeah, it's just this guy's slow as shit.
I, Navarone, leader of the Stone Dark Drogbar, declare my allegiance to the High Mountain tribe.
Yep, now we equip, for sure.
Let it be known that together, we are High Mountain!
Check that. Jewelry, the same rules still apply, though. Because that doesn't have primary stats. This is... yeah, still an upgrade. Basically, even a small amount of item level is better now. Where is the next quest? Okay, I actually already got it. Battle of Snowblind Mesa. What's the hunt? Oh, that's that turn-in. Okay. Right. I can, I'll turn that in when I go back to... to Dalaran in a little bit. We're almost done.
Peace, and when you face the worms, call to us, and we shall be there.
Okay, what do I need to do? There's a named mob I need to kill, then I need to kill 10 these guys. And then Skyhorn. Top of me. I'm gonna get one more Bloody Dance, and then remix time. This guy's buffed, so he's gonna be really hard to kill, so I'm just gonna try and kite him. If he leashes, so be it. But it's gonna be better to do this. I'm gonna try to do... Just to avoid him leashing. Yeah, there we go. And that worked out perfectly. And... Blade. So I need 4 more mobs. Does this... Yeah, this guy doesn't count as one of the 10 that I need to kill. So I'm sure there's going to be a cluster down there, probably, that I can take care of. Jeez! These auto attacks. Okay, I see the line. Oh my god. My health bar. Holy shit. That was way more damage than I was expecting. I should be able to kill all these guys. The main reason I'm doing this is because there's a rich node here. That's just guaranteed infinite power. Love to see it.
If you get lost, just follow the river.
Rub our stones. I think I still get credit just by talking to them? Yeah. Then the other one is up the mountain. Should be fine to just pop up these rocks a little bit. And this guy's gonna be like, I'm too old. He's about to get completely curb stomped. Unlucky.
What has the wind brought?
Our Dark Rule. Curb stomps the mountain. Skip cutscene, and then I think I kill one more mob, and then I get completion credit. And then it's like, go... Oh, I did the I used that ability and it didn't work for some reason. Whatever. What is this fucking pathing, man? Great, I can't wait to shoot at all of the mobs that are in my range. Why does the quest even fucking send you here? I hate, like, these on-rails shooter quests that just have no intelligent pathing at all. I keep hitting the drawbar one, and it's just not registering. Quests, man. At least you only have to do it one time on your entire account. So that's the silver lining there.
What wind did you ride in?
No hole you can hide in that we cannot follow.
Remix. And that should be...
The Underking is not getting away.
Alright.
This time, remember the
There we go.
lessons.
There's the perfected epic memento. There's the 10%. And now I'm actually going to equip defensive traits because now I'm basically going to get carried through raids. I will at least save my Souls the Ka on the off chance that I need it. But I don't expect I will. But I'm going to take any defensive things that I can. Take that. Take that. Yeah. No, this is all... Yeah, this we all replace. Alright, so now we're done with High Mountain. Now it is Nighthold time. And... I'm just going to do a regular Hearthstone. And I guess I'm going to start forming a group for Nightholds. And I guess, honestly, we're probably looking at about, like, 1 more hour-ish. 5 hours seems pretty reasonable. Managed to, even with the small mistakes, shave 3 hours off the time. I'm overall not too upset about that. Reach level 70. Again, by the way, I'll repeat this here. You do not need to go back to Moritari to get this buff. The quest is misleading. The moment you hit level 70, this buff gets applied to you and you get the bonus. A lot of people don't seem to realize that. Like, it's an understandable thing to be confused about, but it's so frustrating how I've said that in so many different videos and I still have people telling me, no, you're wrong, the quest gives the buff. And I'm like, I know the quest gives the buff, cosmetically gives the buff, but like, just look at your buffs. It automatically appears the moment you hit level 70 and you automatically start gaining more experience. But like, so many people just see, oh, quest gives reward, therefore Harldan lie. And nobody's willing to just look at the actual XP values that they're receiving and do the math. It's so frustrating. Such is life. And a Twisted Bark. This, yeah, like I said, I want defensive traits. This is a very good survivability trait, and the moment that I get into Nighthold, I am going to switch to Vengeance, and I'm going to sit there and just take every defensive talent that I possibly can, so I don't die. Because I don't want to die. And I'll switch to Vengeance right now, so that I don't even need to keep fiddling with the set roll. It'll just display me as a tank. As I do all this stuff and wait for people to apply to the group, I can fiddle with my talents and whatnot. Still gotta go and turn all this stuff in. This is downstairs? Yeah, I think it's downstairs. And for fucking no reason at all, the game fucking delisted my group. Thanks, Blizzard. Why? Why? Hello? The fuck are we doing that for? Scream, dude. Spaghetti code game.
I will see you up top. We will break the news together. Azeroth must know. We have consulted with the Master's soul and gained wisdom. Illidari,
Yeah, item level's the only thing that matters here.
new leader.
Do give Landalok my love.
Violet Citadel. Oh yeah, this is like... forget exactly how this works. Either way, there's a bunch of free quests that I can complete here. I can't remember if I'm able to unlock additional like champion and mission board quests for like the free bonus experience. I don't know how far they're buried into the thing, but either way, we'll take what we can get. I gotta wait for the group to form anyway.
That imp just stole the grimoire.
Okay, yeah. Well, we formed the raid. I'll start heading to Nightholds. So this time I can actually... summon. Thanks, Blizzard! Why did I get delisted? Who fucking knows?
The Magistrict's thugs are impeding the lean
I-
efforts to distribute Arkwine.
There was one time, like, one of the main reasons I actually stopped leading my own pugs in Remix is actually genuinely because of that. It seems like such a minor issue, but I used to be doing TOV every single day and just carrying random people, and I had a random TOV run. I don't really know why it happened. The group finder relisted my group, like, straight up 10 times in a row. It was just over and over and over and over and over. I would list it, 5 seconds later, delist it. Relist it, 5 seconds later, delist it. I actually was, like, losing my mind. I was so pissed off. It's like, I have no idea what's causing it. And I have to, then, it also, a lot of times, it wipes your settings, so I have to manually select again. Trial of Valor, Mythic, MTOV carrying all, which was, like, the description I always picked for my groups. Every single time, I had to relist that. And then after, like, the 5th time, I gave up. It's infuriating. I don't know why it's bugged, but I really, really, really need them to fix it. Because I can't even be fucking bothered to form raids anymore, because it just happens every time. Literally the only talents I'm taking here are anything that gives me more survivability. I hope that doesn't wipe my talents. Thankfully it didn't. Definitely want Last Resort. That's good enough. Talents. Cast Nova, sure. And then that. Definitely Darkness. And sure, I guess that we don't need. Do that. Group got delisted again. I am going to scream. I'm gonna fucking scream, man. Why? Why, Blizzard? It's my... I guess I could technically take the light tree, come to think of it, yeah. Survivability from that actually wouldn't hurt. What else? I don't have meta on my bars. Spellbook. Demon Hunter. Metamorphosis. I guess that's it. How are we on players? When we get close to the end, I don't think we've gotten many 740 people. I am going to wait a little bit when we're like close to full and make sure we get at least a handful of 740 people. Emerald Nightmare is like piss easy. I don't care that much. But I am not going to do this without at least like a handful of carries. So like this guy, Doom Tricks, what are you at? Yeah, it's like fresh level 80. Yeah, right now we don't really have any carries. Okay, there we go, 740. As long as we have like, I would say 3 people or 740, we should be fine. My normal Fell Devastation keybind is T. This is gonna break my brain. What's that? For a second I thought that said Jerry. But no, that's just, what is it, Cyrillic characters? Huh. I was like, wow, he used fancy characters to name himself Jerry. I guess that looks more like Nettie. But it's probably something completely different. I have no idea how to read Cyrillic. Check Discord messages. What
madmen thought to infuse this creature with the Nightwell's power? Have a care. If this abomination was created to protect lower reaches of the Citadel from invaders, it must be particularly deadly.
Okay, another 740. Nice. I think we've probably gotten enough 740s at this point. What level is Tomb of Sargeras, anyway? I guess level 40, huh? This Broken Shore is 40 onwards, so... sense. 28 members. Okay, I'll invite this guy. The last spot, I would like one more... ideally, one more geared person. I'm gonna... drop down another scroll of summoning. This guy's in Dalaran. Wifey of Lee. Oh. Trying to figure out what that name was. Do I invite this guy, or do I just let it rip? I think we probably have enough people. Oh, we got delisted. The game said fuck that rogue. Sorry, buddy. Did not even give me a chance. God damn, what is... I really, really, really wish they would fix that. That and, like, the LFR bug are just insane. What the heck? Fucking impatient motherfucker. This guy's, like, being just like, are you gonna summon me or not? Like, well, I was. Not anymore. Fuck you. I think a 740 person barely applied. We have enough. We're fine. Like, he can see summons going out. Like, just use your fucking eyeballs. Oh, come on. There we go. Click, 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 click. That guy... I've tried to summon him, and it's not working. I don't know what's going on with him. It says he's in Sanctum of Order. I'll try to summon him one more time. I don't know why it's not working for him. Yeah, it's just failing. Yeah, well, we pulled the boss, I guess. Whatever. In fairness, I did try to summon the guy, like, multiple times. That is on him. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this game. And that is why you want to be very careful and play very safe. But yeah, we basically have 3 people who are carrying the entire raid. So...
This is a momentous day, my friends.
It's probably enough.
No outsider was
I suspect it is.
inside the corridors of the Nighthold for 10,000 years.
Try and equip this. Why is 1, 2, 3, please? Dude. Sorry, Jerry. I don't know why the fuck you're still not in the raid. I've summoned every single person multiple times.
Now the fate of my people rests in the hands of outsiders. All of you, to save us from the terrible bargain made by our queen.
I could have sworn I've summoned literally every single fucking possible person. Honestly, I'm gonna list this. We're obviously in progress, but on the off chance we get like a carry person who just wants to like join in and blast a few bosses, I don't know. I've never actually had anybody join in midway, but you never know. I'm gonna invite somebody. It's gonna be okay. We'll take you. At least he'll do something. It's not gonna be completely dead weight. That I don't know.
Why defy that which devours all things?
I'm gonna stand in my little puddle of darkness where it is nice and safe.
Shanar Dalaras. I have no idea how such
None of that's
an
hitting me,
entity
right?
could
Yeah,
be.
we're good.
But the essence of the Nightwell is surging through it. Tendrils of power are emanating.
I've sometimes seen people pull that trash at the wrong time, and everybody gets dragged into like a puddle, and it kills multiple people. So I'm ultra paranoid. I do not want to die.
My time has come.
Honestly, I guess the Lightforge trait is probably a good option if you just want to be ultra safe, because like you do have like a low health defensive and a cheat death that you can use, so there are options, even if you are like maybe a little bit under geared. I want to try and equip this whenever I can, just for the added survivability. Are there any other defensive traits that I would need? I could get Demon Muzzle for the extra magic DR. Good. Probably going down here to take, just, like, extra self-healing. Just, like, I mean, literally damage or normal viability stuff doesn't matter at all. The only thing that matters is utmost safety. Tracking blood. Oh. There, you track blood across my floor. Have a bite, master. I know it's your favorite. I love this guy. One of my favorite things about Legion is, like, all the boss voice lines. There's so many, like, amazingly voiced bosses. I'm just, like... I'm trying to think of, like, boss voice lines in Mana Forge Omega that, like, I actually remember. And none of them stand out to me. I can't think of a single one.
The palace grounds are just ahead.
Like,
You'll find them even more heavily defended than the lower.
I guess I remember the Demon Hunter boss going like, ha ha ha, I hope they run, it's more fun when they do. Just because she says that voice line on, like, half her fucking abilities. But, outside of that? Yeah, I can't really remember. So, the Demon Hunter boss actually does have some notable voice lines, yeah. My brain is kind of fried, so I'm blanking on a few of them. But, whatever the line Adaris says, that one, I'm fucking fully blanking on it right now. It's like one of those things where, of course, when you try to actually remember it, your brain goes blank. But, oh yeah, to the ground, like a beast. That one. That's a good voice line. Demon Hunter boss has a decent amount of, like, solid ones. My Gleave Thirsts, and, like, the mana cackling. That's good. Those are nice. But, like, Fractalus is, like, you know, angry crystal noises. Plexus Sentinel, like, generic purification-related lines. Lumathar, you know, bug noises.
Behold a true mistress of the blade!
I do remember Soulbinder has a line referring to the Ethereals as her children, which has some interesting implications. Other than that, what else? Dimensions just, like, says devour and, like, very, like, hungry-related lines a lot of times. I don't know, like, none of them really stand out to me. This is, like, a very strange tangent. I don't know why I'm on this train of thought right now. Also, this group is deciding to split kill bosses, which is fucking stupid, and I hate this shit. Because we don't have a full raid of super overpowered people, so this is probably not a good idea. But, of course, people are dumb, and they're gonna do it anyway. I've had, like, really, really bad pug groups today. Annihilate. Replicate. I'm so glad that the one dude who decided he's gonna solo Tichondrius is, like, the most dogshit player alive, and has managed to do 25% of the boss's HP. Like, if you are not able to solo the fucking boss, don't try and solo the fucking boss. Jesus Christ. Who is that guy? Who the fuck? Who is that dude? Who the fuck went there? Just gonna fucking kick him from the raid. Fucking idiots. I don't want to, like, kick people who just kind of followed the idiot who pulled. Fielget? Where's Fielget? They actually wiped. They actually wiped to fucking Tichondrius. They failed to kill Tichondrius. Follow the raid. Stop trying to split kill if you're not 740. If you pull bosses early, I will boot you.
See for yourself the cruel frozen void that lies beyond the margin of Azeroth's skies.
There we go. Just idiots. I'm so tired of that shit.
The burning legion, slayers of whole worlds. Could we hope
It's also gonna cause some bosses to fucking reset.
the stars have judged you and found you wanting?
I think I see this guy. I'm trying to. It's so hard to tell on the fucking map. The Nightholds. Yeah, I can't see their fucking names in the map. Man, I really managed to put together the worst fucking raid groups today, huh? I am going to be very picky with TOS. I'm gonna get 10 players just to make sure that it looks somewhat full, and then I'm going to get like only 700 plus item level people. I'm so fucking tired of... It wouldn't be as bad if it wasn't just like, you have no fucking gear and you're trying to solo a raid boss, get the fuck out of here. You're just making things worse.
The future you so futilely fight to protect. The future so easy.
Estrella thought himself superior to, well, everyone. I confess.
Are these guys still over here?
Seeing him humbled.
Yeah, I'll get. Is this guy one of the 740s? I can't tell. They actually, I can't even tell if they killed Tichondrius or not. I could barely see him for a moment there. 164 verse. Alright, get the fuck out of the raid. You're not geared enough to solo that shit, and I'm just so tired of... I don't know what the fuck he's doing over there, but I'm fucking tired of it.
Suramar owes its beauty to my blooms.
I can't tell if he killed Tichondrius or wiped, because Tichondrius is no longer, like, showing up as, like, an in-combat enemy on the right side. But either way, he's definitely one of the people who put us in combat with that, and he's still over there. So I can only assume that he's still fighting it, and I'm fucking tired of that. Hey, that almost killed me. He says, dude, I didn't pull. But he had ample opportunities to not be standing in the area of Tichondrius. Like, why are you still there, buddy? Get out of there. I saw 3 other people in that general area. But when I checked just now, he's the only one who's still fucking standing by Tichondrius. So it's like, well, you're the one whose hand is still in the fucking cookie jar, my friend.
Destroyed the entire terrace.
Can't fucking equip this gear. I'm really nervous about also doing the death skip here, because I don't know if somebody's, like, randomly in combat with a different raid boss. And if they are, I don't want to end up in a position where, like, I death skip, Croesus is in combat, then I'm stuck dead while they're fighting that mob. Which is one of the main reasons why you don't fucking split kill in normal Nighthold. It's just, it's dumb. It's so dumb. It's just fucking idiots who think that they understand how, like, you know, efficient, I don't know, speedrunning works. Are just like, those people do things at multiple times. And it's like, the irony is that, as part of, like, my super fast speedrun, one of the things that we will obviously be doing is boss split kills, except that's going to be done by a coordinated team of super geared players, not fucking random Joe Schmo at fucking 100% verse. It's like, yeah, now the problem is, I don't, like, is Tichondrius dead? Is Tichondrius alive? I don't fucking know. Are we still in combat with the raid boss?
What can I say? He
Who
takes
fucking
his
knows,
job
man?
seriously.
Okay, I see them dying and releasing, so it looks like we're fine. We're not at least in combat with the raid boss. I wanted to double check first. Now, I can actually equip all this stuff. I'm gonna put this in that bag for safekeeping. Take Sealed Menashetar Empire, put it there. Okay. Okay, so they did wipe Tichondrius. Fucking hell. Man, I didn't need this shit today. I will say we're probably going to end up being a little bit over 5 hours because of this, but it's like, it's whatever. But yeah, you know, in summary, right, from all the stuff that I was saying earlier, it's... Doing all this will give you infinite knowledge, right? So I'm at 4 infinite knowledge, so you'll have to do the raids anyway. Well, you will obviously want to go back later on and get, what's it called? Get all of the, Sojourner achievements done. It's just so much easier to go back when you're, like, super over-geared. And you can just one-shot everything. At least in my opinion, that's just a better use of your time. Let's do that. And then... so that's all my talents. In theory, like, if somebody's gonna split up and go to a different area, what they should be doing is they should be going to Ellison and starting the roleplay there, not killing fucking Tichondrius. I'm also getting a few duplicate rewards this time around. Now that I'm at level 70, so this is where the scaling gets really, really, really dangerous. Now, I do have, like, 3 cheat deaths, so the chances of me randomly dying are extremely low, but it's not impossible. So I am still very scared. Especially because if there's, like, a random dot that goes on me that just does, like, 50% of my health per tick, that will just munch through all my cheat deaths back to back. And technically, if I get hit by, like, a random overtuned ability, like, I mean, even look at that. Random shit like that, if it does enough overkill damage, it could just ignore my cheat death. So, you never know. If I was Havoc, that actually might have killed me. So I'll be able to use that ability. Or equip that helmet. And that guy just got one shot by the bee. Lucky. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm level 70, you can just see right here, I already have the level 70 buff. I mentioned it earlier, but I'm going to keep pointing it out in runs until people realize that that's how it works. that guy just stood in the fucking circle. He just got plastered on the fucking ground. Unlucky for you. Oh, that was not one. Oh, another one down. Yeah, my gut instinct about waiting a little bit longer to get more 740s was probably correct, but...
Good. That was for Tyrion Fordring, monster. Grosus may not have struck the killing blow, but he played a part in our great champion's fall.
I'm going to take this just for the stamina, but I will still put this in reserve. I'm honestly not sure how much I'm going to play this particular Demon Hunter beyond the confines of the speedrun. I might play it a little bit just to, like, unlock some stuff on my European account, but I don't really know how much I care. Especially because, like, the main advantage of having a lot of different, or, like, a really good character in Remix is to boost characters on, like, a secondary account. But I only have one European account. I have 2 accounts in North America, and then I have this account on Europe. I'm not going to make a second European account just for that. I do want to try and get the 400% XP bonus, because, like, what I also could do is, like, ask one of my European friends to, like, carry me for free towards the end of the event. Just get, like, a few more alts. But having a geared character really doesn't actually matter too much for me, for my purposes at least. Finally equip that. Oh no! I just realized it almost auto-scrapped all that stuff. So a bargain struck.
Every time Stream shows it to be so. Had we resisted, they would have taken the Nightwell by force and left us bereft of it.
What's I gonna say? But yeah, did I think I got Artifaction Sand. Yeah, I can use that. What's my artifact item level at? 315? Yeah, so you can see here, this is where the artifact starts to fall behind a little bit from level 70 onwards. And that really sucks. And I've been very good about staying on top of my upgrades. Also, what are my... Okay, it is only 10 bosses, actually, so that's not bad. I will actually get that just by doing... yeah, just by doing Nighthold, because Alisson and Gul'dan will give credit towards that. So I can turn that in after finishing Nighthold, and then I will do TOS. Thankfully, Alisson should be pretty easy. Gul'dan, I can't imagine will be too tricky. I think these two 740 people are more than capable of carrying the rest of us. Thankfully. So I'm gonna respond. While I wait here, I'm just gonna put myself in meta and then respond to Discord messages real quick. Because, I mean, there's no real rush. See myself taking damage. We're fine.
Time shifts again, and your doom draws near.
Oh, I fat-fingered remix time. I don't think it matters, but... I guess, come to think of it, my, oh, I don't have kick. I have it, it's just not on my bars. Use my, Lightforge thing just for extra super-duper safety. Another belt? I already had a belt. Man. What do I run for hero talents?
So persistent, so confident. But your arrogance will be...
I figure Fellsguard's probably safer,
Have you forgotten your...
just because of Set Fire to the Pain is like actually such an insane defensive ability.
How your mighty war chief was...
Damage doesn't matter here, of course, so...
Helpless piglet. Will you die slowly as he did, consumed by fell corruption and squealing for a merciful end? Your pathetic horde will fall to dust. In the end, death will inherit this world, and she will be waiting. The husk of Illidan will prove an ideal vessel for my master's glory. Sargeras will rise, and together we will watch your world burn. Let the end game begin.
Everybody in my guild is complaining about the, crappy UI on beta. Which, at least for me, as a default UI enjoyer, I am safe. That is, one nice thing about never having used any UI add-ons. Two people are already dead.
Of these pests.
Ow, 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 ow.
Kill them in my master's name. The vessel must be made ready. I'll make ashes of you. Burn from within.
Alright.
Hero.
Now the actual fight. I'm pretty sure Gul'dan doesn't give XP. I guess we can double check.
I'll indulge myself a bit and finish.
So I'm at like halfway through 71. We'll just see what the amount is at once he's dead.
Taste of the master will never escape.
It's Resonant Barrier. But yeah. I forgot about this. Man, it's been such a hot minute since I've actually like done Gul'dan for real. Because obviously, you know, for remix, you just fucking face roll easy. I'm actually curious, what's the versatility on... Which hunter is this? I'm guessing this is the Russian hunter, and that's why it's not showing up in my details. He's 219 versatility, and the priest is... Wow, the priest is 900 verse? But because he's a healer, he's doing very little damage. Imagine, if he was Shadow, he'd just be one-shotting the bosses. What is... Why is he in fucking Holy Spec, man? I just noticed that. Little bros role-playing. I mean... You know. At least he's... You know, he's doing enough. I can't complain. It is what it is. Go. Yeah, no XP from Gul'dan. Does the chest? Yeah, chest doesn't give XP. So, technically speaking, if all you care about is leveling, you can just leave. But obviously, I'm not going to do that, you know, even for the purposes of this run, because one of the main ideas is to show you, like, how to efficiently level up your first character. And you would still want to finish Nightholds, right? For all that stuff. But in a speed run, you would never include Gul'dan. And, you know, I don't really think it's much of a spoiler to say that we will not be including Gul'dan as part of my super fast sub 10-minute speedrun attempt. He is one of the bosses that we are avoiding in Nightholds. Okay, so I can run up here. I'm also just going to start forming my Tomb of Sargeras group. Norm, TOS. It also... I kind of thought I'd get a little bit more experience from that. I might need to do... yeah, we'll see. I might need to do a bit more afterward. Okay, my group randomly got delisted. Thank you, Blizzard. That is... Man, that's like borderline worthless, but who cares? I'll keep the ring here. Could give me a decent amount of upgrades from that. Early on, I'm just going to invite anybody just to boost the group. But like I said, this time, that run was way too fucking slow for my liking. I am going to get like 10 people, and then we're going to be extremely picky for all of the remaining players. I'm not dealing with that shit again. That, and... Let's see, what do I want? Take that. Thanks, Blizzard! Somebody applied to the group, and that caused it to fail. Now I have to relist. So that person who applied, can't invite him. Lovely. I'm so mad at how fucking stupid and buggy this game is. It's like, how hard is it to fix this shit? It's been like this since the fucking start of the event. Like, if only they actually played their own game, they may notice some of this shit.
Who knows what knowledge will appear?
This...
It's a pleasure to work with you.
It's my current necklace I want to keep, because High Mountain Fortitude is really good defensive value. That's like the only genuinely good defensive trait. And what else? I think that's kind of all I need to do here. Now we just head to TOS. That got me to 72.5. I don't think Tomb of Sargeras is going to be enough on its own to get me to max level, but I do have Trial of Valor. My group is delisted again, because Blizzard is a dogshit company. Oh yeah, I have the Tears of a Loon quest that I have to do at some point. I won't be able to complete that well in a raid group, so I'm not going to worry about that just yet. And... yeah, it really sucks how, like, heavily limited you are on infinite research. I kind of understand now why, like, so many people have told me that they tried Legion Remix and they just bounced off it really quickly, and I was a little bit, like, blinded by, like, hey, new leveling event, it's always fun to do that. This actually does really suck. Your very first leveling run feels so fucking ass. I really don't see why all of these restrictions need to be in place. Like, why do we need to heavily limit the amount of infinite research you gain by, like, such a ridiculous amount? You don't really get the option to manually reroll your infinite research options until much later on, which, like, in fairness, isn't that big of a deal, because you don't even get extra infinite research assignments, but it's just kind of insulting that, we're punishing players this much in their first run-through. Yeah, I think that's, like, a real bummer, personally. But oh well.
Trusted friend who lost her life defending this temple. Her rest has been defied.
Trying to think, like, what I would do after this. I think if I'm, like, only 1 or 2 levels off, I probably will just do TOS, just to, like, quickly finish it up. If I'm more than that, then... like, what do I do? Like, honestly, LFR wouldn't be the worst idea ever. LFR isn't particularly fast, but we'll see. The problem is the main reason why LFR is good is it can be easily used to complete infinite research assignments, which I have none of. In theory, this would be nice, right? But this is... Yeah, actually, 16k XP is like fucking nothing. Jeez. Why does this give such a low amount of XP? That's like not even an infinite research levels. That's just regular quest levels. Alright, Blizzard. Fucking hell. Sure. One of the issues is, like, the further you go into the raids, the more difficult it is to actually, like, reliably clear these quickly. Like, that Nighthold took way too fucking long, so... yeah, I need to make sure that we're prioritizing more people. And the thing is, for every, like, dead weight player I add, it just makes the job of all the other people harder. So, you know, even if I have 2 740 people, in a vacuum they might be able to easily kill a boss, but then if they have like 20 additional players worth of scaling dragging them down, it's going to make their life harder. Now, I'd like to be able to bring as many people as possible, but I also, you know, I don't want to be here forever, and those 2 raids were really fucking slow, so... Wow, I was gonna say, actually, is Argent on a big server? Time Runner, getting that name, no special characters, is crazy, but I think that's like a roleplay server, so it's probably not super competitive for naming. Any, like, non-fresh level 80 should at least be able to do some stuff here, but we'll see. I'm like, the problem is now, I'm fucking tired. I can't really think of anything to fill the void. I want to sit here and, like, yap about random shit to, you know, not make this dead air as I sit here forming the raid. Because this is, like, a fairly boring thing to do as part of the speedrun. But I got nothing. Are you fucking kidding me? Wow, they pulled the boss early. That's a really fucking dick move. I've actually genuinely this is so fucking insane of a day. I've never had normal raids this fucking bad, man. Like, this is unprecedented. This is the first time I've ever punked a normal raid where some random dipshit has just been like, you know what, fuck everybody else, I'm gonna go ahead and just pull the boss early. To the point where I'm actually unsure how to handle this situation right now. Because on one hand, like, what am I supposed to do? I tried to taunt it and run out. What do I do? I'm not gonna just sit here and reform the group on principle. Like, that would completely fuck me. That would lose a ton of time, and I am trying to get a semi-decent representation. I'm actually, my brain is, like, actually just broken right now. I'm just genuinely not sure what to do. I've just never seen this happen. I'm actually losing my fucking mind. Like, the Emerald Nightmare shit was funny, but I'm actually really fucking pissed off. Like, the problem is, I don't want to be like, oh, is this a European thing, right? Because that sounds, like, vaguely racist, but this is the first time I played Legion Remix on Europe, and it's also one of the first times I've really done any sort of, like, European bugging. So, maybe is this just common practice there? Is it, like, the standard in Europe is you just, like, get in and you just fucking pull the boss? I don't know. Like, I have literally been doing these raids for over a month on North America, and I've never run into this issue. It just... I don't know. I don't know how I've managed to get the three worst normal pug raids I have ever run in my entire time playing Legion Remix. Back to back to back to back.
And shaped the earth itself. Today, it shatters the bonds of fate that seek to
Like, yeah, this guy's high verse. But I've done raids on high verse carrying people, and I've never, ever, ever just said, fuck everybody else. I'm just going to pull the boss. Not even your own raid group, mind you. You want a fucking solo raid? Fucking walk in alone. It's just the fucking audacity, man.
You understood my use of the Naga to obtain the
But like I can't kick him because he is objectively just carrying the group. So if I kick him, you know, what's the Scorpion and the Frog? Like, yeah, I could just fucking fight him for the sake of it, but then I'm fucked too. What a fucking asshole, man. Just make your own fucking raid group. It makes me irrationally angry that I really can't kick him. I'm effectively held hostage by him right now. Which is crazy. It's yeah. What are you gonna do, man? This is also one of the reasons though why I've said a few times it's so hard to get an accurate measurement of like average leveling times, because I've said multiple times that raids are by far the fastest way to level if you're not getting like open world boosted, because you can just make your own group and you get like a bunch of good people who will very easily hop in there and help you. And I have done so many different tests where like we just get extremely clean, easy, full runs of every single raid. I've never had any problems. And, like, it's difficult because, like, technically speaking, like, what, is one bad experience going to sour it? But then the problem is, how do I know what the average experience is? Because you could make a case that maybe this is the regular experience. Maybe this is what everybody else is experiencing whenever they try to pug raids. I have no fucking idea. So maybe what I believe to be the average is actually me getting extremely lucky across multiple different test runs. And maybe when most people try to pug raids, this is their experience, and they're just met with a bunch of really disrespectful dipshits. And they, like, repeatedly die, they miss out on XP from boss kills, they don't have the option to switch to a tank spec, so they don't get killed by people pulling early. But, like, the other problem is, like, how am I supposed to know that? How do you set a baseline in a situation that is inherently unpredictable? I don't know. I don't know. It's an impossible problem to solve. Oh. Fuck my life. Well, I need to make sure I equip these whenever I'm actually out of combat. I also should at least be applying frailty stacks in combat. Just because, like, obviously, my damage contribution, no matter what I do, is not going to make even the slightest difference to these bosses dying at a quick pace. But stacking frailty keeps me alive, so... Every little bit counts. Should also... Because now my weapon is gonna fall really far behind. In theory, I should be able to get some upgrades from this. 0 artifacts from sand from that. Okay, that feels kind of bad. The thing is, I wanted to get a few more 740 players just to make this cleaner. It's almost like a little bit of a blessing in disguise, because I probably would have ended up slowing down the raid by inviting additional undergeared people. But it's just... I don't know. I mean, it's just such a dick move, what this guy just did.
An
I still just can't get over it. It's just fucking crazy. Joining somebody else's run and you know.
Be on your guard. I doubt the spirits trapped here will be friendly.
Jesus Christ.
I claim first blood, sisters.
He's the guy with the cool name, too. That's a shame. You know, I wish I could have just been excited that this guy had a cool name and was helping out with the run. But, you know, you had to be a douchebag. You just... No fucking reason.
No more dawdling, Hesperian. Victory shall be mine.
He also pulled the boss before everybody was here, locked out half the players. We're probably all gonna die now and miss out on XP from the boss. Was it necessary for him to do that? Absolutely fucking not. He could have just waited 5 seconds. But again, what do? Do I kick him out just to spite him? Do I fuck myself over? I'm already kind of dealing with a situation that is, in my opinion at least, not an accurate representation of how efficient raids normally should be. So I can either choose to just suck it up and deal with the bullshit hand that I've been dealt, or I could potentially make it even worse. Oh my god. Okay, my cheat death just procced. Jesus Christ, yeah, even that almost killed me. Who cheat death? Fucking asshole.
No, I should have won.
I just...
Elune, forgive us.
At least the XP from here is good. The problem, I don't even know what to do about this, man. Like, I genuinely think the play here is to just stay way the fuck away. Because if I go into that hallway, this guy's not gonna get threat on any of that trash. I'm gonna immediately get threat on all those mobs, and I'm gonna get clobbered. He's not gonna do fucking shit. And then I'm gonna die, and he's gonna immediately pull the fucking boss. Actually, it looks like for some reason he is, killing some mobs. Oh, now I have threat on this mob. Yeah, I have threat on this mob. I'm probably dead. Most I can do is just run for my life. The nice thing about this is, while you are within the instance, no matter where you are, if a boss dies, you will get kill credit. You will get kill credit for the boss, which is what I'm banking on. Look, everybody else is dead. Everybody else followed this fucking dipshit asshole monk, and he, with not a care in the world, okay, but, you know, only one of us gets to fully AFK. With not a care in the world, he just pulls the fucking boss and screws over everybody. This is the most inconsiderate piece of garbage I've ever fucking seen in Legion Remix. Holy hell. And the only reason I'm alive is because I happen to know that you do not need to be in combat with the boss to get the bonus experience. So I'm fucking living. I am just running. And I still have Last Resort, so if there is random unavoidable bullshit AoE, I can just bank on my Last Resort saving me. Oh boy. I think I should be safe here. The reason I'm sitting in this area is I don't know exactly where that mob that's chasing me went. See, I still got full XP credit. Popped into my bags. I actually didn't seem to get a lot from that. Oh, I see. It actually went into my bags, but didn't get consumed. Interesting. But yeah, you can do it that way. Huh. There's no real advantage to that. So, like, obviously a lot of people immediately thought of, like, the mailbox strat in Mop Remix, but the thing that a lot of people forget is the reason why the mailbox strat worked in Mop Remix is because you actually had to stack up your XP bonus throughout the course of the run. So you were saving all of those things until you were at a higher level. Or a higher XP bonus, is what I mean. In this particular case, your starting XP bonus doesn't change throughout the course of the run. Like, obviously, in this particular case, yeah, we're getting more as time goes on, but that's not relevant right now. This could potentially be bad, depending on if a bomb goes off. A bunch of bombs are going to go off. I'm going to wait until they're about to collide. Why is this guy running towards me? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Use my lightning. Oh, cheat death. Save me, Valkyr.
You will burn in power you cannot comprehend.
Oh, fuck. Remix time, remix time, remix time.
My duty is one mere mortals cannot comprehend. And me, mortals. Then what would deceive my
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh. The Dark One. Awaken.
I'm hiding behind so many layers of defensives to survive this absolute fucking bullshit. Oh no, oh no, oh no. God damn it. Oh, I fell down the elevator shaft, man. Okay, it's fine. I have wings. Just, you know, remember what I said at the start? That there's not going to be that much of a sense of urgency this run, and we're doing a chill run to, like, test out starting things. This is not what I had in mind, man. I didn't think I'd have to deal with this bullshit. Every single run that I've ever done through raids has been so fucking chill and calm and relaxed, and I just, you follow around the overpowered players that they one-shot all the bosses, and I have to deal with fucking dipshit McGee, who has no consideration for any of the people who are trying to use this for leveling, and just only cares about himself, instead of just fucking soloing the raid. Like, the irony is that if he just soloed the raid, he would actually be griefing people less. But because of the way he's pulling this, it actually fucks over people who deliberately came here to level and are dying and not getting the kill XP. Whereas if he just wasn't here and I had filled the raid normally, it would actually be easier for everybody else. Just fucking crazy bullshit, man. Oh. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Hide! Hide underground, where it's safe. The moment I got threat invaded, I'm getting the fuck out of there, man. I don't need that shit. You can take care of that shit. I'm out of there. I've never intentionally used the hunt clip. This is the kind of thing where I hit the hunt, I forget about it, and then I click through the floor and I go, ah shit, I forgot about that. But now, it's a tactical safety measure. La-di-da, la-di-da, la-di-da. Oh! Oh, what's happening? Oh, fuck. Oh, I see. It forces me into a locked animation regardless of where I was standing. Interesting. Oh shit, I'm taking lots of damage. Where's the little bro going? Why are you in the lava? Oh, I see. He's trying to do the fight the intended way. And he's trying to actually make sure we only shatter a few floor panels. I mean, ideally, the boss doesn't live that long. If that happens, we're fucked. But yeah, you know what? Good foresight, buddy. Nom 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 nom. Eat the healing orb, eat the healing orb. Get that out of the lava, please, sir. Okay, this is a good time to remix time. Get the fuck out of here! Pretty safe. Oh. Well, we're still alive. I have not died yet. And I do not plan to die on Kill Jaden. I have Demon Hunter buff. Oh yeah, I can Scroll of Cleansing, because this guy's definitely not going to pull those mobs properly. So I'm probably going to need to slam these. On one of these fucking loading screens, man. Wait, he's actually killing the mobs? He's killing the trash? Why didn't you start now? Why not do that fucking the rest of the raid? You choose the final boss to be considerate. Motherfucker. I give up. I give up trying to understand why people choose the decisions they do. Can you at least wait like a second for us to get here? He's probably so dumb that he probably doesn't realize how the debuff works, so I'm just gonna cleanse it off him. Just fuck it. Why not? I don't need it. Oh. Man. I guess, oh yeah, I could use this. Wait, I haven't had the... Oh. I haven't had that this whole time. Well, now I'm even more safe! I was missing a cheat death, it turns out. I guess I'll do that. I'm definitely gonna be like one level short. But... yeah. Trial of Valor actually might be exactly enough to get me there. Consume them all. I like how... look at how long this guy waited before pulling Kill Jaden. And he's still too impatient to wait for the last two guys to cross the fucking bridge. Just... outstanding. Amazing work. Have fun with that. I'm not fucking split damage slipping that. Also, man, of course, why the fuck did they have to not soak Armageddon Rain? Motherfucker. Well, actually, they did soak Armageddon Rain. That's the debuff from... oh, from my soak. I see. I see. I think we're fine, though. Or at least I'm fine. Those guys are fucking shit out of luck. Oh, I got clipped by Fellclaws. Yikes. Physical damage taken. That's no bueno. No bueno. Need to kill this fucking thing. You don't get... Rewind. Give me meta. Ah! Monster sword! No! Oh, I think I'm dead. This motherfucker. Holy shit, this fucking monk is so bad, man. This guy's so fucking shit. He's not doing any fucking mechanics. He can't be fucking bothered. I could have fucking soloed this on my Demon Hunter. My main account Demon Hunter, that is. But he's just sitting there tunneling a boss that's taking reduced damage. Instead of just, I don't know, doing the fucking mechanic and killing the fucking mobs. Good job, dipshit. Well, that's a bummer. At the very least, I mean, the only people who are still alive now are the 740s. There's just no way you can survive that amount of damage, so nothing I could have done. Still in the darkness phase. He still has not figured out the mechanic. Insane. Are we just... Like, seriously, dude? Are you just gonna continue whacking a boss that's taking 99% reduced damage? Or however much the reduction is? It's a lot. Just do the fucking mechanic. 3 fucking chickens with their heads cut off, running around. What's the DR? It's, like, actually, it looks like he doesn't take reduced damage. One of them fell spiked it. One of them died. Okay. Jesus Christ, man. What are they doing? I wish I could see what's going through this monk's head. Jesus fucking Christ! Genuinely, a fucking trained monkey could kill the boss faster than this idiot. What is happening? Why are you spinning the fire? What? It's the deadest motherfucker alive!
Destruction is at my command.
He's just so confused. No idea what to do. Oh my god! What is he doing? Kill the boss! Or kill the ads! Is this like a troll? Am I getting trolled? What is happening? Oh my god! Located his keyboard. Holy shit! Holy shit! I got 1 bonus experience in my bags from that. That's funny. Fucking take it, man. At least I didn't get nothing from that boss kill. Honestly, I feel like saying some shit to this guy, but I genuinely just don't have the fucking energy right now to deal with this fucking asshole. What a fucking day. What a fucking day this has been. What a fucking day this has been. Yeah, I'll be honest, I was hoping this run would be a little bit faster. There's only so much you can do to speed it up. Losing out on that 10% XP token, in hindsight, has definitely, I think, what did I say, probably 30 minutes is what it cost me? That's probably close to accurate, especially given everything that I've had to fucking deal with. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I guess we'll do Trail of Valor as well. Like, it wasn't even just that guy completely griefed that run, but it was like slow and painful. Like, he wasn't even good enough to solo carry. If I had realized how much of an absolute fucking clown that monk was, I genuinely think it might have been faster to just boot him after Goroth and reform the group. And just take the minor time loss. Because he was just an absolute fucking gigantic grade A piece of shit the entire way. God. I just...
To march on the gates of the Valor. Your aid is required.
This is the stuff that makes me hate when group content is the fastest way to level. Like, whenever spamming dungeons is the fastest way to level, you just always have to deal with fucking pricks like that. At least whenever I solo carry a dungeon or raid, I'm actually good enough to fucking do it. Well, actually, I think I might be short after this. Because you don't get XP off killing Odin, which really sucks. So I'm going to be short after killing Odin. This gives fucking 0 XP. So I can't rely on that. Any quests I could do? Trying to think of, like, what efficient quests do I still have remaining? Honestly, I think that if I'm still short a little bit of experience after finishing Trial of Valor, my best bet would probably be to turn off Heroic World Tier and go do some side quests in Val'sharah. Because although, obviously, like I said earlier, you don't want to prioritize that, it's, Would this quest have given me... No, that doesn't even give experience. It's kind of like, you know, if you're gonna quest a little bit, and you're not making progress towards the zone achievement, you may as well just do some efficient stuff. So there's a handful of side quest hubs in Val'sharah that are pretty good. But yeah, I guess I'll probably do that. I think the speedruns aged me 10 fucking years, man. Discord messages. I don't know why my Discord switched. My raw... Lovely. Love that. Thanks, Blizzard. $740 players yet, so... It's also a little bit of a bummer, because I was hoping that this run would be, like, 4 or 5 hours. Frankly, I mean, the one nice thing is, aside from the 10% XP token, there really weren't that many mistakes that I could have made. Like, I mean, how do you account for having the 3 worst normal pugs I've ever seen? I probably lost a combined total of, like, 1 hour of theoretical time save by just having extremely slow and terrible raids. Because, like, even just the time it took to clear those raids, like I said, I did 10 to 80 with a 400% buff in 53 minutes by pugging normal Emerald Nightmare and Nighthold. And both of those runs were relatively quick. But, I mean, Jesus. All the runs combined have taken over 1 hour alone. And also, like, I just had a moment of, like, well, I'm sitting here waiting, I could go make coffee. But then, also, I'm the group leader. So, if I'm going to make coffee, who's gonna sit here and handle invites? So, just want the stupid run to be over. It's, you know, to be fair, though, like, outside of the people who... Like, if you would completely ignore all, like, if you completely ignore XP gains long term, because, like, obviously, yeah, we did still a handful of inefficient quests in Val'sharah and High Mountain, but, like, overall, I think the combined average time of those quests is still fast enough that it's worthwhile to include in this run. But, like, I've seen people level in about 5 hours by basically getting boosted, right? Or 4 or 5 hours by, like, on their very first character, they just have somebody, like, farm mobs for them and clear raids. Honestly, if you had somebody doing, like, a dedicated mob hyperspawn farm, plus raids, even with a 0% bonus, you probably could get it down to, like, 3 hours, maybe. But, like, obviously that's impractical, right? And that's not the point of this. If anything, the fact that these raids have been so disastrous is a good demonstration that even in the absolute worst possible case scenarios, you can still use these as an effective way to level even on your first time. That's my silver lining. That's my takeaway. That is the way that I'm going to cope and get around the fact that I'm extremely tilted at how poorly these raids have gone. It's been a good demonstration, although so the main reason I was hoping it would be around 5 hours is as of literally right now, it is daily reset on North America, and I have raid later tonight, and what I was hoping to do is get some delves done today to, like, farm a bunch of gilded crests, because I think I mentioned earlier that there's a lot of really easy ways to farm it. And I was going to try and farm a bunch of gilded crests and get some upgrades on the 2 tanks that I'm bringing to tonight's raid, which is my Prot Warrior and my Blood DK. But, like, I still can do that, but now, like, I'm starving, right? So the moment we finish this run, I'm gonna go make food, which my initial plan is I'm like, oh, if this ends up being, like, 5 hours, then I'll finish, like, 30 minutes before North American reset, and then I can go make food, I'll be ready to go, and I'll knock up my delves, and I'll take, like, a nap before raid later tonight, so I'm not, like, dead tired. Now I still gotta do all that, but, like, with 1 less hour, so. Blah. At the very least, Trial of Valor is, like, considerably easier than the other raids, so as long as our resident 740 player, who actually, they're 740, but okay, they have decent verse. Yeah. Honestly, they should be able to solo it. We got another 740, nice. I've been soloing normal, well, I was soloing normal Trial of Valor very early, like with less than 100% verse and like 650 item level on my Demon Hunter, so they should definitely be able to solo this. The only question is whether they can solo it efficiently, because my, like, the very first Mythic Trial of Valor kill that I got in, like, you know, the second or third day of the event, I wasn't 740 yet, I was, I don't know, like 670 or something, and I had 120 verse or something like that. And I killed Helia on Mythic with like 5% health remaining on myself, and every other person was dead. It was like down to the wire. So I barely managed to finish off the boss there. And I was doing like 90% of the overall, so I was basically hard carrying everybody. But now that, mind you, that was Mythic, that wasn't normal. But yeah, if I could do it then, somebody with 740 could probably already solo it. Debating how long I want to sit here and wait, because this group is forming very slowly. We already have 2 740 players, so they could probably finish it. The more low item level people I invite, the slower this will take. Most people are here. I think I'll get like 2 more people, and then we'll go. Here, I'll take this guy. This fucking warrior is getting dangerously close. I'm just gonna say, don't pull yet. Don't summon. Because I see little fucking dipshit McGee over there, inching his way over to the boss. Impatient motherfucker. I am not having a repeat. If somebody pulls, I'm watching like a fucking hawk, and whoever pulls, I'm going to insta-boot them. I don't fucking care. I'm not again. Not a fucking again, man. I gotta get the anger out of my system. It's just fucking hell. That guy's here. That guy, okay, yeah. I think everybody's here. All right. They do a countdown 5.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I don't care if they pull like 1 second early. But we'll go with this. I'll invite this guy in case he wants to join midway. But at this point, I'm only inviting 740s. Okay, yeah, so they're able to do really good damage. What is this guy's verse at? 559. Okay, yeah, they should be able to very easily solve this. And you can see Odin doesn't give XP. Yeah. Because you don't actually kill him. So. Honestly, that's another one of those things of, like, again, if they actually played their own game, that's the kind of thing where, like, why? Why doesn't the raid boss give XP? I'll give you another spoiler warning. We're actually not even including Trial of Valor in my super fast sub 10-minute speedrun. Just completely removed as a raid. It's not going to be added at all. Just because it's like, why bother? One boss doesn't give XP, and there's only 2 other bosses, and one of them has a lot of forced in-fight roleplay. There's just no reason to even bother with it. So, it's a little bit lame, and it's the kind of thing of, like, it would be so easy for them to just add an XP token to Odin's chest. Like, why is that not a thing? Same thing with Gul'dan, right? Like, it is just such a easy, obvious decision that I think anybody who is actually playing their own game would notice without even having to listen to player feedback. But, well, I know, right?
Beware, champions. Helya's realm is guarded by a savage beast, bred from the stuff of nightmares.
Here I need to be kind of careful because Squarm can just randomly cleave and kill you, but... Yeah, that, yeah. Oh, that actually didn't level me up? Oh, fuck me. This is gonna suck. Not even a full level from that. Well, yeah, so I'm gonna be left at, what, like 78.5? At the very least, I will have relatively good gear. For whatever reason, I just haven't gotten any pants, it seems. Like, some of my jewelry's crap, but, like, who cares? But if I don't really want to fuck around on Heroic World Tier at this point. But if I set it to normal World Tier and just do some quests in Val'sharah, like, that should be fine for, like, the last level or so. Also, yeah, I really don't know why the XP on this is not scaling properly. Did I just DC? There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. I'm actually gonna scream. I think it's been long enough. This is probably a DC. That is wild. Apparently not, because I can still see the voice lines. So that must mean I'm still connected to the game, because, like, those voice lines would not be appearing. But yeah. So this is the weirdest lag spike I've literally ever seen in my entire life. I mean, this might just be a consequence of it being Europe. Like, some weird European connection issue. I've never seen anything like this. I'm probably dead, unfortunately, which is going to severely fuck me, because again, I miss out on a boss kill's worth of XP. Because the problem is, during the transition phase, you get pushed back into the water. So, I'm not really sure what's going on here, but I suspect what's happening is... Yes, I got credit. So that's crazy. So I got credit for killing. So technically, I'm supposed to be here. What is happening? What is this, man? What is going on with this fucking speedrun? This is the most fucking scuffed shit I've ever seen. It's actually insane. The one group we have that goes well, I get this. I get this. Well, okay, so I'm actually now, I'm going to pause the timer, because this is extenuating circumstances to the extreme. Like, what the fuck is this, right? I don't know what's going on. I feel like the only way that I could possibly solve this is by just force closing my game, because nothing seems to be happening here. I'm effectively disconnected, but nothing is working. The only option is to Alt F4. So that's what we're going to do. And I guess I'm going to log back in, and hopefully whatever is fucking broken with my fucking game right now will fix itself. That is unbelievable. I've never seen this in my life. That is the weirdest lag spike I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. And of course it happens on the speedrun. Just the fucking cherry on top. I have no idea if I got experience for that. Absolutely no clue. Apparently I'm level 78, so it looks like I did. So, you know, there's that at least. Why is this so weird, dude? Yeah. I just... Like, what... what just happened, man? What even was that? Oh, there's another bonus XP too. Okay. So, even more than I expected. I'm apparently stuck in combat, somehow. Man, oh man. I'm just... oh yeah, I should resume the timer, right? I'm just fucking mentally broken at this point, man. I'm gonna switch back to Havoc at this point, because, you know, what else am I gonna do? And I'll, leave party. Yeah, it auto-equips my artifacts. This is... all this. Check my mailbox. Okay, hey, a few more pieces of gear. Sure. That, so that actually were slots that I kind of needed. So that is good. Still no pants. I'm still pantsless for all intents and purposes. Do those mementos count towards my quest? Looks like they do, but not by much. So I still need 20% to go. Not that it really matters, because... I don't know. I guess, what do I do from here? Well, throw... No, let's do... this, and Glimmering Soul Bloom. And I had a better necklace earlier, and I must have accidentally scrapped it when I wasn't paying attention. It's whatever. It's a decent defensive trait. Nothing new to get from this guy, so... yeah. Yeah. You don't really get much XP from the emissary boxes. Yeah, I think really at this point there's nothing left to do but just quest. Obviously, if, so if we were in a situation where Antorus was out at this point in time, you could go and do Antorus. In fact, I would have just skipped Trial of Valor and gone straight there. But, well, we're not. I can go ahead and just unlock the full tree. I can also now get all this stuff. Cool. So I get mementos by flying through these guys. But apparently not enough to make a difference. I love the flashbang that it does every time I open the artifact tree. That lovely, love that. This one still has that. We'll take Aldrachi. And this, sure. Okay, so look, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. If I really wanted to right now, I could go to Val'sharah. I could kill some mobs. I could, with relative ease, get the rest of this, these, like, last 2 levels done. But I'm just, like, I'm so not in the mood to do quests right now. I'm just, like, it's not my vibe currently. So we're gonna return to our friend the Ley Ward, and we're gonna borrow some strategies from my fast solo leveling run, and we're just gonna go fuck shit up. I'm in one of those moods of I just want to, like, kill a bunch of demons and just run into Surmar City and go, like, full Doomslayer mode. Because, you know, I after the bullshit that I just had to go through, sometimes it's just what you need to do. So we're gonna do that. And if anything, the shit that I just had to put up with, I think I deserve it. I think I deserve to at least, you know, like, save a little bit of time in this speedrun relative to what I had to do before. Let's... How much XP do rare mobs give at this level? Not that much. It's, it gives decent progress towards this quest. That's interesting. Shit. That's bad. I was about to run in and use my Sigil of Spite, and then I realized it's not targeting at my feet, because I don't have that macro. Control C, new Sigil of Spite. Better. Now, normally you should be doing this with a tank spec, because these mobs just do so much damage that you can get 100 ode if you're not careful. With enough leech, I should be relatively safe, but still gotta be kind of careful. Cast Moonfire on me. The fuck does that? If I wanted to, I could go turn in my quest, the Infinite Research one. It wouldn't necessarily give me a lot of experience, but it would give me armor upgrades. But I don't think that'll matter a whole lot. I think we'll do that, because I'm going to be getting a lot of soul fragments from the mobs that I'm killing. So that should end up shielding me for a decent bit. For reference, Ley Infusion doing a ton of damage. Terror from below, surprisingly putting up a good fight. Yeah. This guy's killed there. Nice. There's going to be a big pull in the corner over here. And like 1 or 2 more big pulls should do the trick. Nice. Oh, I got that's the one that gives infinite knowledge. That's pretty good. Okay, get rid of those. And yeah, actually, come to think of it, my original video about like how to easily farm heroic world tier, you could probably just replace that trick with this. And really, like, this is the easiest way to get that Legion Slayer achievement. Lane fusion buff. Drunk. And there we go. Or Warband Mentors. Oh yeah, I guess that does boost the XP gain on my main account. Or, like my entire European account. Cool! Alright. Had to bust out the secret tech. Like, so... That's one of those things, right, where... Obviously, this strategy is very, very, very strong. And there is a case to be made for, like, level 30 onwards. Maybe you can do this farming strategy. It is really tricky, though. I would say, like, obviously in this position, I just got out of raids. I have, like, well-scaled gear for, like, the last 2 levels. I don't need to sit here and farm for a long period of time. And Havoc, at this point, I have all the broken talents. I feel like if I tried to do this strategy the same way that I did it in my solo run, where I did this for, like, the vast majority of 30 to 80, it would be slower by a good amount of time, just because I would be really struggling with mob scaling. Because Demon Hunter would not be as good in the mid-levels, I wouldn't have infinite knowledge, so I wouldn't be getting that much artifact power. The main reason why I'm even able to unlock the entire tree by this point is because of all the raids that I did. It's interesting, though, that if you do run every single raid, you are able to get enough infinite power to where you can just get to the end here. But if all I was getting is, like, the open world mob rewards, yeah, I don't think that would be worth it. And although I did say earlier, prioritizing all the campaign stuff is not, like, necessarily super efficient like in all the other zones, and it's just better to do it at max level. Definitely, no matter how you slice it, Val Shira is always going to be worth doing, because unless you're literally just getting free boosted by somebody else, which, technically speaking, yeah, if you want to boost your second account and then get a level 80 and then unlock all the XP bonuses on it or something like that, maybe, or have a friend boost you, maybe that would be the fastest way. Obviously, that's not something that applies to 99% of people, but as a solo player, no matter what you do until level 30, this strategy that I just showed is not really available. You will die. It's kind of required to be level 30 to actually efficiently kill mobs. Suramar scales from 30 onwards. So if you wanted to, like, do Val Shira, get up to level 30, get your 10% bonus from the Val Shira campaign, and then instead of doing the High Mountain part of this video, you just do, like, a few raids to get, like, big gear upgrades, and then, like, level 40 onwards, you farm this. Is that the worst option ever? Not really. There is a case to be made. I don't know. I don't really know what the best option here is. But that's kind of where I said, like, the problem with this is it would be interesting if there was any consistent metric. Like, if this was the way that Legion Remix was inherently designed, the idea of trying to optimize this first character process would be pretty cool. But I can sit here and I can tell you what I think the fastest method is, and it doesn't really matter at all. Because no matter what I can say I think the fastest method is, it's just so irrelevant, because, like, there's so many random factors that just make it impossible to say. It's way less standardized than, like, my retail stuff. Because in retail, you know, I can be reasonably sure that players are facing similar levels of power as they, like, level up their characters. And there's, like, yes, there are, like, Siren Isle boosting on retail exists, but there is no easily accessible, like, random people can boost you through, like, traditional means in retail these days. I don't know. At least it is nowhere near as common as Legion Remix. Most retail leveling is done solo. There is way less variance in the quality of players that you'll encounter, and by quality, I more so mean, like, their power level. I'm talking, like, the difference between a brand new level 80 in Remix and a 740 High Verse player. Like, that difference is massive. in retail, you can get good or bad players, but on average, they're not going to be that different. So it's much easier to give, like, average leveling times and recommendations. And then, like, here, obviously, we have the XP % bonus. So, like, depending on how many characters somebody wants to level, there's, like, there could be a recommendation of, like, oh, well, do you actually want to focus on it? Because, like, what I'll do here... So, obviously, like, we're level 80. So, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to turn in this quest. We're going to pick up the extra 10% bonus. And I kind of want to talk for, like, a moment, right, about what you would do from this point onwards. So I actually, yeah, you get 2 perfected epic mementos. You get 1 every single time you level a character to 80. That character gets a 10% bonus that applies to your entire account. But the very first level 80 that you get also gives you that. I think that's from an achievement. It's like finishing the campaign or whatever. So, there we go. My bonus is at 76%. Which is actually ballpark around the same as what my bonus was after finishing my first run. When the expansion, or when the event first started. But yeah, so from here, obviously you can get all these new infinite research quests, Nightbolt Mythic, etc. Now, as for what you want to do from this point onwards, it depends on your personal goals. Every single person is going to have to level this initial character through roughly this exact process, depending on, exactly what you want to do varies. But now you have plenty of options. Personally, like I said, what I would do is set aside a bit of time, chip away at all of this stuff on your max level character. So, I'm not going to give you a complete TLDR guide of how to gear your character, but the basic gist of it is go around, do random activities in the open worlds. My personal recommendation, turn off Heroic World Tier. Although, like, yeah, you could do stuff in Suramar, like with the Lay Infusion buff. I have no idea how long that's going to stay unfixed. Who knows? Most other stuff, even on tank specs, it's just going to be really time consuming. Disable this, it doesn't matter. Go around, get gear upgrades. Because one of the important things about Heroic World Tier is it doesn't actually affect your gear upgrades at all. It affects experience values, and it affects infinite power gains. But right now, the moment you're a fresh 80, the only thing that matters is getting full 584 in every single slot. You're also going to start getting there's a currency that you can use to create gear pieces. The Motes of Fragmented Time, or whatever it's called. Do not use those. Hold on to them, save them. Whenever you use it, it creates a scaling item level increase to your character. If you use it right now, it's just going to give you a 584 piece, ideally for a slot that's missing it. But the base drop of all mobs out in the open world is 584. That does not scale. So you can very easily go around, do any activities, get a full set of 584 things, and then once you have overall, like when this number, item level, says 584, you have it in every slot, you've upgraded your weapon to 584. That is important too. That affects the scaling. When you are 584, then you can start using your motes. And then your motes will start giving you gear upgrades. And then you can start using those. You also want to do raids from that point on. Obviously, so you can see at this point in time, the daily reset is like 12 hours away in Europe. So I still theoretically would have plenty of time to get my character geared up before the raids reset. And while leveling, I've done all the normal raids already. But I would say you could probably try to find groups for heroic raids. Get into those groups, get some bosses killed, get more fragmented mementos, and get your infinite power up. In this case, I've already managed to get to the end here by after reaching max level, which is better than I got in my first leveling run. But you want to increase this trait. And I would say you ideally want to get to, like, within the first few hours of hitting level 80, you want to get to 584 item level and, like, a few ranks in Limits and Bounds. And then all that matters is just get yourself carried through raids, either form your own group or just, like, hope that a really overpowered group takes you. I would say form your own group, but I know some people hate doing that. And once you've done all of that for, like, a day or two, farmed all of the raids, gotten all the upgrades, gotten your gear to, like, 650 item level with, like, a little bit of investment, and gotten your versatility up to like 50%, that is more than enough to just go back on normal world tier and obliterate every single quest. And the nice thing about that is those quests, those boxes, so like Cache of Infinite Treasure, that gives you motes of time. So that thing that lets you get scaling gear upgrades, you're going to get a ton of it by just completing every single quest line. It's actually one of the best ways to increase your item level outside of running raids. Even better than Mythic Plus. Mythic Plus obviously is better for infinite power farming, but for getting gear, which is gear scales your power better than versatility does. Getting to 740 item level is a much bigger power spike than getting like an additional 50% verse. Eventually, obviously, versatility is king. You hit the item level cap, that's the main way you scale your power. It does make a difference in the long run, but you will notice a significant increase in your character's damage the higher item level you are. So, at that point in time, go through 100% all the quests, get your infinite knowledge, get your perfected epic mementos, do all of the dungeons. So there's also all of this stuff, right? Where are we? I'm looking at the regular dungeons and raids. Legion Remix, dungeons. If you do, what's it called? Return to Karazhan. Heroic and Mythic each give +1 infinite knowledge. So doing these gives you, like doing Mythic will give you 2 infinite knowledge. And once you get like a decent amount of gear, you can just solo the dungeon on Mythic. It's really easy. Same thing for Heroic and Mythic Cathedral of Eternal Night. Actually, it looks like, interesting, Mythic doesn't give a +1 infinite knowledge. Okay, that's good to know. And then doing all of the different dungeons gives you +1. A lot of the quest lines, like you can see here, Neltharian's Lair, Death to the Underking, this requires you to do Nelth's Lair anyways. There's like a bunch of these achievements that give you infinite knowledge. Complete all Legion dungeons on any difficulty. Currently, this is inaccessible because of Seat of the Triumvirate, but the moment that Argus is available, you'll be able to do all of these achievements, really easy infinite knowledge, and then you could also do Antorus for an additional infinite knowledge. So, within like a week of the time of me making this video, you should be able to get to like decent verse, decent item level, and really high, if not max, infinite knowledge with like not really that much time invested over the span of, you know, a week tops. If you're just putting in like a few hours every single day for a week just to do the most efficient things, it's really not that bad. And once you've done all of that, technically speaking, at any point you can consider like, okay, this is a good jumping off point. And like, I guess I forgot to mention it, but in between all of that stuff, pick up your infinite research quests and try to do them alongside it. So like here, I've grabbed 2 Nighthold quests. Like I said, you want to prioritize doing raids, so I want to do the Nighthold stuff. And you'll recall earlier in the video I mentioned that for leveling purposes, these self-improvement quests give the most experience. That does not matter at all for max level. The rewards for infinite knowledge quests are exactly the same, or infinite research, sorry. The infinite research quest rewards are exactly the same across all of them in terms of like end game power increases for infinite power and gear rewards. It's identical. So that stuff does matter for leveling, but at max level, pick whatever the easiest infinite knowledge or infinite research quest is. Whatever you can do simultaneously while doing anything else. Usually what I would recommend doing is I would set your preference to, I want outdoor assignments and I want easier assignments. Because what that's going to prioritize doing is it's going to give you a lot of infinite research quests that are like, kill 200 enemies, kill 75 demons, kill 100 enemies while one of these artifact traits is enabled. You don't actually have to use the ability to kill them. You just need to be talented into that artifact. And then you're just going to passively complete those infinite research quests as you do literally any activity, no matter what. They're just super easy to complete. You're going to get those done. You're going to get an additional 1% experience. You're going to get a cache. And in my case, I did exactly what I just described. I got my character to 740 item level and, I don't know, like 170% verse, I think, was ballpark where I was at by the time I finished and reached max item level. And my experience bonus was, I forget exactly, it was like at 190%. It was around 200% XP bonus. Just by doing like all of the different achievements. I did like the Suramar campaign, all that stuff. Each of those gives a 10% token. And I was doing my infinite research every single day, so that was giving me a bunch of different 1%, and that adds up over the course of a period of time. And after I had done all of that, Then I started working on the starter edition account XP percent method, and that took me literally an afternoon from, like, the time that I just said, like, you know, I was at around 200%. From that point, 4 hours after doing the trick described in my starter account video, I was at 400% XP. Now, in that video, I mentioned, you know, ideally you want to have 5 starter edition accounts, or like 4 plus your main account, running at the same time to efficiently farm that. If you're farming 5 sets of infinite research quests at the exact same time, it is ludicrously efficient to get those 1% tokens, and like I said, in a few hours, you will hit 400%. It is not hard. Dedicate an afternoon to do that, and then start leveling characters with 400% XP. And in terms of overall long-term time investment, that's just the best thing you can do. Plain and simple. I don't necessarily know if I'm going to do that on this account in particular, just because, like, I have so much shit I got to do on my North American accounts. God knows. I don't really have the time to repeat that process again, especially because I don't really know exactly how many characters I care to level here. But that's what I did on my main account, on my North American account, and I've leveled up, I don't even know, so many characters that I've started deleting them on North America to continue doing additional tests. And later tonight, after my raid, I'm probably going to have to delete yet another character to do yet another test where I pug raids through Emerald Nightmare, Nighthold, and Tomb of Sargeras, and we'll see how long that takes with my 400% bonus. Because, well, I thought it was fast, but then today we got some terrible pugs, so I'll see if I can make slightly better pug groups in my tests later today. But yeah, I think that really covers just about everything I wanted to talk about. Holy shit, this video is 6.5 hours long. This thing's going to take an age to process on YouTube. Well, I think that covers just about everything. I've already yapped enough. I'm going to stop myself here before I make this video so long that it fails to encode. And, yeah. Thanks for watching. Hope you learned something. If you are just getting into Legion Remix, I hope this video was helpful. If you have any further questions that are not answered by my other videos, leave a comment. Honestly, even if it is answered by one of my videos, just leave a comment and I will send you the link to that video that I've already made answering your questions. So, anything you're confused about, please comment. I'll do my best to help. And hopefully, now that this is done and I have one more test to do, I am really hoping that over the weekend I'll finally be able to get my full super detailed Legion Remix leveling guide out. All I gotta do at this point is just finish writing and editing the damn thing. I have all the footage I can really reasonably need, so just gotta sit down and get it done. But that's it for me. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.